Pleasant good morning. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. Good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Welcome to today's meeting of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Today, the committee will receive testimony from the Virgin Islands Energy Office, the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, and the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, VIFEMS. The beauty of the budget process is that we will hear from all agencies, from the largest to the smallest. Each presentation gives us a better idea of the agency's interrelationships, their challenges, success, and operational needs. These budget hearings are taking place in what can only be described as unprecedented times. The constant threat to federal funds affect our ability to plan, program, and execute, and will impact some of these agencies we'll hear from a very fundamental level. I encourage everyone to tune in to the budget hearings, which are very informative and can certainly enhance your understanding of government and our finances. As with all committee hearings, I hope you listen for yourself and you form your own conclusion. At this time, I'd like to remind everyone to please turn your cell phone off or put them on mute as to not interrupt today's proceedings, and to ask the Madam Clerk for roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Over here. Good morning. Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Present.
Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick present. Senator Mary C. James. Senator Mary C. James absent. Senator Curte Vele. Senator Vele absent. Mr. Chair, 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with reading of those correspondence.
June 24th, 2025, Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., Chair, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 36 Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Golden Rock, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator Francis Jr., I will be late in attending the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting scheduled for today, Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, due to a prior commitment. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding and kind consideration. Respectfully, Mary C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Also, we want to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Angel Borges Jr., our Senator at Large. Good morning, Senator. Welcome, as well as Senator Carla J. Joseph, a non-committee member as well. Madam Clerk, at this time, please read today's agenda into the record.
June 24th, 2025, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance meeting. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance will meet on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 noon, VI Energy Office, invited testifier, Kyle Fleming, Director. Block 2, 1 to 3 p.m., VITEMA, invited testifier, Daryl Jaschen, Director. Block 3, 3 to 5 p.m., VI Federal Emergency Management
Fire.
System. Invited testifier Antonia Stevens, Director. This ends the reading of today's agenda. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the Virgin Islands Energy Office seated. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers' table to identify those representing the Energy Office. Good morning, Director.
Good morning. Kyle Fleming, Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Berg.
Good morning. Tess Berg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager.
Good morning. Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager.
Good morning and welcome. At this time, Director, you may present your testimony again, defending your budget for the Energy Office, the Governor's submittal of the proposed budget of $1,556,951.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Novell Francis Jr., members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and all other distinguished members of the 36th Legislature present here today. I'd also like to extend my sincere greetings to the audience present in the chambers, as well as those observing these proceedings remotely. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office, an agency that has been my great privilege to steward over the past 6 years. I would like to begin by thanking the Finance Committee for the opportunity to present testimony in support of the Energy Office annual budget and initiatives as it relates to the executive budget for fiscal year 2026. I am joined today by Lynette Sierra, my Executive Assistant, Tess Berg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager, and Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager. Embedding resilience, energy efficiency, and data-proven solutions into government policy while providing tangible service to the people of Virgin Islands through our programming are the core tenets that we at the Energy Office strive to achieve. Since I last appeared before this esteemed body, the Energy Office has made significant progress towards these goals. Energy Office staff have overseen the administration of a low to no interest solar battery loan program that has opened access to distributed energy resources, revolution for Virgin Islanders who without this avenue would struggle to afford these systems. The Energy Office has launched and administered a variety of rebate programs that are hardening homeowners against the impact of power outages by making battery backup systems a financially viable option. Our Energy Star rebate program and weatherization assistance program has made top-of-the-line energy-efficient appliances more affordable and in some cases free to qualifying residents. The Energy Office continues to be a steward of transformation relative to the transportation matrix in the territory, and this has been accomplished by reducing the barriers to electric vehicle ownership through numerous e-mobility rebate programs, in parallel tackling the operational pain points that have hindered electric vehicle adoption in the territory, to include supply chain, public charging infrastructure, and locally based EV serviceability. Relative to our general fund budget for fiscal year 2026, the Office of Management and Budget has recommended that the Energy Office receive a general fund appropriation of $1,556,951, which represents a slight increase from the $1,556,269 recommended in fiscal year 2025, or a variance of $682. The vast majority of the Energy Office's fiscal year 2026 general fund allotment has been earmarked for personnel services, which amount to over 56% of the fund, or $875,609. The next largest chunk of the general fund allotment is taken up with fringe benefits, which total $402,695. Finally, the remainder of the Energy Office general fund allotment is distributed between supplies, $23,300, utility services, $14,000, and other services, $241,347. Some of these details are they're detailed in the table and graphs that accompany this testimony. Relative to our personnel and fringe, the Energy Office personnel services budget for fiscal year 2026 details the funding needed for 18 full-time staff positions. There are currently 16 unclassified and 2 classified employees as far as funding sources for paying out wages and benefits. 15 of the agency staff are funded through an allotment of the general fund, while 3 positions are partially funded by the general fund. And 2 are wholly funded by federal dollars. The projected total fringe benefits due to Energy Office employees from the general fund and federal sources is $704,998. The projected total of personnel services due to the general fund and federal resources is $1,606,441. The Energy Office would not be able to successfully craft renewable energy policies and design innovative programs that foster cleaner, more reliable power generation without the support and investment of the people of the Virgin Islands. General fund dollars are critical to sustaining everything ranging from our ability to provide interagency best practices, consultation, capital project management, public outreach and education, and administration of our various rebate, loan, and distributed energy resource projects. The Energy Office's diverse realm of responsibility means the agency cannot afford to rely on federal funds alone, and that would make it impossible for us to deliver critical services we provide to the Virgin Islands community. The other services line item includes office overhead cost of $241,347, which are derived primarily from the Energy Office lease of 2 office spaces, one in the St. Croix district at Estate Carlton and the other in St. Thomas at the Niski Center. Making sure that the rebate programs and other incentives that the Energy Office offers reaches every Virgin Islander possible requires extensive coordination with other offices, a fact that is reflected in the agency's projected travel budget of $14,000 and a communication budget of $52,772. Again, additional details are included in tables attached. So that speaks to our general fund impact, but really, as I think we've mentioned in years past, the federal funding activities of the Virgin Islands Energy Office is really where the rubber meets the road for us. Across our federal grants, the Energy Office has amassed funding awards worth over $140 million for programs that harden homeowners against power outages, retrofit appliances for seniors and others unable to afford sensible upgrades, and many other projects that are modernizing the government's fleet of vehicles and making energy-efficient products affordable and much more available. Community Electrical Innovation Program launch. Earlier this month, in actual press releases that were recently circulated earlier this week, it was my great pleasure to announce the launch of the Community Electrical Innovation Program. It's a $10 million grant program funded by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Community Development Block Grant, specifically disaster recovery, with a focus on the electric grid. Award to the territory that will be given, that will give community-based organizations that serve low and moderate income individuals and vulnerable populations the ability and opportunity to apply for funding to install solar and battery microgrids on their places of business and where they serve our community. Many organizations that lack the resources to invest in backup power solutions make them more vulnerable during outages and limit the services that they can provide. As a result, the CEI's implementation, VIO will create a network of behind-the-meter solar and battery microgrids that will support the delivery of critical services to LMI individuals and vulnerable populations by both lowering their energy costs for the entities that provide these services and reducing the impact on their operations caused by the routine power outages. The Energy Office is a subrecipient of the grant, with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority as a grantee, and this program will operate from June 2025 through to June of 2029. A Solar Plus financing program. Over the last 7 months, the Energy Office has closed on nearly 20 renewable energy loans for homeowners through its Solar Plus financing pilot program. The 19 low-interest loans, which combined will enable the installation of over $500,000 worth of solar and battery energy storage systems, were all closed for $0 down. In the week since the loans closed, the Energy Office approves solar and battery vendors have worked to complete permit applications, and even begun installations, as well as sourcing materials to complete installations of the renewable energy systems designed to save participating homeowners a minimum of 10% off their incumbent utility bills. When finished, the latest wave of solar financing funded installations will bring the program's total capacity of solar to around 136 kW, alongside 250 kilowatt hours of battery storage deployed through the program. The homeowners who applied, on average, submitted plans that will call for a 5 kW solar PV system and a 13.5 kilowatt hour battery energy storage solution to be installed on their home. When fully charged, these renewably powered batteries will be able to meet the home's energy demands for hours at a time, perfect for weathering the type of service interruptions most common in the territory. During the application process, applicants had their home energy profiles analyzed to ensure that the systems that they invested in will be able to realize the minimum of 10% savings over the historic utility bills, and all while servicing a 1% interest loan. The Go Fleet program. Under the leadership of Governor Albert Bryan, the USVI has taken tremendous strides to diversify the government's fleet of light-duty vehicles through the Government Operations Fleet Efficiency and Electrification Transformation Initiative. Since the program came online in 2022, the Energy Office has built on an initial procurement of 23 electric vehicles, growing EV presence in the fleet to a point where now dozens of electric vehicles in government service exist. One of the latest purchases that was carried out by the Energy Office last year, where we saw the deployment of 8 fully electric Ford F-150 Lightning pickup trucks. This procurement was funded through a Department of Interior Energizing Insular Communities grant. And these vehicles have been distributed to several key agencies that require high vehicle utilization of well-equipped light-duty trucks that will be ideal demonstration of the electric truck's capabilities within the USVI. The electric vehicle market has evolved to a point where established and trusted brands are turning out makes and models that can fulfill nearly every use traditionally met by the government's legacy fossil fuel fleet. Earlier this year, Governor Bryan signed a letter of intent with TJ Ocean Auto and Metro Motors to establish a domestic EV sales and support services in the territory. This initiative, with the ongoing EV workforce development efforts currently underway at the Department of Education, Career and Technical Education EV Maintenance and Repair course, aims to address the lack of EV service options for consumers. The LOI will facilitate the addition of these EVs to be, for EVs and fleets to be supported and retrofit the existing service stations to accommodate EV maintenance. Charging infrastructure. This month, the Energy Office will begin installation or overseeing the installation of level 2 Simmons EV chargers in the St. Thomas and St. John district. The chargers will join the growing network of public charging infrastructure that the Energy Office has commissioned in the territory, which currently comprises of 8 level 2 chargers on St. Croix. In all, the Energy Office plans to install 34 of the level 2 chargers across the territory and in public-facing locations. The installation for one of the sites already has infrastructure in the ground or conduit in the ground. That's actually at the Fort Christian site in St. Thomas. And we have numerous high-traffic sites across St. Thomas and St. John, which will be included in this installation as well. The agency plans to also create a DC fast charging station at the RT Park that will be installed in conjunction with a 400 kW solar farm. The DC fast charging stations are able to recharge a typical EV for up to 80% in as little as 40 minutes, and the charging station will be battery coupled, meaning that even in the event of a grid outage, the chargers can still function. The WTJX microgrid. The Energy Office has completed its environmental review of the WTJX microgrid and begun the procurement process for the project located at the Mountaintop site on St. Thomas. According to our project schedule, we expect commissioning to be completed at the end of this year. When Hurricane Irma came across the territory, Northern District, it undermined the only route to the Mountaintop tower site for WTJX, hampering their ability to supply its backup generator with diesel fuel and delaying efforts to assess and eventually restore the extensive damages. It took 4 months before utility power was restored, during which time WTJX's radio broadcast was off air nearly entirely. And because of the heavy power demands of this radio and television transmitter, the station was forced to go entirely dark during extended service interruptions. Installing a microgrid at the mountaintop site would help mitigate many of the factors that resulted in the WTGX's extended absence and critical communication services that they provide to the U.S. Virgin Islands. The microgrid's 100 kW and 300 kilowatt-hour battery energy storage has been designed based on an energy profile that was studied and was sized to meet most of the facility's energy needs. This system will allow the WTGX to operate for an extended period of time, even without the support from the grid, and maintain operations in the event access to the site is impassable. On top of the resiliency, the microgrid embedded into WTGX's operations is expected to save upwards of $7,000 per month from its utility costs. And the Energy Office plans to utilize lessons learned during its first microgrid installation at the St. Croix Educational Complex, which was commissioned last April, where we have actually been witnessing upwards of $10,000 a month in savings to that school facility under blue sky conditions for that microgrid. Solar for All, or better known as Solar for Alawi. Solar for Alawi is a $62 million grant awarded to the Virgin Islands Energy Office by the Environmental Protection Agency and under the National Solar for All program. The VIO is currently working through the grant planning cycle and has recently hired a program director as well as a chief engineer to manage what will be one of the most monumental programs for the agency. Currently, the Department of Property and Procurement is soliciting a request for proposal for a contractor to support the program planning and implementation of this transformational program. And the VIO remains in constant contact with the EPA and with staff from both agencies, corresponding on a weekly basis to ensure this program impacts are realized within our community. Solar for Alawi has the power to transform the USVI's residential energy landscape, addressing high electric costs, while creating new opportunities for energy resilience and reliable and affordable clean power for communities most in need. With Solar for Alawi funding, the Energy Office is looking not only to build upon the success of its Solar Plus financing pilot, but also further expand accessibility of solar by providing residential serving community solar and energy storage for the territory's most underserved communities so that all can receive the benefits of reliable and clean electricity. VIEnergize program. Thanks to a grant from the Department of Interior, the Energy Office was able to support the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority with a $540,000 grant to facilitate recapitalizing the VIEnergize program. This strategic partnership and grant ensures that a champion of all things distributed energy related is embedded within the utility. This directly supports the semi-autonomous agency's effort to unlock bottlenecks that have negatively impacted solar interconnection programs, such as the Net Energy Billing Program, especially in anticipation of the growing number of federally funded distributed energy resource activities. Virtual power plant. Later this week, the Energy Office will continue to build on the momentum it has already established toward the creation of a virtual power plant in the territory when it hosts the Virgin Islands Virtual Power Plant Customer Battery Sharing Design Workshop. This workshop will feature input from industry leaders in advanced commercial and residential battery technology, like Tesla and Energy Hub, as well as insight from energy policy experts from the National Renewable Energy Lab and Sandia National Laboratories, alongside participation from experts on the territory's electric grid and senior local policymakers. The workshop is the latest advancement in the Energy Office led partnership with the Department of Energy's Grid Deployment Office and Lawrence Berkeley National Lab to create a virtual power plant pilot program. In December, the Rocky Mountain Institute, in partnership with the Energy Office, released the results of its in-depth study of the Virgin Islands grid and determined that a VPP could save WAPA as much as $22 million a year annually by strategically offsetting fossil fuel use. VPPs are not a brick and mortar power plant of the kind that the Virgin Islanders have become accustomed to, but rather they consist of widely distributed and dispatchable assets like battery energy storage and electric vehicle charging infrastructure that are managed to balance demand for energy against supply. Because they are decentralized, VPPs are extremely flexible, enabling the electric grid to better manage upsets like sudden spikes in demand or instances that cause energy production to fluctuate, like cloud cover dropping the production of a solar array. Thanks to their ability to marry supply and demand, VPPs are able to greatly increase the efficiency of the traditional power plant. And as advances in customer-oriented distributed energy resources and battery energy storage systems have come to market, the Energy Office has been at the forefront of the financial incentive and policy efforts to create pathways that give homeowners the financial leverage they need to adopt these technologies. Thanks in large part to these efforts, there's currently more than 30 megawatts of solar and 52 megawatt hours of battery energy storage systems spread out between the estimated approximately 3,000 distributed energy storage systems across St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Currently, these systems serve exclusively the customers' homes and businesses where they've been installed. However, as a VPP, the network of distributed solar and battery energy storage systems can mimic the functionality of utility-scale assets and respond in real time to varying demands of the electric grid. Rebate programs. Since launching the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Rebate Program on April 11, 2025, the Energy Office has delivered over $104,000 worth of rebate checks, with currently about 10,000 in the works for processing. The program aims to help Virgin Islands reduce utility bills and energy consumption by helping to defray the cost of investing in eligible Energy Star rated efficient appliances and products. Additionally, launched last year, the Virgin Islands Battery Energy Storage Program aims to ease the financial hurdles that are barring homeowners from installing automatic battery backup systems at their home or business. The program allows homeowners to claim up to $6,000 for the installation of up to 21 kilowatt hours of battery backup tied to an automatic transfer switch. The VIO has issued over 30 rebates to date, totaling more than $130,000 of incentives delivered. The Electric Mobility Rebate Program aims to put a jolt in your ride, allowing purchasers of electric vehicles and electric bikes to claim up to $5,000 or $500 respectively. And since its launch in 2024, the Energy Office has issued approximately 33 rebates totaling $166,000. And finally, the Weatherization Assistance Program is a federally funded program that seeks to help elderly, disabled, and low-income individuals make their homes as energy efficient as feasible. Beneficiaries of the program are able to retrofit their homes with new energy-efficient appliances that help to reduce their electricity consumption and their utility bills. Since the relaunch of the program in February of 2024, the Energy Office has spent, I'll make a correction there. I think we do have some different numbers for the program, but we've been spending a sizable amount of our funds and have a number of applications that are still in process. In our time, our dedicated staff has approved 153 applications and in the process of performing final inspections and appliance installations on 40 homes on St. Croix and 33 homes on St. Thomas. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands is on the brink of recovering from a severe energy crisis, one that left deep scars in our economic sector and created mental anguish in our population as they grabbed with uncertainty of unreliable power. We at the Energy Office have been working to transform the lives of our people and have made tangible strides on that ethos we adopted in 2024 to deliver relief now. As we continue to steward a once-in-a-generation opportunity to put federal dollars towards projects that will materially reduce the cost of electricity in the territory, I ask that you assist the Energy Office to secure the required general fund appropriation needed to allow us to keep the necessary momentum to execute our mandate faithfully for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you very much, Director Kyle Fleming, for your testimony, again, defending your budget requests for the Virgin Islands Energy Office. At this time, I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Kurt Viele, a committee member, as well as a committee member, Senator Maurice James Esquire. Good morning, Senators. Welcome. There's also a letter from Senator Blyden. I'd like to be read into the record at this time.
June 24th, 2025. The Honorable Novell E. Francis, Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00801. Dear Mr. Chairman, I am writing to respectfully inform you that I will be tardy to today's meeting of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance due to a previously scheduled engagement. I kindly ask to be excused for the duration of my absence, and I will make every effort to attend at the earliest opportunity. Thank you for your understanding and consideration. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Director Fleming, in respect, there are several requests that have been made by the post-audit division to your agency in regards to some of your federal fundings that have not been received thus far. Are you aware of those requests?
I'm not sure which. I'm not aware.
We're not aware of reports that have not been submitted.
Just speak into the mic, ma'am.
We are not aware of any reports that weren't submitted.
Okay. So we'll get the specific, but it's very important that we receive the post-audit requests so that we can make sure that we're making an informed decision on your budget request. So I want to caution all those other agencies, again, if post-audit requested information is critical, that we get the information, so that my colleagues and I could be able to make informed decisions on those requests. Director Fleming, have you received all of your appropriations that have been approved by the legislature?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Magdalene Lawrence, you can confirm?
Yes, we have.
No appropriation cuts or allotment cuts or anything like that?
No, sir.
Very well. Are you part of the single payers utility? I know you have a small amount in utility bills, but are you part of the single payers or you pay your own light bill?
We pay our, we're part of the single payer
Payers
utility.
you are? Okay, very well. And any vendor's payment, do you owe in vendor's payment?
No.
All up to date in vendor's payment?
We're up to date. Are there any-
Just very small payments that lags, but we're working through them with finance.
What about KPIs in terms of your key performance indicators as mentioned in your FY 2025 budget? Who's monitoring the KPIs, and can you speak to your progress and performance in your KPIs?
Yeah, so we have, so from the KPIs that we had established with OMB, we did that during the time, and we were pretty aggressive in our grant application process, and so a lot of our KPIs were tied around the successful acquisition of federal funding, as well as the successful launching of programs relative to that federal funding that was awarded. We have been, I think it's been clear in terms of the programs that we've been able to successfully bring to market, that we are hitting the marks relative to our expected effort. I work closely with our deputy director, who's currently on leave and not here today, has been essentially the steward of our KPIs and meeting with OMB to ensure that our activities relative to our federal funding mobilization into programs remains on track and effective as well.
So are you satisfied that you're, again, navigating your KPIs and meeting success?
I think so. I think the biggest challenge has been for our KPIs is that because our agency changes year to year, in terms of the funding that we have available, in terms of kind of the program and policies that we effectuate, at times it's hard to kind of set a standard for that. I think that's one thing we've worked with OMB to make sure that our KPIs align with our agency activities, because we realize that we don't have as routine of activities that are necessarily easy to draw benchmarks from. But I think based off of our focus on more of our federal activities and again, federal funding and funding mobilization activities, I think that has reflected well, and that's kind of narrowed our focus, and we've been able to show progress relative to those established KPIs.
In regards to your federal funds, have you seen any clawbacks or any threats of federal monies going back?
Yeah, so like everyone else, we were certainly on our toes in January, or in early February when there were some there's widespread pausing of funding. All of our critical funds have been, everything that we've had awarded has been reopened, and we've been able to act on. You know, our biggest concern was our Solar for All grant, that's $62 million. But I can say with confidence, since the reopening of those funds at the end of February, the engagement with our federal partners has been arguably even stronger than it was before. So we're getting very little indication that there's going to be everything that's been put back in place should remain as is. Things that were unawarded, anything that was, you know, in flux at the beginning of the year, we've kind of put aside as likely may not see much action on. But anything that that was awarded prior to the start of the year, which is the bulk majority of our funds, we're very confident are going to remain that way.
Very well, that's good news, good information to hear. I'm going to open up the floor at this time to my colleagues for a 5-minute round. And the order thus far is Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Kurt Vielle, and Senator Maurice James. Senator Bolquez, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to Central staff. And good morning to the Office of Energy, led by Director Fleming. Good morning, Director Fleming.
Morning.
I wanted to ask you capital projects. I see that the fiscal year 26 budget includes a $1.8 million in federal capital projects. Can you identify these projects or any proposed timelines for those projects?
Yeah, I'll presume that our capital projects would be tied to the public charging station infrastructure that we're putting in the ground, as well as the microgrid project that I mentioned before that we'd be developing on St. Thomas as well. So they're not capital projects relative to our infrastructure or our buildings. We're not developing any, building out any assets to accommodate the energy office. It'd be capital projects tied to the energy solutions that we're deploying across the territory.
Okay, are any of those projects in jeopardy of delays for permitting or procurement for any reason?
No, we've actually, for example, we actually received a purchase order for our charging station deployment, which will begin on.
I just wanted to make sure you don't have to elaborate further. Thank you.
No problem.
Concerning jobs and funding sources, I see that your personnel breakdown shows federal funding supports about 10 of the positions in fiscal year 2026. Are those roles permanent or time-based on the grant?
Yeah, so they're going to be permanent. Because our agency has evolved in the programs that we offer, you know, we're able to tie positions to the most relevant funding source. And as other funding sources evolve, we may flex between more general fund, more federal funding, but we're confident that those are going to be, everything is hired as a permanent position. We don't have any temporary positions in our office.
Okay, good to know. Also, I'm seeing that you spend about $118,000 annually on 4 separate leased locations. Has the agency conducted any sort of planning or review to determine the consolidation of any of these sites, or are they requisite? I mean, are they important? There's no way to make the footprint smaller? Is it something that you just have to absorb? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we definitely made our footprint on St. Thomas significantly smaller. Over my tenure, we moved from our 2-2 office, which was oversized for our staff, to an office at Niski. In St. Croix, we actually are growing our footprint mainly to accommodate our growing staff needs to administer our programs. But I think the 4 leases that you're talking of speak to our rental space in St. Thomas and St. Croix, and then we do have some storage space on both St. Thomas and St. Croix that we have been working towards minimizing and mitigating the need for storage space as we're continuing to administer some of our shovel-ready projects.
Okay, what about virtual or hybrid work for the employees? Is that something that you also consider, being that, you know, limited space?
Have not. I mean, I think especially with a lot of the work that we have going on, the close proximity of collaboration with the staff is essential. And so we don't have any hybrid roles. And I honestly, as we ramp up more of our activities, I doubt that hybridization is going to be a solution for us.
Okay, very well. Let's talk about the virtual power plant and its planning. What are the key takeaways of your recent virtual power plant stakeholder workshop, and what kind of timelines can we expect to see for a launch?
Yeah, so the workshop actually begins tomorrow. So it'll be tomorrow and Thursday here on St. Croix. In terms of timing, we expect to come out of that workshop with essentially the finalized design of a program launch in hand. So I would expect that you'd see an announcement to follow before, if I'm being
30 seconds.
confident, before the end of the summer.
It seems like a very instrumental workshop because from what I see here, we're looking at a projected $22.5 million in annual savings for the water and power authority. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so that's from the models that were conducted, that's really at the upper end, basically the ceiling of potential. If we're looking at households, every household across the territory essentially being able to contribute. So we looked at different models. So that's really the ceiling of impact. But even today, with the amount of existing behind-the-meter energy storage, there is sizable impact that can be realized, and that's a big part of what this workshop is going to define.
Okay, well, between that and the Solar for All and some other projects that you have endeavored upon, I think we're heading in the right direction. I believe my time has been called, so I want to thank the chair for his leniency. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes, for your line of questions. At this time, we'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Morning. Director, our post-audit report is reflecting that you have approximately 16 federal grants available to the Energy Office at a tune of about $133 million. However, only $4 million of that has been expended with a balance of $124 million. What is happening in that space? How are you maximizing the federal programs to ensure that you don't lose it, first of all, and making sure that they get to benefit those individuals, perhaps entities that need it the most?
Yeah, so the large chunk of that $133 million accounts for the $62 million for our Solar for All, and the $51 million for our homes energy efficiency rebate programs. So there are two major chunks. Those programs both require extensive planning periods that then need to be followed up by. And no major funding can't be expended. Only about $2 million from each of those grants is available to us today until the planning portion is complete and approved, and then the remaining funds are available for expenditure. So we're awarded, but there's milestones that have to be met for program implementation. So right now, as we're in the planning stage, we are, again, hiring critical staff, program directors for those divisions, which have already successfully completed. We are going through the planning process, so unlocking the vast majority, approximately 85% of those funds, is going to come subsequent to the planning and implementation period that we have until the end of the year to complete. So we're on track, in line with the expectations of those grants.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? I would imagine that this is being moved with some level of urgency so you don't lose it, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you. At this time, we recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes. I don't see Senator Fonseca, so at this time we'll recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, what is your ask for this year?
Approximately $1.5 million from the general fund.
Yeah, give me the exact numbers. 1554499.
Yeah, $1,556,951.
Oh, okay. Okay, so, wait, say the number again, please.
Yep.
1 million.
$1,556,951.
951. Okay. What are your actuals to date? Let me get personnel, fringe, utilities, go right down. Personnel actuals,
So to date, personnel actuals are $473,744, which is 72% of our budget. Fringe
Okay.
is $213,544. Supplies is $10,149. Other services, $190,000, and utilities is at $14,259.
okay, no capital outlay.
No capital outlay in general fund at this point.
Okay, what's your total amount of employees? Total, everyone.
Tesberg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager, 18 employees, 16 unclassified, and 2 classified positions.
Okay, any GS? No GS employees.
No, sir.
Okay, so from the 2 classified, any wage increases in 2025?
Yes, Senator. We recently met our obligation to those employees within the USW Local 8248 union. And so one individual saw the increase on pay date June 12, 2025, and the next individual will see that increase on the 26th of June, 2025.
How much retro is owed?
Currently, I don't have that figure with me, Senator. I can definitely get back to you through the chair.
Through the
with
chairs,
that
we get
amount.
retro owed to those 2 individuals.
Noted.
Now, how many vacancies do you have?
We have 5 vacancies total.
Okay, do you have any vacancies under 35,000?
No.
No.
Okay. Okay, so retro number. And now, regards to the vendors, what is the total amount of money owed to the vendors for 25? You said a number, but you didn't give a specific number. Let me hear the number for the vendors owed. Money's owed to the vendors, or how many vendors, and let me know that information.
We currently we do not have many unpaid vendors. They're usually just the regular monthly bills, rent, and other supplies. That's it.
Okay, so vendors are 0. You don't owe any vendors.
No,
None of
Senator.
our contractors, no.
No contracts,
No-
just regular
no-
monthly bills.
1 minute.
Okay, and you say you had 5 vacancies, and none of those vacancies were under 35K?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Okay, and in closing, the difference I see from the 25 budget to your budget is $1,000 and change. So no one, the wage increases that the individuals received in the 35.
30 seconds.
In the 2025 budget, then they're not reflected in the 26?
Senator, those wage increases, one of them is coming from federal funding, so it does not affect the general fund.
Okay, okay, good. Okay, so basically, so the difference of the 1,000 and change, 770, I think it is, what actually is that money for? What actually is that money for? The difference from 25
Time.
to 26 budget.
I'm dealing with-
1,770. or am I off?
Yeah. Senator, that should be the increase for one of the general fund position, the classified position for that unionized employee.
Okay, so you have a copy of the post-auditor report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I don't know if time was called. If it is, just wrap up with this, please.
Your time was called, Senator, but you could go ahead and wrap up.
All right, I apologize. The post-auditor report, page 7, has $1,554,499 as the total fiscal year recommended budget for 2026. So you're saying the actual is $1,556,951?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a discrepancy there. So then the difference is, okay, so just for the wage increases. Okay, thank you. And then any retro added, we'll get that information and we go from there. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator de Graaf. Madam Post Auditor, Dr. Phillips, can you clarify the summary on page 7 versus the governor's proposed budget for the Virgin Islands Energy Office?
Good morning, Dr. Phillip. In response to Senator de Graaf through the chair, the summary as presented initially came from the executive budget, the summary section of the executive budget. And that's where we took our numbers from. So you're saying the difference
Is the salary increase that we just paid out to the employee.
Okay, yeah, so that's spread on apart. Okay.
Thank you very much. Testifiers, please, before you just speak, make sure you say your name. Our reporter is remote, so we need to make sure that we know the voices.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator de Graaf, you recognize.
Just in following up with that, because it came to 2,000 and change. What actually is the increase and the retro? What does that amount to? The total amount of the increase and the retro, even if you don't have the retro specific number right now.
Senator, give me a second, please.
Okay, just when you get information, you can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, so don't hold it up.
Thank you, Senator de Graaf. Senator Viola, you recognize your point of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. When you gave the actuals, it's up to what date? I want to be specific.
The actuals were up to June 17th.
June 17th? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Frederick, I wanted to ask you, in respect to the 10, or actually 8 F-150 vehicles you say were assigned to essential agencies, can you identify those agencies that these F-150 went to?
Yeah, the Department of Agriculture, Sports Park and Recreation, the Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and the Bureau of in IRB.
IRB. Thank you. I think those are some good agencies to receive those vehicles. Senator Frederick, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, listening and viewing audience, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. Mr. Fleming, good morning. How you doing, Director? I wanted to talk about efforts to reduce your budget. Unlike most people, they talk about projected increases, and I know the current fiscal situation that the government is in, and unfortunately, I know most agencies think we're in a position to maintain or add to their budget appropriation. But the reality is we need to start thinking about how we could reduce the expenses of this government. Last year's budget, we made do. This year, you're asking for pretty much the same number again. Were there any opportunities that you could share with us that you could reduce your budget by 15, 20%? Any opportunity areas that you could see off the top of your head?
I think the number one actual practice that we've exercised has been limiting the additional personnel, as that's the majority of where our obligation goes. Being able to, we've just brought on, or going to be bringing on 3 new positions that are all going to be fully federally funded. So I think being able to distance our agency growth and support without having any additional impacts on our general fund budget has been the most successful progress we've had so far. It is difficult because it's while we're able to fund the personnel costs through federal funding, the additional office space that we need to support those staff, is an extension of the general fund, which is we are incurring that currently. In terms of other areas, I mean, we have tried to shift costs, as much of a cost possible outside of personnel, to our federal funding as well, both for supplies for the office and such. It does get a little bit tricky because we've certainly seen, from our federal standpoint, the indirect costs have been a bit scrutinized from the federal side, so we don't want to compromise our entire funding because we've tried to lean into a heavily scrutinized area of our federal funding resource. But I think our main strategy has been trying to, wherever feasible, wherever allowed from the federal standpoint, shift that burden of cost to our portfolio of federal funding so we don't have to further burden the general fund.
So the challenge we have is we're trying to reduce the energy cost to our consumers and to the government as well, right? But if our cost of doing that keeps rising or stays the same, is there a net savings in this whole process?
Well, I think I can speak pretty confidently that the 1.5 million requested for the Energy Office to manage and administer over 130, close to $140 million worth of federal projects that are bringing the cost down, some direct-to-consumer reductions in costs and improving the lifestyles of thousands of Virgin Islanders. I think the ROI on that investment, I'm very confident is very, very easily realized.
So in your testimony, 10% was the baseline that you talked about savings for the consumer, correct?
That was for the solar plus financing program. Yep.
So it would be nice if we could realize a 10% savings on your appropriation as well, too, right? Some targeted amount, so there's measurable progress for everybody. This is going to happen for the rest of the next 2 months. We're going to have agencies coming in here, and every single one is going to be asking for more money. But there's no money. There is literally, there's no additional money. So that's why I'm pushing on what can you do to try to save money or consolidate costs, because that's the reality in which we're living in. This is just what every agency needs to be prepared to tell us.
1 minute.
What can you do to move these numbers the other way? I know more personnel traditionally adds more benefits to some degree, but we're looking for productivity now. How do we squeeze out more productivity with what you have?
Yeah, I will say, one of the other areas that we've also are currently deploying to limit, there's certain personnel we cannot avoid adding to the team. But one of the things that we've done is we've begun, instead of always having to essentially manage all of our grants, we're actually starting a process of sub-granting some of our funds to other champions. So that reduces our need to grow the agency exponentially. We can grow at a much more moderate state by then sub-granting some of our federal funds to champions within the community, whether it be nonprofits, whether it be other government agencies. And that's been one of the ways, because if we were to really fill our personnel to support all of our funds, we would actually need to expend more than even the requested amount, but that's been part of our strategy as well.
Mr. Chair, if I can just follow up. Here's a great example in which this is what I would like to see, where on your professional services, page 4 of the Post Auditor's report, you went from 86,401 in FY24 to 20,000 in FY 2025. A marked difference. This is the kind of things that we're looking for. What happened in this case, by the way, that had such a drastic reduction in professional services?
Well, what we did was try to use the federal funding for a lot of the other services that we would normally pay. So whatever we can put into federal funds, that's what we do.
And that's the efficiency that I was talking about. So if we could continue on this track to really squeeze more resources on the federal side, that would really help us a whole lot. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Director Fleming, before I go to my next colleague, which is Senator Carla J. Joseph, what are we doing to support our farmers in terms of a solar initiative or energy efficiency initiative?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think when I think of our programs that we've offered historically, it's really been focused on residential and some small businesses. Just to be honest, there hasn't been any programs that have been specifically targeted to the agriculture activities. There has been some. I have been approached by some farmers that have been interested in the concept of agrovoltaics, which is a way of combining, not wasting or not sacrificing space for the deployment of solar, but actually to combine both agricultural growth and renewable growth production. We don't have a program that necessarily speaks to that, but it could be one of the possible uses of our Solar for All funding. So some of the fund that we have now, we're still defining the most effective way to deploy them. So I would say that would probably be maybe an untouched area that we can utilize some of our growing portfolio of funds to focus in on. Because I agree with you fully.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. I think that's an untapped market or population that we should really target because it can have significant yields and benefit to it. And I think that it should be, I will implore some carve out to ensure that our farmers are given a seat at the table to ensure that they're moving towards energy efficiency. I think that will play an important role moving forward in terms of an impact to our community.
And just to add, part of when I mentioned like the planning process for Solar for All, that's certainly part of that process is going to be community stakeholder engagement to ensure that as we create those carve-outs for certain programs that we're getting those voices. And I think you brought up a great point that I'll make sure is not an unheard voice in that process.
Very well. Thank you for saying that. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, our colleagues, as well as the testifiers, and of course, our listening and viewing audience. I do have some questions, and I'm going to utilize the post-audit report, as well as the previous fiscal year, this fiscal year 2025 post-audit reports, because I saw that some of these information was not included in our current post-audit report, and I'm sticking with the federal funds, which is my acumen, to ask you where we are with some of these federal monies, because our previous speaker, the gentleman who heads and chairs the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, was spot on with utilizing federal funding to support the operation of our government, because we are going to have major issues with the war that is happening, and with a lot of things globally that is going to affect us locally. So let's talk about your federal grants. Your state energy program formula grant, based on the post-audit report that was submitted for fiscal year 2025, that grant will be expiring in September 30th, 2025. and that accounted for about $2,896,660. Where are you with that grant spending?
That's SCP bill.
Yes.
Yeah, but she said 2 million. That can't be right. Sorry, I just want to confirm the amount.
The amount of the grant was $2 million. This is what was reported: $2,896,660. And there was a local match or memorandum for $1,013,831. So I just want to know where we're with that formula grant. That was one of your formula grant.
Yeah, so to speak to that program, so that program is what, or that funding source is what funds our two of our ongoing rebate programs. One, the Virgin Islands Battery Energy Storage program, and then the e-mobility, our electric vehicle rebate program. Those funds, those grants, the portion of those grants, there's about $300,000 allocated to both of those programs. We've expended approximately $150,000 from each one of those programs to date. That funding also includes funding for the local EV service and support initiative. There's approximately $1 million associated with that function, that activity. We are currently finalizing a sub-grant agreement to equip local dealerships with EV service equipment and tooling, and that's approximately a $433,000 sub-grant, so that would be a significant portion of that formula grant as well. Just because that is a 5-year grant, it was awarded in 2023, so it's the timeline for that is 2028.
Okay, so based on what I'm looking here, and this is from the, it says that it was awarded October 1st, 2024, and it has a match ratio 65-35. Where are you with your making your match?
Match?
Magdalene Lawrence, the 65-35 refers only to the personnel cost. We have one employee currently on that grant.
One employee, and that's a unionized employee?
No, that's an unclassified employee.
Okay, and what position is that?
Grants Program Manager.
Grants Program Manager. Okay. Now, the Weatherization Assistance Program, that based on the report.
1 minute.
I don't know. Sorry. So that has a 50-50% match. Where are you with making that match?
Magdalene Lawrence, that match is also personnel. It's 50-50 general fund and WAP program.
Okay.
Yeah, just to clarify quickly too, when you say match, none of our grants have a
30 seconds.
Cost match, in the traditional sense. So these percentages would be essentially just to the personnel share. It's not that to say that in order to unlock the $2 million, we need to put up front program funds to support that.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. My time is going, Director, but is it an in-kind match?
No, so the match is, there isn't any programmatic match associated with any of the federal funds that we're currently administering. The personnel match is separate from, that's just, because we have employees that work on some of those grants, but then also perform other duties. We just have a share of how much of their salary is covered by the grant versus how much is covered by the general fund. But it's not a mandate of the grant per se. We do have some ceilings in terms of how much the grant at times how much of the grant funds can be used for personnel, but it's not, again, a cost match. When we think of like the FEMA project cost match, like I just want to differentiate that that's not the type of cost match obligations that our grants carry. It's just personnel share.
So you have a different type of method based on your cognizant agency for what can be constituted or used as a match, correct? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying that our grants don't come with that match contingency. They have a ceiling for some of the personnel costs that can be provided, but there's not to say, we have to, our agency has to contribute a certain amount to unlock a portion of our federal funds. So I'm just saying it's different than maybe what's come to be known as from the traditional cost match.
I would be interested in reading your grant agreements. I just want to move on because my time has really gone, and I had one more. And this, I just wanted to ask, and this is just going to cover everything. Are you online to spend down all of your funding for all of the grants that you have right now?
Yes.
Has any of your monies been clawed back?
No.
So you haven't lost any of your federal funding?
Nothing that was awarded. So we had funds that were funds that we had applied for, but if they were never fully awarded, then they couldn't be clawed back. So we haven't had anything.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway. I appreciate you deeply.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, College J. Joseph, for your line of questions. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Ray Fonseca, I wanted to ask you, in respect to the loan programs, what are the demographics of individuals that's receiving those loan programs?
Yeah, so one of our primary eligibility criteria for that was energy burden, which was essentially looking at the amount that people spend per month under their WAPA bill compared to their monthly income. So we really looked at demographics that were the largest share of their monthly income was going towards their utility bills. That was one of the primary eligibility characteristics for our program. So the more energy burden, the higher they were ranked in our program. We have a very good distribution. We actually have clients from St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John participating in our program, which is sometimes surprisingly harder to realize. One of the requirements that you had to be a Virgin Islands resident. So we've been very big in ensuring who participates in our programs, and I'd say we would have we didn't necessarily apply low income as the requirement. Is really energy burden. So we really looked at people's income and then looked at what that income versus their energy cost initially were, and that's really how we prioritized where we targeted.
So that was the formula that we used, energy income versus the burden?
So energy burden is your monthly cost divided by your monthly income. So essentially the more of your monthly income that goes towards your energy cost would put you higher on the. So someone, obviously if your income is low and your energy cost is high, you are ranked naturally higher based off of the equation.
I'm just hopeful that we have been able to identify those individuals that really challenge versus those that could afford. Because if you're burning energy at that type of level, then perhaps you could afford to do it and pay for it. So how do you reconcile to ensure? I guess you look at the income versus the energy burden.
Yeah. So everyone had to provide their household tax returns. So they had to show, really demonstrate that this is what not just the individual, but what the household itself brings in, and then we have to look at their monthly WAPA bill as well, and all of that had to be provided. And it was part of the reason why this program took quite some time to get to closing is because the vetting process was robust to ensure that, I think to your inquiry, those that were most in need were who received this very attractive program.
Very well, thank you. And one final question before we go to Senator Fonseca. Have the Energy Office done an analysis to determine how many of those individuals in our community has really impacted the grid? Have gone to solar and impacted the grid in some way, shape, or form?
Yeah, so we've done when we first designed the net energy billing program. This was like 2020. We worked with the DOE team, and they essentially did a hosting capacity. So looked at all the feeders across the system and what was known in terms of existing solar systems to understand, if there were choke points on the grid or places that were at high penetration that wouldn't accommodate more solar. We haven't done an updated study. I think that's something that is probably needed because we've seen a lot. what's gone through our system isn't necessarily reflective of what's gone in the ground. Because as much as we try to ensure people participate in the DPNR process and the WAPA process, there are systems out there that we have no visibility into because at this stage it's very easy to get the equipment needed to put it in place. But for what we can track, we do have, I think, a good baseline that then, again, an updated study would be helpful, especially now that we're adding not just residential solar, but we're adding more utility solar, there's been a lot of commercial solar. Our energy mix is changing, which certainly, I think, justifies us having a better sense of the cause and effect of some of those evolutions.
Daryl, thank you. I look forward to that analysis because obviously those individuals that's moving off of the grid could afford to do it. You know, those aren't the ones that's being challenged by these high WAPA bills and you know, their inability to pay in a timely fashion or challenging to pay. You know, I believe they continue to endure the high energy bills. You know, so we need to.
I will say one follow up. I think, you know, there's certainly an impact at the residential level. I personally and professionally, I believe one of the largest impacts have actually come from the large power consumers that have stepped off the grid. Because while, yes, 1,000 homes going off grid in aggregate have an impact, but only takes, you know, one supermarket, one hotel, one industrial facility to take away hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue. And so I think, not to diminish, but I think there's also some important focus on how the large customers, the impact that they have. I think that's also a little bit more easily quantifiable because there's a smaller subset of those. But I think that's a conversation that could be helpful as well.
Thank you, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Dr. Director Fleming and all my colleagues. VI Energy Office, good program. So it's a net increase of $682 from the last time. It's what, 18 total employees. Most of them are unclassified. When was the last time the staff got a salary increase?
Well, I guess the unclassified specifically, or the classified?
Yeah, I am assuming the two that's classified are union employees, right?
Correct. And so
okay,
they receive.
No, I'm talking about the 16. When was the last time they got an increase?
I think the last time there was an increase would have been 2020. Any increase within the agency was 2023.
2023. You have two employees, correct me if I'm wrong, an administrative officer and a public information office that's vacant. Both of them are listed at less than 35,000, right?
No. Would you like to clarify that, Ms. Burke?
Tesberg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager. No, Senator. The Energy Analyst 2 is classified, and the Administrative Officer 1 is classified. And no, those salaries are above 35,000.
Okay, I'm looking at page 8 here. You have Administrative Officer 1, and you have the salary filled at 30,000. So this is not correct? That's what you're saying?
Was that the portion from the government?
It says 1. What is the salary for the administrative officer?
The administrative officer salary moved to 37,000. Sorry,
So
778.
In Appendix 1, page 8, you're saying it's 30, so that's not correct.
No,
Okay.
that's not correct. It's $37,778.
Okay. Are any of the others incorrect on page 8, or all the rest are correct? I want to make sure that I got the correct numbers now, because one of them is not correct. And so are all the others correct? Well, you could, through the chair. I don't want you to go. I want to go to some questions. Okay. Quickly, I want to get to the Ford 150s. How are they performing? They being able to lift the load, and they They work all day. How many hours do they run?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we've currently deployed them in. Actually, I just had a conversation with my colleague at the Human Services that were one of the recipients, and they have been extremely pleased with the performance of the vehicle. As you know, Human Services, their facility team is who manages, who's driving their vehicle, and they're going from site to site across the island on a daily basis. And have been incredibly pleased with the performance and also the convenience of being able to recharge. They have a charging station at their office site, so it's very easily convenient on recharging. Across the board, we have received.
Thank you. I got you.
Okay.
I got a limited time. I want to get to some other questions. Okay, so the microgrid, you know, WTJX was off a little while, and now they have that microgrid up at Mountain Top. And also the Syncroy Educational Complex, they're able to save up to 10,000. Explain those two in a little bit more detail.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the Syncroy Educational Complex microgrid is up and operational. The WTJX has not been
1 minute.
installed as of yet. But that project is slated to begin, I'd say within probably another month. And both of those systems are solar and battery systems, and so commercial scale commercial and battery systems. So they provide resiliency to those. They provide and will provide resiliency to the facilities. And under blue sky operations, so day to day, the solar offsets a significant portion of the electrical demand for those facilities. So it's a win-win.
30 seconds.
Okay, so WTAGX is 110 kilowatt solar grids and a 300 kilowatt battery. So how many panels? I'm trying to just visualize how big is that system. How many panels is 110 kilowatts?
I can get you I can do the math real quick, and I can get you the number. I don't have that off the top of my head. But it takes up, in terms of the area that it accommodates, you know, it's a relatively small footprint on the south-facing side of the WTGX property. But I can get you the exact number of panels that would account for.
Time.
Okay, and one last question, Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up. So the two classified employees now, they are on a union contract. When was the last time they've gotten an increase? 2023 as well?
No, Senator. They received an increase for fiscal year 2025.
Awesome. Good. You know, I continue to, you know, admire all of the programs you have. The federal drawdown now, how is it with your indirect costs? How long is it before you reimburse the general fund, or do you get payments from the general fund until you reimburse for your indirect costs? How is that process going? Explain to me. How is that process?
I'll start.
How many days does
I'll
it
let
take?
Magdalene Lawrence follow up. But I mean, we have a very, very successful track record of timely drawdowns to reimburse the general fund. Some of our grants we're able to draw down within 24 hours and replenish the government fund for expenditures incurred on behalf of those grants. We have a very streamlined process, and it's something that we reiterate to our finance, which it helps us in getting our rebate checks out the door quickly to customers. It helps us in getting our critical vendor payments in for our charging station and microgrid projects. Our relationship with our federal partners and that drawdown process is very efficient. And Maggie, if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
Magdalene Lawrence.
Sounds good. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
The way I try the way I try to do my draw is immediately. Every day I check, especially on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I check to make sure that if any checks are done and they're federal funded, I do the draw immediately. And we only have two grants that require prior approval, and our federal partners will, within a day or two, approve those. But all the other grants, I'm able to draw immediately.
Thank you for your extra leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Viola. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your drawdown. I'm glad to hear that you're very efficient in making sure that those monies are drawn down and placed back into the general fund. I would suggest that all entities that receive federal funds follow your model in terms of making sure the monies are drawn down. I don't understand how monies are available and individuals don't draw it down, and then the next thing you know, the government become liable for those bills. They act as if it's not a cost to the government. So I commend you for
Senator,
what you're...
we'd be happy to offer training.
Okay. So when you go to the next cabinet meeting, you tell them about your successful drawdowns, okay? And tell them, follow me. I am doing a good job drawing down the money. Follow my department. Now, in reference to, you have a number of federal funds, and I just want to go there quickly, especially those that have the highest balance in terms of the expiration date of those grants. Turn to page 6 of the post-audit report. You have a home energy efficient rebate program. The balance is $25 million. What's the expiration date for that grant?
Yeah, so that is also so our major grants are all 5-year programs. So Solar for All and Homes are both 5 years. So we have between 2029.
Okay, so home efficiency 2029, electric home rebate 2029. The one that you just got for 60-something million, what's the date on the
2029.
2029. And you're confident that you're going to be able to spend those monies by 2029?
I'm expecting that we would mobilize the majority of those funds well in advance of those deadlines.
Okay. So you have all the guidelines and everything already ready to...
No, so we'll be, so over the next few months, so we're currently, we have an RFP out for the program planning and implementation for Solar for All, and we are hiring the program directors. At the end of this year is when our 1-year planning period expires with the EPA for Solar for All, and that's when we will be, and so essentially we'll be launching that program at the beginning of 2026.
Okay. Now, in terms of your federally funded vacancies, you have 2 positions at 105,000, 1 position at 80, 1 at 75, and we know now the one is 37,778. Those positions are not named. You have them in the post-audit report. A number of those vacant positions are not named.
Yeah, I definitely am noticing some discrepancies in the labeling of those positions as well. But the salaries are correct.
So do you have them named? There are 2 positions at $105,000.
Yeah, so yeah, that's the energy efficiency. So we do the 105, the one that's the bottom one that's 105 is the program director for the homes energy rebate program, that $51 million grant. And then, but however, there's a
you just hired one, a public information officer at $105,000.
That's a mistake labeled in the post-audit report. So
What
that's nothing to be correct.
What is the amount?
No, that's for the Solar for All. $80,000 for the public information officer, but that salary is associated with the Solar for All program director for the $62 million.
Okay, so both of the $105,000 position, they're both for program directors.
Correct.
And the public information should have been one line up. So the position is 80,000.
Yes.
But that position is filled, the 80,000.
That position is filled.
But the program director, both positions are vacant.
We actually, well, how would you describe?
We recently closed on the offer, so we're going through the process to bring them on board.
Okay,
But
so
they accepted.
So you had 1, 2, 3, 4. You had 5 vacant positions under these federal funds. Of those 5 positions, how many are filled as we speak, or how many in the process of being filled?
Three are in the process of being closed out. So they've already offers accepted and now going through the government onboarding process.
Okay, so you're expecting to fill all of them before the next fiscal year?
Oh yes, yes.
Okay. Now, in reference to your spend and your actuals, I think you've been doing a pretty good job in terms of utilizing the federal funds, and that is what you're supposed to do. Your actuals for personnel
30 seconds.
up to June 17th is $473,000. $744. Just got the page. This is page 2. And if it's up to June 17th, then you have already exhausted 8 months of personnel. From October to May would be 8 months, or 8.5 months. I am projecting that your spend is only going to be $710,616. What's your projection of spend for the general fund? Because all the vacant positions are coming on under the federal budget. If you divide that number by 2, you're going to get 236,872, which would represent a 4-month period. If you add that to the 474, it's coming up to 710. I'm seeing the same thing with your fringe benefit. I'm getting that in my calculations that you're only going to spend around 320,000. Do you believe you're going to exhaust the amount that was allocated to you under Act number 8916? This is a compliment on doing a good job. I'm trying to say something. You're doing a good job. So you're looking at it like, whoa, what am I? You're coming in under. I don't know if you transfer like some positions to the federal budget or what you did, but based on your spend for the 8.5 months, you're going to come in under what was allocated to you under 8916 by some $150,000, $160,000.
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of zero in because I know we have. I just want to ensure that we, as long as in terms of any of the salaries that maybe aren't accounted for that have been expended. But Ms. Berg, do you have any insight into where the shortfall would be other than extended leave for certain employees?
So we did have one employee that was on military leave for most of this fiscal year. He returned.
Leave without pay?
Correct. He returned in April.
And what's the salary of that employee?
60,000.
60,000? And that's 40,000 more. You're still saving over 100,000. Additionally, you already spent $14,259 for utilities, and you're only allocated $14,000 in the 26 budget. How much do you expect to spend for FY25 for utilities?
So I will say that the additional in utilities is due to the.
No, I'm not saying additional. I don't think you're
How
getting
much
me.
I want to spend? I think it's probably going to be 18,000 and no more than that.
Okay, you spent $14,000 in 8 months.
Mm-hmm.
Divided by 2, 7.
7.
Add that back onto the 14. So you're going to spend about $21,000 in utilities. So we need to increase that amount for utilities, which you can take from your personnel because you have more personnel than you actually need. I'm just looking at the actuals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we are growing. I mean, our office space is growing, expanding. So essentially, we are, to accommodate the additional federally funded personnel.
Are you looking for any government space to be able to expand your operation instead of expanding your rental agreement? Are you looking at any government building that can be retrofitted to expand your space and just move everybody into that building?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't. We did prior to our first move we had, but in our kind of current configuration, part of especially with the rate at which we needed to onboard to support the mobilization of these federal funds, trying to expand within a footprint as opposed to kind of planning for a complete kind of overhaul and repositioning was identified as a prudent choice. I think maybe as we continue to evolve and if we continue to grow further and exhaust our space there, I think we're almost going to need to look at.
You're saying a lot, but you're telling me a yes or no. It was just, are you planning to look for any government-owned buildings that you can perhaps retrofit in order to fit your division?
Yeah, so to date, we have not explored government spaces or government options for this expansion.
Okay, thank you. Because you're paying, what, 50-something thousand on St. Croix and the next 50-something on St. Thomas? 54,000 at St. Croix, 51,000 at St. Thomas. And this is for 19 employees. How much employees do you have now?
18 with the new hires.
18, okay. So 18 employees for $100,000 worth of rent. So if we could find a government building, you're not a big operation, you know. I'm sure we can find some place that could accommodate you that's quite comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vela. It's evident that the energy office ain't getting no discount from WAPA, even though you're on the board, right?
Despite offering as many programs we do, no. That's okay.
So, you know, talking about that though, is someone actually tasked with reconciling the bills, water and electrical bills, because you say you pay your own bill, you're not part of the single payers, or you are part of the single payers. So are you reconciling to ensure that, in fact, that you're actually paying for what you get on those bills? You know, at times there's some discrepancies in the bills, you know, so who's reconciling to ensure that you're paying accurate bills?
Magdalene Lawrence. In the past, we've had some issues with our bills, and we've gotten credit from WAPA for those. So I do take a look at all the electrical bills and ensure that we have, I believe right now we have an account with a credit on it.
That's good. Thank you.
And we also have at times, I haven't necessarily employed in that, but we have at times monitored our energy usage, especially when we had first brought in the electric vehicle charging to kind of monitor the additional consumption. We ceased that, but I mean, we do have some of the mechanisms to keep an eye on that as well.
And is there any effort to actually create solar panels or anything like that to reduce your bill? I mean, it's a small amount, but is there any interest in doing that? To lead from the front, obviously, the energy office.
Yep.
So is there any effort in making that happen?
I will say maybe to Senator Vihele's point, if we were in a government-owned building, it'd be a little bit easier. Obviously, leasing a space limits some of the flexibility we would have in modifications to the building in which we're housed. We have looked, we do have a solar trailer that we use at a lot of our outreach events. We've tried to explore how we can maybe tie that in. Again, it's a small system, but at least, as you mentioned, any little bit helps. But yeah, we are a little bit limited in our lease configurations to do much from on our building size from a solar standpoint.
And that drives me to the concern. Obviously, you have done the installation over at the education complex. Is there any other schools in the St. Croix district in consideration for a similar microgrid?
Yeah, so the schools, so one of the reasons why Complex was chosen was because it was actually one of the only schools that wasn't slated to be rebuilt. And so we had kind of targeted a school that we know that the investment would be long lasting. I will say we have had a lot of conversations with the kind of the project managers for the suite of school rebuilding that's going to be going on. And it seems pretty clear from the planning that it's going to be essentially a standard or microgrids or solar and battery systems are going to be a standard of being incorporated into this wave of new construction. So the long story short, we don't have any other schools planned because we're really looking at seeing how the evolution of the school rebuilding happens before we put infrastructure that may change depending on the construction that happens.
And are you having discussion with the Department of Education in regards to the new builds
yes.
to make sure that they're energy efficient?
Both energy efficient as well as including solar and battery, and then also we've been pushing to ensure that they include charging infrastructure, whether it be for school buses, employees, and even for students as well.
Thank you. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everyone in and outside the room. First of all, I want to say that by the time it gets to me, you've already asked my questions, the colleagues right before me that I had. But, Mr. Chair, I wanted to say I was a little late because I stopped off at Caribbean Cuts Barbershop. One of the things that I do is when I get some students, I ask them what their passion is. And it's not necessarily sitting in offices doing research like the gentleman I have behind me. This one, Mr. Mackay Cyril, wants to be a barber. And I just want to thank Carlos Martinez from Caribbean Cuts Barbershop. But he kept me a little longer talking about what happened this weekend and how we can engage young men And so, you know, in a barber shop, everybody gets involved. Sometimes we just need to go to barber shops and listen to the customers and the men in the shop talking about, not beauty parlors. You are so wrong, majority leader. Yes, both beauty shops and barber shops. But I want to thank him, and the young man, you know, thanked me, and I want to thank the legislature because, you know, we have this program, summer program. I also want to say happy birthday to my daughter, Sydney. Today is her birthday, and she's overseas, and of course she sent a meme emoji or whatever saying, what a time to be celebrating your birthday overseas when World War III is looming. So I told her just get back home safely. And I just want to say to Director Fleming that for me, it's always great to see you in front of us. And I even feel more proud today hearing my colleagues compliment you because you and Camille had First Communion and baptism together. So for me, it's like a little motherly pride that I'm feeling right now, okay? However, your mandate is to, just like the mandate of every single agency and department in terms of public service, is to improve the quality of life for our people. And in your case, really, it's through reducing the cost of energy and making their energy more energy efficient, right? So I wanted to explore the programs that you had and just wonder if you feel satisfied that, take for example, the Solar Plus financing. I saw where you said you got a pool of 80 eligible recipients, but I wasn't sure if 80 received loans or only the 17 that you talked about at the beginning paragraph, in the first paragraph in that section.
Yeah, so just to clarify, no, not all 80 have received loans. That 80 was first identified or initially screened in 2020, it's going to be hard to say, 2023, when we first launched the program, or first started accepting applications. So since then, we've lost some applicants from either disinterest or the program period. Some have gone on and done systems of their own or finance systems alternatively. But we still have a pool of approximately, right now we're still working through some of the final loan approvals to get to closing. When it's all said and done, I think we will have approximately 37 successful loan closings that occur.
Okay, and the amount, and then I wanted to compare that with the Solar for All We, where you're getting 62.5 million, and I was just wondering,
1 minute.
How many applicants? In other words, when you have these programs, do you project how many people you can help and assist?
Yep.
How many do you intend to help? Because it's about getting all of us to become energy efficient and reduce the costs of energy, right?
Yeah, so specifically with the Solar for All program was actually, that was some of the things we actually have to incorporate in the application itself is the projected impact. And so since we're looking at both rooftop solar, so that funding will support both solar on homes and batteries at homes, as well as community solar. Our projection in total is that we'll be able to impact 4,000 residents, either directly through the installation of solar on their homes and or subscribing to community solar, where they're able to indirectly receive credits for solar that's installed elsewhere. And so that's been a target number based off of our funding. The goal from the EPA was that we really should be pushing the impact of those funds beyond not just giving grants, but really creating sustainable, accessible models. So we look at the Solar Plus financing as a demonstration of how we can offer low-cost financing, but there's definitely a lot of improvements to that program that we would need to do it at a scale of the Solar for All or Solar for All OE, and that's part of the lessons learned that we'll be applying as we go through the planning phase over the next 6 months.
That's great. That's great. Just one more question. On the page where you spoke about the St. Croix Educational Complex, and you said it was estimated to save the school up to $10,000 a month, and you're hoping that with WTJX they will save upwards of $7,000. Were you able to confirm the actual savings that the school received?
Yeah, so actually, if it opens here, I don't know if I'm still connected to the internet. We actually have an online dashboard that shows the performance of the St. Croix Educational Complex system. That'll be a standard for all these projects. And last I checked, which was the end of last week, since installation last year, it's saved over $127,000, or offset $127,000 of utility costs to that facility.
In the last year? Over how?
Oh, so it was initially commissioned in February of 2024.
Okay.
Okay. So actually, right now, I just opened it up.
So that's more or less
Yeah.
what you're seeing.
It's the closest to show and tell that I'll get in the Senate here. But this is actually, so we get this in terms of the real-time performance of the system as well as the cost savings. So we're able to see not just at a snapshot, but continually monitor the successful performance of that system. As again, will be the case for all microgrids that we support and deploy.
Okay, thank you. I just want to commend you and your staff for being a leader, like we're saying in business model, savings model, and every type of model. And kudos to you and everyone who is part of your team. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. And Senator James alluded to the fact that we have a number of summer students that come at the legislature on an annual basis and really support, our ability to, employ our summer students, throughout. And we have anything between 80 to 100 summer students every year that's really deployed in the community. Some gets a feel of the legislative process, but in addition to that, they're also deployed out into the communities in the various discipline that they would like to aspire to. And I truly want, and that's afforded to each and every one of the senators, that they have a number of individuals that continue to be out there in the summer and deployed there. I have back there we have Amani as well that's assigned to the post-audit division, from my office as well. So we really try to do all part in supporting our young people and getting them into the field that they're interested in. So that drives me to the concern, who are you, who's understudying you? You came from the private sector with a wealth of knowledge, experience in terms of the energy efficiency area. Who is currently understudying you, or how are you passing on that skill set to make sure that you're leaving that next competent young person?
Yeah, I mean, my genuine hope is that the entire team is able to reference, so not just people who we're currently working with, but the team that we continue to build. I will say we haven't historically had. It's been a while since we've had an intern in our agency. It's been a couple of years. I think we had 2 years. Yeah, I think it's something that we would certainly, maybe at this point, now that we're getting to really full steam with a lot of our programs, where the entire life cycle of program development to implementation to project management. It's again probably time we reopen that. But we're certainly happy to continue. But my goal is to continue to not just within our agency, but also through the programs that we deploy, and then how we communicate that to our community. We've been our PIO, who's here, Lasiba Knight, has been critical in making sure that the activities and the impacts that we have are well heard. And honestly, I believe it's helped even in our recent hires to bring more visibility into what being a part of the Energy Office can mean, and I think it's conjured some enthusiasm from individuals to want to be a part of that. And so my goal is really to continue to demonstrate just how attractive of a space this can be. It's way beyond just the overcoming the WAPA struggles. There's a lot of unique opportunities to be creative in our problem solving and the solutions, which is taking solutions from across the world and figuring out the right package for the Virgin Islands. Our virtual power plant workshop this week, I think, is going to be a testament to that. So continuing to highlight that, again, there's so much more to solving this energy problem. And I know that there's a lot of people who want to find a way to contribute, and making sure that people are aware that this is a space, and as much as I can impart that on anybody within our community, from our team to people on the outside, continue to strive to do that.
Excellent. We have to do all our part in terms of making sure that we create that next level of succession to really do that. Let me just recognize the presence of Senator Avery Lewis. Thank you for joining us, Senator. And point of information, Senator Maurice James, you recognize your point of information.
Mr. Chair, thank you for that last question and pointing out point of succession. How old are you?
Don't mind the gray is 36.
Right, and so it was interesting to me that I surely hope that his I'll just end it, because when you ask someone who's young like that about succession, I don't want to scare Director Fleming away from serving his community. That's all. Thank you.
No, regardless of your age, you want to be able to mentor that next individual, because we don't want to stay stuck where we at. We want to move on to something else, so we want to make sure that we're developing that next person to step in, regardless of your age. Yeah, we don't want to step that. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes of this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. Let me make sure it's afternoon. No, good morning still. Morning to the listening public, listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to my colleagues. Mr. Fleming, I know last time you were here, we spent some time about the vehicles. As far as we establishing, okay, with the electrical vehicles, because I want to make sure that we getting the best. I like fairness, so we're getting the best bang for our buck. So we established the domestic EV sales and support service letter of intent with TJ Ocean Autos and Metro Motors. Did these proposals go out as well for bid on the outside, just to make sure that we gain a competitive price on the EVs?
Yeah, so the engagement there is solely for equipping their repair shops with the tools and equipment needed to service EVs. There wasn't a bid out for that, but we did communicate and meet with other manufacturers. So not just, we were really trying to partner with people who supply vehicles as well as service them, because we're trying to address both the supply and as well as the service. So we did communicate with dealerships in St. Thomas as well to identify other potential partners. As you know, they represent 85% of the market relative to the vehicle supply, so it became a natural fit.
Okay, but so you did go out as also?
Oh yeah, no. We met with the Nissan dealership, the Kia dealerships, which were the only other dealerships. The Honda dealership, I actually have spoken to as well here on St. Croix to basically understand what their. Again, and just to be clear, we have additional funds. We have $1 million to put towards equipping local EV service and support. And so, who we started with is not exclusively who we'll be working with. I guess is maybe.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and then the Community Electric Innovation Program. I see that, like the chair just mentioned, the complex. So I too like to look forward into looking down the road. I am looking at a community that we have that's aged, and most of these individuals are on fixed incomes. So everybody is talking about increase. There is no really increase for these folks going forward in this lifetime, unless they get back out to work. And the age bracket I'm talking about, they're not going back out to work. So when you look at the housing at Sunny Isles, or the housing across on Island Center, or down at Barron Spot Corner, are we planning to think about those individuals as well that are on fixed income to shed some cost saving to them as well?
Yeah, actually, part of the Community Energy Innovations Program, nursing homes and homes for the elderly actually are included as eligible applicants for that. It wouldn't be the individual, it would be the the property or the community manager for these various organizations that would participate in this program, but with the expectation that all of the community members that are part of that development would benefit from the solar and battery systems that get installed at those sites.
So you said you have no grants that are being threatened by the administration in a sense?
None that have been awarded. I just want to be clear.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So that's good. And through the chair, I also heard you in your testimony. I'd like to know, since you're a board member, for your initiative that you're pushing forward here with the virtual power plant, how is the buy-in at WAPA?
Yeah, so as chair, I'll put on the WAPA hat for the briefest of moments. As chair of the Planning and Economic Development Committee,
1 minute.
I've been briefing the team on this development since we started last October. Brought in the DOE team to present not just the concept, but really how the rest of the world is approaching this solution. So we've been strategic in making sure that we're not trying to force anything down the team's throat. We're going through a very systematic and kind of strategic plan around how
30 seconds.
this can be incorporated. The buy-in has been strong. I've had full support from the executive director to continue to push on this initiative. The way we're going to be approaching it, the Energy Office, in partnership with DOE, is essentially developing the framework for the program. Ultimately, its impact is really going to be felt with the utility deploying it. So we're going through let's call it the R&D phase, to then be able to hand over the commercial product so that the utility can implement. So the partnership as well, the buy-in is strong, and we're looking forward to launch.
Wonderful. Mr. Chair, I got one more? Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Energy Office generates indirect costs.
Time.
Do you get an appropriation from the indirect costs?
We do not have indirect costs.
No? Okay. And through the chair, I'd like a detailed breakdown of the categories for the supplies for categories for general funds and federal funds. And a breakdown also for other services for categories for the federal funds and the capital outlay for the federal funds.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. A detailed breakdown of the supplies category for the general funds and the federal funds, and a detailed breakdown of other services categories for federal funds and the capital outlay for the federal funds.
So for supplies, we have.
No, that's
you could just send it to the chair. You don't have to.
We'll send you a.
You just
Oh, you will
request.
send it
Yeah,
so that
yes.
we can. Okay.
Yes, we can submit it in writing and
Okay.
document it so it'll be circulated.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph for a point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I too want to go on record in commending the Office of Energy, the Energy Office, for the work you do. I saw your team out in full force for the Housing Expo in St. Thomas recently in St. Thomas. So that was really great. Now, my question is to follow up on a question was asked regarding these electrical vehicle that you have. Kindly turn with me to page 6 of the post-audit report. This is the balance that you have for the VI government operations and fleet electrification and energy efficient transition. Is that to purchase the electrical vehicles? You have $130,196. Is that correct?
Post-audit. Sorry.
And then you have.
Could you repeat the number one more time? Sorry.
VI Gold. Oh, I said page 6 of the post-audit report. And then you have 398,000 on the top. You found it?
Yes.
Okay. So is that the amount that you have as a balance?
Yeah.
Are you planning to purchase?
Yeah, so for the first line item, that 130 remaining, that's actually what is supporting the final wave of the level 2 chargers that are currently or beginning installation in St. Thomas and St. John this week or next week. So that's for the infrastructure. The 398850, that is actually supporting the DC fast charger, the battery coupled DC fast charger that will be coupled to the solar farm at the RT Park. And that's also going to be completed this fall. In terms of sorry, go ahead.
And the other one, the $2,348,027. What is that supporting? Are you going to be purchasing more vehicles?
Yeah, so that was actually so that has there's 5 different project areas. A portion of that has already been expended for the 8 electric trucks. There are additional funds for vehicles. I think we have approximately, I can get you the exact number. I believe we have between about approximately $300,000 remaining for vehicle purchases under that particular grant. We have not defined exactly which, where what vehicle and what agencies we'd be partnering with. We have spoken with VIPD about potentially introducing larger electric vehicles into their fleet. They do have some, but they're the small smart cars. And they're likely a host agency for the remaining vehicles in that fund.
I just want to put a pitch out there that the Virgin Islands legislature would like to also partner with you to get some of those vehicles. As we are up and down all over the community doing the people's work, even on weekends, and we could give you accurate feedback on how those vehicles are being used and if they are withstanding our terrain, and we have various terrains. And so with that 300,000 that is left, I definitely would encourage you to partner with the Virgin Islands legislature to be a part of your program. So we are moving ahead with all 3 branches of government in that partnership to get all of our fleet to be energy efficient. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say one thing. And in light of this impending war too, with the gas prices practically going to go up. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I second the motion. We have gone on record already and saying that we want to be a part of that partnership. So, again, I second that motion. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Senator Fonseca was asking for a point of information before me.
Of information.
Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on our female senator from Bavoni's line of questioning. Director Fleming, you mentioned the account F2717 with a $2,348,027. So that's what our post-audit auditor is reporting, but you have a different balance. I want to see what do we need to reconcile so that when you come here, we would have had your current balance. What is missing here?
Sorry, could you repeat the grant number? You said F2717.
F2717. We're showing here the balance is $2,348,027. Prior to me, this female senator from Bavoni had asked you about that, and you said that that was part of your 150 fleets. You had utilized that. I want to know what needs to be done so that our number that we have here when we're questioning reconciles with your actual balance now. We have a difference in balance.
Yeah, so as we're looking at it, I mean, that for that particular activity, that is accurate. I think there was a question relative to our SEP bill formula, which is F2708. We were just clarifying that. I think we were just clarifying what the purpose of that grant was. But the number that we see here for F2717 is accurate.
Okay, so that is available as of now.
Yes, and that's the grant that's supporting the microgrid at the WTJX mountaintop site, the recapitalizing the VI Energize program at the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, the vehicle purchasing, as well as additional charging infrastructure, battery coupled and renewably powered charging infrastructure as well. So there's a couple project areas in that one.
So just to clarify, so part of that 2,348,227 is going to be used for further vehicle purchases. Am I?
Yes, a portion of that, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. I just want to say that, again, the post-audit report is a moving target. A lot of times, the information is requested from the agencies is sent down by the Office of Management and Budget, obviously there's real time when you do in fact come for these hearings, so it's a moving target, and that's why we have these conversations and try to, I started off by saying, when post-audit request information, we need to make sure that we get them in a timely fashion, so that we could have accurate information as possible, because it's a moving target and it changes every day, so there will be some discrepancy in the numbers at times, and obviously that's why we go through this process, so that we could have the most accurate information possible. At this time, we recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Excuse my tardiness. I attended the funeral this morning of Miss Michelle Turnbull, a good lady, gone young, but condolences to her entire family. Mr. Fleming, I need to ask you, on page 6 of the post-audit report, you indicated and you said that it's accurate that you balanced $264,195 in a weatherization assistance program, F2711, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So I've always been in tune with that program and really amazed with the wonderful stuff that arrived from that program. I'm wondering if I think that a lot of us have some students and think, how could we put a good drive to really spend that money to, expand the program for seniors and, our residents alike that really could utilize it, really put that drive and that push, how could we partner and get something done like an action day for people to come out, expand the program a little bit.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts on that?
I certainly agree, and I will say one of the opportunities to immediately expand that particular program is the grant you reference is the formula grant, so that's like essentially like a 3-year funding for that weatherization activity. As part of the Biden administration kind of infusion relative to energy, the WAP bill is an additional $1.6 million for expanding the reach of our weatherization program. We're actually just getting ready to launch that program. We've essentially been trying to exhaust our formula funds so that way we can then transition to maximizing the WAP bill funds, but they will support a larger pool of recipients for the weatherization program. And I think with that would certainly come additional marketing, additional outreach, so that our community can be aware of that program. And then also, I think we are certainly looking at implementing some more efficient strategies of deploying the services that program offers more efficiently, because historically, despite its impact, it has not functioned in terms of delivering those impacts in a timely fashion, and I think we've got some work to do on that front as well.
I'm glad to hear your answer, because I think just a handful of people understand the program or knows about the program, and I think today, a lot of people tune into the legislative channel, and people don't know that they could call your office once eligible. It's not the whole hoopla of stuff to be asked, but they're still eligible for energy efficient lighting, new bulbs, new refrigerator, water saving mechanisms in the showers and so forth. I mean, you have the time, just explain. It's 30 seconds, what some things being offered in this program, please.
Yeah, so the weatherization program offers free energy efficient retrofits to eligible applicants. It's a federally mandated eligibility, so it really targets low income and our elderly. We work with a lot of the existing public housing network here, and we're able to replace refrigerators. We've actually, in this ceiling fans, and energy efficient lighting. We've also, what people don't also know, we could also do air conditioning. If you have an existing inefficient window air unit, we actually will replace it with a highly efficient mini split. Those are a little bit bigger budget items, but it's eligible under our program as well, and we actually have a number of those retrofits happening as well. And again, these are free retrofits. It is essentially taking our most energy burdened and improving their energy efficiency profile. And the disabled.
Thank you, thank you. And for your vendors for solar for all, I mean, your program that's coming up, Solar for All, how are you selecting the vendors? Are they going to be sent out like an RFP or something, soliciting vendors?
30 seconds.
Yes. So while we'll define that process explicitly in the planning process that we're in right now at the end of it, but likely yes, we'll be doing an RFP for vendors, trying to really streamline how we can deploy those systems once the program launches. But there will be an RFP for that work.
Okay, and on the flip side of this, you have any programs that help government in terms of maybe solarized street lighting, traffic sign, traffic signals, anything at all to help government?
We do. One of the funding sources that we have is going to be doing assessments of government buildings to essentially to both assess them and determine the size of solar and battery systems that they can accommodate. So that is one program we're essentially trying to determine essentially the project scope for the portfolio of government assets that we have across the Virgin Islands.
Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up here. The reason why I ask these questions is because we're here every day trying to figure out how we could save, whether it's the legislative or the executive branch. We're trying to see how we could save. And if we could have solar lighting, we tried now, and I think, we've improved so much of the technology that I know that we could have some energy efficient street lighting, brighten up the place a little bit more. Are you having conversations with ODR and property and procurement and all those people, individuals who are involved in this rebuild USVI? Because we having these new buildings coming out, we want to make sure that it's mandated that they get the proper stuff, proper energy efficient thing, make sure that, we have solarized windows, however it goes. All the components that goes with it, not just we buy one and leave out the other, to be included in all these new buildings and facilities that we are structuring, rebuilding.
No, I can answer that really quickly. So we certainly work very closely with property and procurement, on that front, both from the transportation electrification side as well as building best practices. ODR, not directly, but we certainly work with many of the architects and project developers that are supporting the rebuild. We partner with those entities to ensure the best practices are incorporated.
All right, and then just lastly, so I don't abuse it officially, I hear you talked about young people and, everybody talked about you mentoring and so forth, but I think that in your division, there's a lot of opportunities and job skills could come out of just solarizing. I haven't heard anybody talk about who's going to be going around to service these solar panels and service these solar systems and everything. So maybe that's an opportunity. I don't know what kind of conversations you have with young folks when you meet up with them, but that'll be somewhere along the line I'd like to hear coming out from your office as well. Thank you very much for your time and your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis, for your discussion there. Director, I guess this rounds out your time before us today. I wanted to ask you though, what keeps you up at night regarding this budget? What is your challenge? What do you see as your most difficult task moving forward with this budget?
I guess to be honest, what keeps me up the most, and not so much this budget, but more so how do we efficiently spend our federal budget? That is certainly, while I think we're making major headway, and I can confidently sit here to say that our funding is not at risk. At the end of the day, we're in a very volatile environment, and so it's one of the reasons why I mentioned before we've transitioned to looking at subgranting, because the reality is us trying to do everything is a limiting factor, and so finding partners that can help us mobilize our resources more efficiently, we still manage. So trying to find creative ways that we can get the money in the hands of those implementers across the territory. But that's really my biggest concern. My biggest concern is yes, we're very lucky for the resources that we have. Being able to develop a team that can and continue to grow the team to help us mobilize those resources into tangible impacts for our community. That's number one concern, but I think we're making significant headway on that. A very supportive team that has allowed us to grow this much. So I'm sleeping a little better, but I still take NyQuil every once in a while.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And I too, want to really just commend the efforts of the VI Energy Office team in terms of, again, you're just asking for a meager amount, $1.5 million to carry out this Herculean task of expending close to $140 million that really has an impact in our community. And I commend the work that continues to be done. Of course, there's always room for improvement, but nonetheless, I believe that you're in a step in the right direction. I want to implore that we need to expeditiously and urgently ensure that we're doing everything possible to make sure that the federal funds available to us is being expended in a timely fashion so that it minimizes the target of being clawback or on us, as well as to, again, implore you to look at where you could support our farmers in our community. I think that that's a population that we're really missing an opportunity to serve. All right, so I'll give you 30 seconds to close off at this time, and then we'll certainly take a break.
Thank you, Senators, today again for the opportunity to share. I think I'd actually be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the Virgin Islands Energy Office Employee of the Year for 2025 in Ms. Vernicia Joseph and Keyshawn Green. Part of everyone on my team, I told my team a couple weeks ago, how supported I feel right now as a director of this agency, and so I can't extend enough appreciation for the Energy Office team as a whole for allowing us to have as meaningful of a testimony today, and as well as a meaningful of an impact on our community on a daily basis. Thank you for the opportunity again, and look forward to continue working with the legislature as we fulfill our mandate and deliver our mission.
Very well, again, thank you. And the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess until 1 p.m., where we will hear from the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency. Stand in recess. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block 2, 1 to 3 p.m., VITEMA. Invited testifier, Daryl Jaschen, Director. This ends the reading for Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Director Jaschen here, seated and ready to go. Let's go to the testifiers table real quick to identify the testifiers. We'll start off with you, Director.
Good afternoon, Senator. Director Daryl Jaschen, Director for VITEMA.
Good afternoon, Ovid Williams, Assistant Director.
Good afternoon, Nadia Ferran, Deputy Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations.
Good afternoon, Bruce Kelly, Deputy Director of Operations.
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Admin and Finance.
Good afternoon, Floresita Brun, Deputy Director of Grants Management.
Very well. Do you have anyone in virtual? No. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Finance, and other senators present, legislative staff, and those in the viewing and listening audience, good afternoon. I'm Daryl D. Jaschen, the Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, known as VITEMA. Present with me today are Mr. Ovid J. Williams, the Assistant Director, Mr. Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance, Ms. Nadia Ferran, Deputy Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations, Mr. Bruce Kelly, Deputy Director of Operations, and Mrs. Floresita Bruin, Deputy Director of Grants Management. Thank you for the opportunity to present VITEMA's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. VITEMA's mission is to save lives and to protect property through preparedness, exercises, prevention, and mitigation. Agency is comprised of 6 main divisions: Administration and Finance, Grants Management, Planning and Preparedness, Operations, Logistics, and Public Information. VITEMA has oversight of the 911 Emergency Communication Center and the VI Office of Homeland Security Fusion Center. The Fusion Center is 100% federally funded. Our daily operations include 2 911 Emergency Communication Centers, 1 in each district, 3 Emergency Operations Centers, 1 in St. Croix in downtown Christiansted, 1 in St. Thomas just east of the Cyril E. King Airport runway, and 1 in St. John just across from the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center and the Homeland Security Fusion Center located on St. Thomas. In fiscal year 2026, the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency is expected to receive $5,940,457 from the general fund to carry out its operations. Our personal services will cover 61 positions at a cost of $3,279,113. This amount represents 55.2% of the budget amount. This translates to 50 filled positions and 11 vacant positions. Fringe benefits total $1,610,108, which is 27.10% of the total. To cover the several types of supplies needed for the agency, $83,056 is slated for this purpose, of which 1.4% of the budget. Other services and charges is projected to cost $575,691, including $250,000 in miscellaneous items for disaster recovery contingency and generator maintenance agreement. This represents 9.69% of the total and covers professional services, travel, rent, repairs and maintenance, etc. Utility services, which is electric and water, is budgeted at $392,489. This amount is 6.61% of the total. Funding for volunteer rescue organizations on St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, and Water Island is budgeted with VITEMA and is released based upon successful submission of VITEMA on the annual requirements reflecting the organization's good standing. Over the past 3 years, the St. Croix Rescue has not received any funding. My Finance and Administration Division. Administration and Finance is a division responsible for managing the financial resources of the agency. As such, the division supports all other divisions through the general fund appropriation. Administration and Finance enters requisition and payments into the government's financial system, the ERP, on behalf of the divisions. Additionally, requisitions and payments are approved along the adjustments vouchers. Finally, federal cash drawdowns through Payment Management System, or PMS, are facilitated by Administration and Finance for both the public assistance and the hazard mitigation, which are both under the Office of Disaster Recovery. The Finance and Administration accomplishments. In 2024 fiscal year, state of emergency was declared due to St. Croix water quality compromise relative to the potable water system. Administration and Finance was tasked in making payments to approximately 5 different vendors who participated in a water voucher redemption program. After 12 months of coordinated effort, VITEMA completed reconciliation of all vouchers with vendors. The task encompassed compiling hundreds of invoices for the respective vendors and entering those invoices in the ERP to process those payments. Payments were also processed for vendors who provided ancillary services as part of this effort. VITEMA continues to process our payments timely and is up to date with no received invoices past 90 days. Our Emergency Services Fund is supported by a $2 surcharge on communication lines, which is authorized by the New and Emerging Technologies 911 Improvement Act of 2008 and by Act number 7981 enacted in January 5th, 2017, which amended Title 33, VI Code, Chapter 3, Subsection 58, Subsection C. Additionally, by Subsection F of the same Act, VITEMA receives 40% of the monies, or 80 cents of $2, collected for the emergency services surcharge, while the Department of Health and the VI Fire Emergency Medical Services receives 30% each, or 60 cents to $2. For VITEMA, this amounts to approximately $1 million annually, and by FCC regulation, VITEMA can use these funds only for maintaining and improving the 911 system, to include cybersecurity measures, and must count for 100% use of the funds annually. Under my grants division, federal grants. The federal grants support all divisions within VITEMA, as well as other government agencies that support the Department of Homeland Security's mission of protecting our borders. For fiscal year 2026, VITEMA will manage federal grants totaling $4,322,516, representing a 12.65% decrease from fiscal year 25. The amount for personnel services is $930,344, which reflects a reduction of $70,310 due to the reclassification of the Operation Stone Garden overtime projection for the Virgin Islands Police Department personnel to other services and other personnel reduction costs. The fringe benefits total $452,887, reflecting a decrease of $19,821, primarily due to the reclassification of fringe costs for Operation Stone Garden's VIPD's overtime to other services and reductions in other personnel costs. Personnel and fringe costs support 16.3 positions at VITEMA, of which 7.9 are filled and 8.4 are vacant. The current vacancies in the fiscal year 2026 federal budget represents $417,032 in salary and $207,716 in fringe benefits. Grant funds available for supplies total $92,307. Grant funds available for other services total $2,772,596, and indirect costs total $47,382. The variance between 2025 fiscal year and fiscal year 2026 budget reflects a 10% decrease for the Emergency Management Performance Grant, EMPG, and the Homeland Security Grant that occurred in the last quarter of fiscal year 2024. As of this testimony, Department of Homeland Security has not released the fiscal year 2025 notification of funding opportunity to any states or territories. As reported in national news and congressional hearings, changes to the federal grant programs are forthcoming, particularly in the FEMA grants. The most significant impact to this VITEMA is anticipated to be our 16.3 individuals on staff funded through federal grants. This represents $1,383,231 annually and may vanish in 2026 fiscal year or 2027 fiscal year with little or no notice as FEMA redefines grant funding eligibility and expects states and territories to absorb these costs. From a payroll perspective, this represents approximately $53,201 every pay period. Our grants accomplishments. VITEMA's nonprofit security grant is dedicated to enhancing physical and cybersecurity, as well as other security measures for nonprofit and faith-based organizations at high risk of terrorist or extremist attacks. In fiscal year 2024, VITEMA awarded a total of $1,052,207 to 9 nonprofit and faith-based organizations. We presently have 3 grants open and distributed a total of $2,042,372 for the fiscal years 2022, 2023, and 2024. The Department of Homeland Security awarded a second round of funding in 2024. However, to date, this award has not been received by the awarded subrecipients from DHS. As of this testimony, states and territories have not received any other fiscal year 2025 notification of funding opportunity for applicants to apply. Our grant challenges. First, the availability of the Building Resilience Infrastructure in Communities, known as BRIC, federal grant dollars due to complete existing projects. And second, continued staffing of VITEMA personnel funded by federal contracts or grants. If funding eligibility rules change to reduce or eliminate the ability to fund personnel. Operations Division. Our accomplishments. In 2025, in April, VITEMA's 911 Emergency Communications Centers unveiled the Text to 911, one of its next-generation 911 features. This enables individuals to communicate with 911 centers in the U.S. Virgin Islands via text. This capability is extremely critical in times when individuals cannot place a voice call to 911 center because of safety concerns, connectivity issues, or is a member of the deaf or hard of hearing community. The cost to implement Text to 911 was borne by telecommunication providers Liberty, One, and T-Mobile, and by VITEMA through its emergency services fees funds. Our challenges in operations. As we're working diligently to onboard and train our 911 ECC operators, VITEMA's overtime cost continues to increase for emergency communications center operators. In fiscal year 2024, overtime cost for VITEMA's 911 operators was $291,861.04, and for fiscal year 25, as of May of 25, our current overtime cost is $202,574.46. At this rate, we are projected to surpass the budget allotment for this line item. Reductions in overtime costs are directly related to successfully filling and retaining dispatch operators. For fiscal year 2026, the recent ratification of the collective bargaining agreement with salary increases will go a long way in reducing our high overtime costs. Another challenge is the completion of the furniture replacement for 911 ECC on St. Thomas. Over $100,000 has been obligated for new furniture for our dispatchers on St. Thomas and is anticipated to be completed in fiscal year 2026. The final challenge is the renewal of the 5-year maintenance contract totaling $1,739,873.17 for the 911 ECC Computer Aid Dispatch Record Management System, known as the CAD RMS. This current system, originally placed in service 7 years ago through Spillman and Motorola, was funded by the Public Finance Authority at a cost of $3,755,847 and included maintenance support from May 14, 2021 through December 31, 2025. The system supports 911 for VI Police, VI Fire EMS, the Bureau of Corrections, and VITEMA. Effective December 31, 2025, the contract expires with Motorola. In fiscal year 2026, the maintenance fee presented in the new contract is $578,908.61, which includes hardware upgrades and then goes to a $209,241.14 annually for the remaining 4 years. Currently, there is no GBI funding source for this maintenance contract. Planning and Preparedness Division, our accomplishments. During fiscal year 2025, VITEMA proudly achieved full Emergency Management Accreditation Program accreditation, or EMAP, receiving official notification in October 2024, followed by a formal recognition ceremony in 2025, January, making VITEMA the first fully EMAP accredited emergency management agency in the U.S. territories. It cost approximately $45,000 in application fees and assessor engagements over a 4-year period. FEMA provided at no cost technical assistance with staff to assist in program development, planning, and self-assessment. There is an annual fee of $5,000 to EMAP for program support and access to their continuous administrative compliance process software known as CCAP. VITEMA achieved accreditation with no additional staffing. The Planning and Preparedness Division achieved a notable 97% rating in our KPI for training VITEMA personnel on core competencies within 1 year of their start date. The division significantly exceeded our education event KPI target by conducting 132 public, private, and non-governmental organization outreach activities against our annual goal of 122, representing a 108% achievement rate. And finally, the Planning and Preparedness section has successfully planned and supported all 10 tabletop exercises and functional exercises territory-wide with partner agencies fully meeting our annual KPI target for this critical metric. Our challenges for planning and preparedness. A significant challenge facing the Planning and Preparedness Division is the uncertain future of the tsunami and earthquake program funding. Potential reductions in traditional federal grant streams that have historically supported our community education and preparedness initiatives. This funding instability threatens our ability to maintain the momentum we've built in tsunami awareness and earthquake preparedness programs, particularly the innovative outreach campaigns that have proven so successful and effective. The current fiscal year 2025 grant has not been released from the federal government yet. The division also has limitations in achieving our 100% training completion target due to restricted availability of the advanced ICS 300 course and ICS 400 courses, which are VITEMA's agency requirements, but currently are offered once per year in the territory. These training programs are 100% federally funded. My logistics division. VITEMA has successfully maintained its 10 100-kilowatt emergency power generators. 4 located on St. Croix have been used in the past year to support emergency power requirements for Department of Human Services, Department of Health, the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and the Bureau of Information Technology. Currently, all 4 generators are available for emergency response purposes and with priority to government congregate shelters. Additionally, VITEMA paid $8,000 to fill the emergency generator at St. Croix Complex School. Another 4 generators are on St. Thomas, had been used in past year for the Department of Human Services, the VI Lottery for emergency power generation. Currently, all 4 generators are available for emergency response purposes. The final 2 generators are on St. John and are available for emergency power requirements. VITEMA successfully maintains its 6 light set generator units, 2 on St. Croix, 2 on St. Thomas, and 2 on St. John. The units have been used continuously throughout the year to provide safety lighting for nighttime events with government agencies at no cost. Our logistics challenges. For almost 7 years, VITEMA hazard mitigation wind retrofit project at St. Croix Herman Hill has been in the design phase. Currently, it's at 30% design and waiting for FEMA review and approval before proceeding to 60% design. As of June 2025, $1,482,373 have been spent on design development. In May of 2025, VITEMA successfully completed the federal consistency determination with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. VITEMA needs to proceed and show progress on this project to obligate funds as soon as possible, as it may be subject to cancellation by FEMA. Another challenge is our new St. Thomas EOC repair. Repairs under the FEMA Public Assistance Grant of $1.4 million has commenced. An additional $999,201 from insurance proceeds bring the total to $2.4 million, of which $140,000 is cost share sourced from the HUD CDBG DR funds. A notice to proceed for phase 1 or roof work has been issued, it's been contracted, it's been mobilized, and has been completed for the roof repairs. VITEMA is currently in phase 2 with designs completed and pending for final approval from public assistance before moving forward to the bid phase. In December 2024, VITEMA ended the use of its 2 mobile EOCs after 22 years of service. For the past 2 years, VITEMA has applied for federal funding through our Delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett's Federal Community Project Funding, CPF, program at the Department of Homeland Security Committee on Appropriations. This year, VITEMA requested $1.6 million for 2 mobile EOCs and supporting communication packages. There is a 25% or $525,000 local match included if awarded. Our tsunami warning siren repairs. Repairs under 2 federal FEMA public assistance grants, one for St. Thomas District, one for St. Croix District, were completed in August 2022 for $1.6 million, 90% federal and 10% territorial, and the grants have been closed. The GBI funded $90,000 in fiscal year 2024 for additional repairs to 17 sirens on St. Croix. Currently, an additional $90,000 in federal funding from the EMPG grant is identified to repair and maintain 27 sirens on St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island. Prior to awarding this contract, additional work unrelated to Irma Maria damages has been contracted for $37,000, with the vendor is willing to mobilize and complete the work by the end of July 2025. For vehicles, the agency is currently in the process of purchasing 4 new vehicles. These vehicles will be purchased using EMPG grant money and will support programmatic deliverables. Human Resources and Labor Relations Division. Since the appointment of our new Deputy Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations in late September 2024, the agency was able to resume addressing several long-standing matters. These include the resolution of the Public Employee Relations Board, PERB, hearings, the conclusion of contract negotiations, and the start of key internal organizational reviews. Additionally, the agency has resumed critical functions such as resubmitting expired personnel requisition forms, or PRFs, for approval, as well as initiating posting and interviewing processes of several vital positions. VITEMA has 77.2 funded positions, of which 51.53 is classified and 25.67 are exempt. Currently, there are 60.9 positions are funded as general fund, 45.23 positions are filled, and 15.67 are vacant. From a federal perspective, the agency has 16.3 positions, 6.3 positions are filled, and 10 positions are vacant. Our accomplishments for Human Resources and Labor Relations: we've had 6 new hires, 3 for Emergency Communications Center operators, 1 assistant director, 1 administrative officer, level 2, and 1 messenger receptionist. Another accomplishment is our collective bargaining agreement contract negotiations. The collective bargaining agreement between VITEMA 911 and the United States Workers, USW, expired on September 30th, 2022. On March 13th, 2025, the Office of Collective Bargaining, OCB, representing VITEMA, and the USW began negotiations on a new contract. After several months of negotiations, on June 10th, 2025, VITEMA was officially informed that the collective bargaining agreement between GVI VITEMA 911 Emergency Call Center operators and United Steelworkers AFL-CIO CLC, representing local unions 8248 and 8249, had been ratified. This marks tremendous progress towards pay raises to 911 dispatchers, which had not been afforded since 2018. My closing comments. At this time, I'd especially like to recognize VITEMA's Employees of the Years for 2025. Ms. Patricia Potter of the Fusion Center on St. Thomas, St. John District, and Ms. Desney Canton from the Operation Division on the St. Croix Division. These 2 outstanding individuals work extremely stressful conditions, yet continue to provide excellent service to the community. And finally, to the hardworking staff of VITEMA, thank you for your commitment and dedication to the agency, its mission, and the people of the Virgin Islands. Your jobs are not easy, but you show up every day to ensure the mandates of the agency are met. Again, thank you. Committee Chairman, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and other committee members, this budget is adequate to address the immediate priorities of the administration for the upcoming fiscal year. If a need arises for additional resources, we will have that discussion with Governor Bryan and the OMB Director. At this time, I'd like to present a short video showing VITEMA and some of our fellow agency partners in action over the last 12 months.
Signs of a tsunami. It's extremely important to know your evacuation route. Disaster can hit back to back with no warning. You have minutes to act, so grab your loved one and immediately head to higher ground. For more information, head to vitema.vi.gov. Get up, evacuation. Your life is too important. VITEMA have a whole plan. Tsunami evacuation. Adamo.
Senator Francis, my team and I thank you for the opportunity to speak on VITEMA's proposed fiscal year 2026 budget. We're ready to address your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Jaschen, for presentation of your budget. The defending your budget has been proposed by the governor for VITEMA in the amount of $5,940,547. At this time, we'd like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Franklin Johnson, as well as Committee Vice Chair, Senator Marvin Blyden, and also joining us this afternoon is our Senate President, Senator Milton Potter. So Director Jaschen, just a couple of questions before I open up the floor to my colleagues. Have you seen any reduction whatsoever in your FY 2025 budget?
On the GVI side, no, Senator. On the federal side, we have some challenges.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about those federal challenges that you're experiencing. Any clawbacks?
I'll ask Mr. Bruin, go ahead and address those.
Good afternoon, Deputy Director of Grants Management, Floresita Bruin. At this time, we have gotten word that they will be pulling back the Building and Resilience Infrastructure Communities Grant. We have not received
Can you give us the amount? Can you give us the amount on that grant?
2022 amount is $500,000. 2023 amount is $264,331.
Go ahead.
I was saying we have not received the official notification in writing at this time.
Is that the only grants that you have received notice on so far?
Yes. Yes.
Point of information, Senator Viale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said 2022 and 2023.
Yes.
You haven't drawn down, were those monies weren't available?
The money was available, nothing was drawn down on those funds.
So whose fault is it that nothing was drawn down on those funds?
I would say, I can't say at this time whose fault it is. I know at this time no project was initiated for the grant.
So hold on. Did VITEMA have the authorization to draw down those monies?
Yes, we did.
And those monies could have been utilized for what?
Specific projects. It had to go through a process. Keep in mind that the way how BRIC grant operates, it's kind of behind. So even though the grant says 2022, the full process wasn't executed till sometime in 2023, 2024, because they're always behind. The notification comes out first.
So hold up. So did we submit any projects for the 2022 grant?
Those grants are for specific projects.
Did VITEMA submit any specific project to utilize the 2022 grant?
Nothing was initiated based on the projects that was approved by FEMA. The funding was for specific projects that were not initiated.
So did you submit a specific project
Yes, yes.
and it was denied?
No, the projects were approved. That's why we got the funding. The projects were approved, but there was no movement on the projects.
So I guess the question is why there were no movements. That seems to be what is in question.
One of the grants is against one of the grants is for nonprofit organization on St. John, and the other is a grant within VITEMA. There was no movement on the projects. That's why.
Again, yeah, you're saying that there's no movement, but who were required to initiate the movement?
The individuals who applied for the grant, the nonprofit organization, and the nonprofit organizations were required to move on the grant. There was no movement
And
from
who's the nonprofit organization?
I will have to get. Sorry, I would have to get that information for you. I don't have that specific information.
The other request was for VITEMA as well.
Yes.
Who was responsible for initiating that activation of the federal monies?
And we'll have to get. I do apologize. I didn't have that drill down detail. I would have to get back that information to you.
Okay, can you do that today before we leave, or?
I will text somebody now.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Senator, if I can just clarify, these are projects that are already in line, but then federal-wise, they've ended this grant. They've closed it. So even though we're in the time frame from it, federal sources said this grant is basically being eliminated. So Mr. Bruin,
So the question, Director, is if the grant, obviously there was a project or program written to apply for the grant. So based on that project or program, then we should have initiated that, or where is the bottleneck, or where is the deficiency in us being able to activate the funding is what we're trying to get to the bottom of.
This was federally ended, right, Mr. Bruin?
The grants were pulled back. There's nothing we can do. We reached out and they notified us that because there was no movement, we could not begin any process on the grant.
So why were there no movement? That's what we need to get to the bottom of. I mean, obviously there is an initiation, a program or project were written against the grant. It was awarded and then nothing happened. So we're trying to determine what caused the no movement, no action that allow for the grant to be, because that's the problem we're experiencing right now. Any grants that sits that there's no movement will be clawback. Hence the reason why we continue to advocate and push for the urgency in putting, to spending these federal monies.
We agree with you, sir, and that's one of the conversations we're even having with our nonprofit organizations, that we want to see movement to ensure that nobody pulls back our funding. But again, we're relying on them to execute. We can't spend the grant for them.
Right.
But I'll get the information for you, sir.
Very well, thank you. Thank you for that. What about vendors payment? Do you owe any vendors payment?
From our definition, 90 days past due, we have no vendor payments that are past due.
No pending 90 days. What about 60 days?
I would say 60 days, we have a couple of those.
You have a couple? And the amount of what? What's the aggregate amount?
I don't know the aggregate. I would have to go in the system.
Mr. Simon, go
ahead. You got to speak in the mic. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, Deputy Director of Admin and Finance. I wouldn't have the aggregate amount like that. We just know that we get the invoices and we get them into the system. As to do an aging, I don't have that.
So who tracks the invoices to ensure that they're being paid in a timely fashion, or there's accountability for the invoices?
Well, in terms of the invoices, once we get them in the we get them in the system. Of course, Department of Finance prioritize the payments, so we just make sure that we get them in the system.
So Department of Finance prioritizes the payments, or VITEMA tells Department of Finance which priority payments should be initiated?
No. Department of Finance prioritize the payments.
Interesting. All right. What about 30 days? That is the same challenge?
Same thing.
So what is the responsibility of VITEMA to ensure that these invoices are paid in a timely fashion? I mean, obviously, if you have 30 and you have 60, eventually, if they're not taken care of, then it'll run into 90 days. So what's happening in that space?
Right, and again, in that space, again, we get the invoices in. Before there was a priority listing that finance requested from us. That is no longer. They're the one who's prioritizing the payments.
Is there a CFO or you as the finance individuals sitting with OMB? Are you under that umbrella of CFOs reporting to Department of Finance? Are you that person?
Yes.
Okay. So what's happening in that discussion in terms of your timely payment of VITEMA?
We have met with them, and our payments were good. They have accommodated our payments, but again, they are the ones who is doing the prioritization. So we get them in. What we have been trying to do is, if there's something that's really urgent, and we trying to get it paid, we might use our public assistance, try to get it on their list because they have a priority list also. But outside of that, we would have to reach out to Department of Finance.
All right, and in respect to FEMA and the discussion about this whole returning of FEMA to the states, is there been any discussion in respect to contingency plan, Director? How are you navigating that discussion and the possible returning of FEMA to the respective states?
Well, a lot of that, Senator, is still up in the air as far as contingency right now. We're going to have to come back to the legislature because that's really the funding cap I had to work with is based upon the current funding limits that are provided to us. Like you mentioned earlier, 16.3 individuals are basically under FEMA dollars for us, and that's a concern. So right now it's going to have to go back through Governor Bryan, OMB Director, to come back and ask for funding to basically fill that gap.
Okay. All right, my final question before I open up the floor to my colleagues. We're in the hurricane season. Can you speak to your readiness and preparedness for this hurricane season?
This is probably the best prepared the territory has been from a government of Virgin Islands perspective. We just went through a capstone exercise. Normally, a capstone exercise every year is a week long, including our federal partners, local territorial partners. We spent 2 weeks this year. We broke it into life-saving focus areas, and then life-sustaining, and then incident response coordination. So we had 2 weeks of very integrated exercises on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, including all the agencies, our federal partners, and to include U.S. Coast Guard, to include FEMA being here. I had opportunities to brief the acting FEMA administrator twice, so he's getting a chance to understand our environment down here, especially the time and distance challenges for us. Nothing's going to be changed as far as the federal support going forward, but right now, our agencies are well prepared to go forward for this hurricane season, Senator.
Excellent. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Angel Bolquez. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Viewing audience, and good afternoon to the leadership team of VITEMA and Director Jaschen. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Senator Bolquez.
Good afternoon. You reported that up to 1.38 million in personnel costs, representing about 16 positions, may be lost as FEMA changes its eligibility. What steps are you taking to prepare for that abrupt funding loss?
Well, the steps I'd have to take, Senator, I'd have to go back to the Office of Management and Budget, to Governor Bryan, then ask to come back to the legislature and look for that amount of money to fill that gap. Because right now, we've not been given official notice, but there was to be a contingency plan we would have to set going forward. I cannot sustain, obviously, the current operations I have without that staff. So that I would have to go back. Yeah.
Have you submitted a proposal to OMB to absorb that?
At this point,
to reduce the impact?
At this point, I have not. We're looking to get some guidance from FEMA right now. I don't want to go to the worst case scenario, but it may be a phased posture for right now. Right now, I know from a hurricane perspective season, we will continue to have the support for hurricane season, but looking at the future is really unknown as far as the impact, if any, on this, but the contingency plan, I appreciate your recommendation to have that, and I will put that in place and talk to Governor Bryan about that.
Okay, thank you. Let's move over to the CAD RMS. It faces about $500,000 maintenance cost, over $500,000, almost $600,000 in fiscal year 2026, yet there's no funding source that seems to be identified. What is your plan if no funding source is secured by the 2025 deadline?
The couple options we have, Senator, is to, one, look at my emergency services fund and use some of that money. I have about $1 million a year that go to just maintaining the 911 system. At first, $500,000 that first year is also replace hardware. The contingency plan would not to go with hardware. We'd have to go more of on a case-by-case basis and take on as call needed basis to get help and support from Motorola. But that's the first step I'd have forward, is look at my emergency services fund fee to use that.
Are you solely responsible for absorbing the fees associated or the costs associated with that? Because I know that VIPD and VIFEMS also, and I believe corrections utilize that system. Is there any cost sharing or MOU in place that provides such?
There are several modules that make up the CAD RMS system that are specific to those parts of the agencies, and there is a separate funding support fee for that. So if we don't go forward at all for that funding, it could be a possibility with VR Fire EMS, they could use some of their funds to pay that particular amount. But currently, after this current contract ends, there is no going forward right now with a uniform contract. If we do get the opportunity to sign this new contract, and we look obviously with those agencies to support us in that from a support perspective. At this point, we've not been able to work with OMB to come up with a slice, if you will, from each one of those agencies to contribute. That would be option number 2 for us to meet the funding requirements.
I think that would be a step in the right direction because all of those agencies benefit from that program. So it should be fair that each agency pays a little bit so that the responsibility doesn't solely fall on your shoulders. Let's talk about unspent capital or hazard mitigation funds. The Herman Hill Wind retrofit project. It's been in design phase for over 7 years. I think a little bit over 1.4 has been spent. 1.4 million. What is in place to ensure that those funds are not lost during this FEMA cancellation?
Thank you, Senator, for that question, and Director Jaschen. This is one that really we spent a year and a half trying to justify on why we can't use the existing facility. We've gone back and readjusted that with FEMA to revalidate that. We're hopefully looking in the next month to get FEMA to give us the go-ahead to proceed, to then go to 60%. Once we get to 60%, we'll do a peer design review, and we will look at expending those monies as soon as we can. So right now, it's the next hurdle is for us with FEMA
30 seconds.
to finish that agreement up to move to 60%. That's the next step, sir.
That one hurts me a lot, but let's move on before my time expires. Your ECC operator overtime is already over $200,000 as of right now, mid-year, with projections exceeding your current budget. How are you planning to absorb this continued overtime trend? I mean, we've seen increases of overtime with the VIPD, corrections and other agencies, and we understand the importance of your existence and what you do. But, from our vantage point here at the legislature, it's very important or instrumental for us to adhere to trying to control. Mr. Chair, if I may please wrap up.
You may wrap up, Senator. Proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For us, in this vantage point, we want to be able to do whatever we can to try to help control this overtime fiasco that's taking place. And I hope that word didn't cause any issue with you, Director. I'm just saying it's something that we really need to focus on. So what are you going to do? I mean, you've already passed the $200,000 mid-year point, and your budget for 2025 doesn't seem to be able to sustain that. What are some of the contingency plans in place?
Thank you, Senator Director Jaschen. So number one, I need to recruit. We have a recruiting effort going on to fill the vacancies that we have for 911. That we've had a huge turnover rate, but thank goodness also we're just about finished with the ratification of this collective bargaining agreement. That's going to go a long way, I believe, in retention because now we have ability to have pay raises over the next 3 years. It's a fantastic thing to have. So the recruiting effort, we have great training opportunities going forward, but the biggest thing is get the collective bargaining across the finish line with our final ratification and signature by Governor Bryan.
Okay, well, very well, and thank you for your responses, and I look forward to seeing some of those changes. Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bulka's point of information. Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to figure out this thing with the hazard mitigation for St. Croix project. 7 years. Only $1.4 million have been expended on it. What is delaying this project so long? What's the hold up?
Senator, it's a great question. It really goes back to, I'd say, a lot of turnover in FEMA. We've had to go back and re-explain this project to them. It's a wind retrofit project, hazard mitigation, going back into an existing building. We're having to raise that building, and the requirements are I have to stay within a footprint of that. I can go up. So really it's an education being a territory in FEMA. Update this morning from hazard mitigation officer. We're anticipating next 30 days. I can get back to you on this, the movement going forward to get us to 60%.
ODR have any assistance, assist you with this in any way?
The hazard mitigation part of ODR with Director Williams-Auckland, definitely. She's tracking this also. She's fully aware of this, and it's one of the conversations points that we've had.
I really would appreciate if we could get some more up-to-date information on this, because if we lose out on this project, it's going to be very sad. Because I think this project is the heart and pulse of VITEMA once we could get this project going, but this is a long time.
I agree, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for highlighting that issue. Director Jaschen, you spoke about this turnover rate of employees. What are you seeing there? Is just salary is the issue? What about morale and anything else? What else is causing the rapid turnover that you're seeing within your ranks?
We go through some exit interviews. I'll ask Deputy Director Ferron from HR and Public Relations to talk about some details on those turnovers.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Nadia Ferran, Deputy Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations. For the 9 months that I've been on, I've been doing exit interviews as much as possible. I have found, of course, salary is always mentioned. The employees range between, they move between either a 12 or an 8-hour shift. And childcare always comes up, because if they have to do overtime, then they're there for 16 hours and have to find childcare for 16 hours. 911 is definitely a difficult position on a whole. So I see things about mental health, the difficult cases. They come to me and let me know that they can't handle those cases. We do refer them to the EAP, but it works on the mental health over time. And then just interpersonal dynamics that I'm trying to get a hold on. I've been in communication with the division head to try and figure out some of these challenges.
Okay. While not your responsibility, is there any innovation or creativity in terms of childcare? How can you support your employees if you see childcare as a big challenge? What are you seeing in that area that could support and assist them in that endeavor?
I did mention to one of the last employees that we had leave due to childcare, because I know there was something from Human Services where they were offering overnight childcare. I made a suggestion to the employee. She told me she actually was using it, but she wasn't comfortable about the service. She has a pretty younger child. I think it was like 2 years or something like that. So she wasn't comfortable with the care that they were getting. So I kind of could agree. Older children is a little different, but when they're babies, it could be difficult.
Yeah, I just asked that because obviously when 911 was under the Virgin Islands Police Department, those are some of the same concerns that was raised back then. So I'm just wondering, as a government and as entities, what have we done to really, try to meet our employees halfway in respect to childcare in those areas. At this time, the chair will recognize, I don't see Senator Fonseca. Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, colleagues, testifiers, Director Jaschen and his senior team. Thank you guys for coming in, listening, and viewing audience. Director, I am really a big fan of your agency because it's so pivotal for the safe and well-being of our community. If you fail, your agency fail, we fail as a community, especially during a time of trauma, which is a hurricane, earthquake, anything like that. So it's important that we support you as best as we can, but we're looking for efficiencies now. I know you're here under budget review, and we've tried separating agencies. You know, you guys are separated from the police department, as the chair indicated, and it was problematic then. It's problematic now. We need to fix things now. You know, it's like, okay, we've reformed it this way, reformed it that way, and it's still coming out problematic. Is more reform needed, do you think, to help us get over this hump?
Senator, I'll address from a 911 perspective specifically. I think, you know, we have a very good relationship with collective bargaining, our union. We do have some grievances. We work those out. But right now, I think the ratification of this contract going forward with pay increases, not since 2018. We have a good training plan. I have good staff down there. From my perspective, I think we're in the right men to get better, especially with a salary perspective of this. So from my perspective, we want to continue doing what we're doing, but it's gone a long way to keep that relationship going well with the union.
So pay is one of the key indicators that you're saying is why VITEMA is having its struggles.
From a 9-1 perspective, yes. We chose to keep the initial pay, $36,500 to start off with, where it was. But after you go through a year of probation, you can get bumped up. And the intent is to keep those bump ups going, and that has not been available in the past at all. So it's really frustrating to try to work that, and then the overtime perspective, not everybody can do overtime, so you're trying to manage that also. So we're on the right glide path. The work I have from Deputy Director Bruce Kelly and his team and Nadia, and it's a team effort to make this done, and the recruiting effort we're going to do also to hire new staff is very important. So that I see as the way forward for us. I appreciate the question, but right now I think we're on the right direction as an agency for 911.
See, salary seems to be a big thing in the Virgin Islands. We always say the salaries are low, and we compare our salaries to the States. Cost of living is higher here. What are you paying compared to for a 911 operator compared to the average operator in the States? What's the difference in the cost?
I'll ask Nadia.
The closest to our population size, I think we are maybe 10 to 15,000 below that.
Which state are you comparing us to? Or
it would be like rural in Florida. Any of those like rural areas that have a closer population.
So the state of Florida pays $15,000 for a 911.
Starting, but then it's just different. It's different how we more. There's a different
15,000 more
correct.
Than we do.
Correct.
Okay, and how this is these both are classified and exempt.
The emergency call center, the 911 operators, they are classified unionized. Their squad leaders are classified non-union.
Non-union. So, yeah, I think with that kind of salary differential, I can see the challenge. But then we make it up with, like we said, overtime, and that's significant. But then it drops into their family. If it's child care and stuff like that. So I think we really should consider some way to mitigate that issue, like most private employers do. When you have an issue like that, you try to help your employees out, so that
30
strikes
seconds.
that issue, and so we could move on to more productivity. Because this is really handicapping the agency. you
I think
don't,
we're moving in the right direction with this contract negotiation that we're finalizing. I think it's moving in the right direction. It's not going to be something that's overnight, but it's a move in the right direction. Like the director said, this would be, once this is totally ratified and approved, this will be their first pay increases 2018. So this is definitely a move in the right direction.
okay, my next question, Director, real quick, since my time is expiring, is rent. I notice your downtown rent is very significant. What are we doing to mitigate that issue so that we don't run into more cash flow issues? I understand the landlord hadn't been paid for some time, right?
I work with the landlord quite a bit. He's one that we're 60 days, and when I go talk to the commissioner of finance, we're trying to work that. And he and I have a very good relationship on it. But to answer your question, I want to go to Herman Hill. That's my next step, is get to Herman Hill with my new EOC. I'll take the rent money, I'll use it as maintenance for me, and I'll have a fantastic facility. It goes back to what we've been talking about so far.
Mr. Chair, can I wrap up, please? We're looking at $170,924 a year, so we really need to make a move back to where we were before. I remembered, visiting the EOC, being there at Herman Hill when it was up and running. Where are we in terms of having that completed?
That's the project we're talking about. Is the 30% design. It's been 7 years and it works right now. The word right now I'm getting from Hazard Mitigation Office, which is Office of Disaster Recovery, also from FEMA, within 30 days we should be able to go forward to get to 60%. And after that we'll get to 90%, and after that we'll start to raising. So I want to obligate those funds, just like you're saying. I want to get there as fast as I can. We have 1 year extension coming up on the facility we currently rent downtown. But I'm with you. I want to get out of that, and I love our landlord, but I want to get out of that to our new facility on Herman Hill, sir.
Okay, we'll hold you to this time limit. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Herman Hill has been closed since when?
I believe it's been 2011 is when it closed.
2011?
Yeah, that was due to mold back when Elton Lewis had it, and we moved it downtown. Here it is, and BIT had it with us for a while. Then BIT went to their separate facility who had it. So it's been a while.
All right, the chair will recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. And sorry, Senator, I bypassed you during the last Senator called, so you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No problem at all. No problem. Good afternoon, Director. Could I get your actuals, personal fringe supplies, the actuals as of the latest date, and tell me what date you have for them? Personnel, actuals?
Okay. I'm going to have Deputy Director Simon here pull out their actuals.
Okay. Also, you ready?
Yes, good afternoon. Actuals, Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Admin and Finance. Actuals for personnel, and this is as of May, the end of May, is $1,696,823. Fringe, $768,764.
Supplies?
Supplies, $58,773.
Other services and charges?
Other services, $188,435.
Any capital outlay?
No.
Okay. Utilities?
Utilities is being paid from the single payer utility fund. So that's handled through Department of Finance.
Okay. Any retro owed to employees?
I'm going to ask Ms. Farron to answer that, please.
Nadia Farron, Deputy Director, Human Resources and Labor Relations. Yes, we just processed the last GS increase to the classified non-union employees, and we're in process of doing those retros. It's just from October 1, 2024.
October 1, 2024.
That's the fiscal year is they were processed for then, but we are working to do those retros. But other than that, we do not.
Okay, no, because the GS employees, their next
They just get one in
wage
2024.
increase is for 2026 budget. I mean 27 budget, I believe it is. Not even for this one.
It was for October 1, 2024. So then the next one is gonna be, it is this fiscal year 2025 budget.
Okay, I think we gotta recheck that because I believe it's 25, 27, 29. I think that's how it was. Okay, so you might be on point with that. I'll follow up on that. Vacancies, how many vacancies do you have?
Ms. Farron?
Oh, sorry. On here we have, the percentage is general funds 11.8, and for the federal funds 7.8.
Okay, so 12 general fund. How many GS employees do you have?
I do believe in total we have, it's about 15, I believe, the GS employees.
No, I need to know, not what you believe, with all due respect, what's the number? GS employees.
GF?
GS. GF or GS? The general
the GS,
fund?
We were mentioning, correct. The GS?
1 minute.
General schedule employees, it is? General service, I think it is?
Yeah, so yeah, it's 15 of the GS employees.
Okay. Now, how much employees do you have totally?
Totally, we have 77.2.
27 employees.
77,
Okay.
77.
77. Okay, good. 77. Okay, now funding for how many, for 11 positions, you had funding for 11 vacant positions in the 25 budget, personnel and fringe.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so have you filled any of those positions?
That's correct. So we did bring on 3 operators for the 911 communication center. We did bring on our assistant director, and by June 30th, our messenger receptionist will be on.
So that's 5 out of the 11. Correct? I don't know if you're hearing me.
I'm hearing you, sir. Sorry. We did bring on a 6th position, which one is the administrative officer too, but that one is a split. So it's between general funds and federally funded.
Okay, and then in closing, Mr. Chair, also I'd like to find out your generator maintenance agreement, how much you paying for that now? Or for the 26 budget? What was budgeted?
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. For the generator maintenance agreement in the 26 budget, that's $75,000 we have for that.
Okay, and finally, the disaster recovery contingency.
The disaster recovery contingency, we have $175,000 for that.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. And just for point of reference, the GS employees is synonymous with classified employees when you made reference to that. All right, okay. Point of information, Senator Viale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to utilities, in the Budget Act 8916, if you look on page 2, 404,000 was allocated, and I'm sure the money went to the single payer utility fund. However, what has been the cost thus far? They send the bills to you, correct?
Yes, we get the bills. We do.
So what has been the cumulative cost? We're trying to figure out if there's sufficient money in the fund or excess. What's the cost up to the May 30th for utilities thus far?
The cost for utilities, actually, I don't have a cost in here.
And the ERP didn't show how much it was drawn down from that particular
No.
line item?
No.
So how do you know if they're actually deducting the correct amount?
Because we normally run a report.
You run a report saying what?
We run a report from the system, but we do get the bills. It's compiled by one of our financial persons.
Okay, can you have that person provide you with a cumulative amount up to May 30th before this meeting is over so we can find out as to whether or not the 392,000 allocated in fiscal year 2026 would be sufficient? Whoever runs that, just tell them to give you a cumulative amount, please.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. And one thing that we're very particular about is in terms of these single-payer utilities, that the agency is ultimately responsible for reconciling the bills. You know, so we want to make sure that they're paying actually what they're getting service for. There's instances where there may be some inaccuracies in terms of some of the billing that's coming out from WAPA. And we want to make sure that you're not just rubber stamping and just paying whatever may have been line item in your budget for it, but in fact that there is someone that's really gleaning from the bills exactly that amount, so that we can kind of monitor and make sure that we're paying what we're getting services for.
All right, thank you, Senator.
At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Bailey. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to your 911 operators, I'm seeing in the post-audit report, page 3, you have a number of vacancies?
That's correct, Senator. Nadia Farron, HR.
What's the coordination with personnel to fill those vacancies?
So we have coordinated with DOP to assist with filling those vacancies. As soon as we get them completely, the NOPA completely termed, I have been working with...
Hold on 1 second. Have they listed the position?
Correct, I will just...
On
so,
the DOP website, have they listed?
Correct, they just did a posting. It ended on the 17th. This week, they're doing testing for those qualified applicants. And then by next week, we should have the referred list of those that passed the testing.
Do you know how many applicants there were?
I did not receive, the last time I checked it, I think it was 15 in St. Croix and over 20 in St. Thomas. However, I don't know.
Vacant?
No. I'm sorry, the applicants.
Okay.
Applicants. But I wasn't aware of who moved on to the testing phase, but I know they are testing this week.
Okay. Director, the cost that you listed for the CAD RMS system, that is for the overall system for VITEMA or 911 plus police plus fire, EMS, etc.?
Yes, Senator. That's the combined cost of the modules that are making up the CAD RMS system. That's for a 5-year contract, with that first year being upfront $500,000 for the hardware update.
And then $290,000 every year after?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and the hardware update is for all the different entities?
No, sir, it's just the CAD RMS system. The heartbeat is not in 911 on St. Croix and St. Thomas.
Okay, so there's no hardware upgrade for police or fire EMS?
The modules work all in the same hardware system, so it would be supporting whatever software systems are inside that hardware.
Okay, well, let me be very specific. What I'm trying to find out is this cost covers everything, and we don't have to worry about fire EMS funding them separately for upgrades?
Yeah, for the CAD RMS system that we use to manage the modules inside this contract would support all those modules within the CAD RMS system for fire, BOC, VIPD, and VITEMA.
Okay, and the emergency services fund, how much did you collect in that fund this year?
Mr. Simon, I think it was it $1.9 million?
1.9 million.
But let me double check with Mr. Simon. The emergency services fund, or how much we collected so far this year?
Time going.
Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So far this year, and this is as up to May 31st, for the Vitima's portion, it would be about $439,500.
And how much you collected in total last year?
Last year,
actual right here.
Okay, while you're looking for that, because my time is going, you have 16.3 positions that are funded by the federal government, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And 6.3 of those positions are presently filled, and 10 positions are vacant.
Correct.
So you're going to keep those 10 positions vacant until you find out the status of the federal funds, because if you fill them and you don't get the funds, then it comes a general fund responsibility. So are you going to keep those positions vacant?
I prefer not to, because I haven't had the guidance given to us. So I don't want to sit and wait, but it's a risk I have to take on. And again, I don't want to lose anybody. But if I can bring them on to give me justification to keep them there, that's my argument to go back.
We're talking about vacant positions, so you're not losing anybody because they're presently vacant.
But I would like to fill those positions.
What are those positions? Are they? Just give me what's the title, the job title for those positions?
Mrs. Bruin, can you assist?
Yes, we have emergency management records and property. We have a fusion center intelligence analyst, a content and media writer, a communications specialist, an emergency
30 seconds.
Emergency management outreach coordinator, planning and preparedness coordinator, a EOC supervisor.
Hold on there 1 minute, because my 30 seconds is going to run out quickly. FEMA is being reformatted literally by President Trump administration. So is it wise for us to see what that reformat is going to look like come October? Because they clearly said that after the hurricane season, they're going to provide information as to how FEMA is going to be composed, et cetera. So does it make sense for us to wait at least until after October before we continue to fund under the old structure that we had, knowing that there might be a brand new structure that's put in place?
Senator, I do not want to wait to see what happens. Okay. I want to pursue as soon as I have needs now. It may be something beneficial, it may be restructured, but I want to see, I want to fill those positions as soon as I can.
Okay, I'm sure my colleagues will press on. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, on page 6 of the post-audit report, Emergency Management Performance Grant, expiring 12/08/2025, $848,109. Amount remaining, $848,109. Is that one of the grants that went back? Page 6. The 6th item. Who's the grant person?
Mrs. Bruin, right here.
That information is not correct. That is 2024, and right now that's where our staff is being charged to. So that information is not accurate. I can give you the current up-to-date information if you would like it.
Yes, please. What is the amount remaining?
I've spent $41,000, and that's because, sorry, we've spent $41,561.72, and staff will be on that grant until March of 2026. That's when we move them to the new grant. But please note that we don't lose any funds under EMPG. Even if we have savings, we always submit a request to EMPG to reprogram the funds.
I understand all of that, but in the bigger scope, I'm trying to get it. You spent $41,848,000, and the grant here had an expiration date of 2025. Did you write for an extension?
Yes.
That's the story of our lives, extension, and that's why they're taking back monies. The Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, $500,000, amount remaining $500,000. Is that figure wrong?
That's the grant we were just talking about earlier.
So gone.
I'm sorry?
Say fue, gone.
That's the one that FEMA pulled back.
Okay. Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, the next one, $264,000. That one is pulled back too?
They pulled it back. And you asked earlier, I have that information, that grant went to Love City Strong for... I want to make sure I say it right.
Okay, that's you can put it on after. So that's 764 gone. The Homeland Security Grant Program, 1,193,000. Amount expended 817,000. Amount left 357,732, and that expires in August.
So who's up next?
Correct. We have ongoing projects against that grant, sir.
So you're going to expend all the monies?
We're going to do our best to make sure that we send back as minimal as possible.
Last one, State and Local Cybersecurity Grant Program, 513,210, expires in 1 year. No, expires in less than 1 year. Expires in 6 months.
No, that grant, the 513 expires November 30th, 2026. We have 3 of them, and the next one will expire in 2027, and the other one will expire in 2028.
So the one that says the 2022 State and Local Cybersecurity Grant, when does that expire?
513, it expires November 30th, 2026.
Okay, and you have spent none of those monies?
We have not. That money is driven by our council, our cybersecurity council.
Senator, I'm on that council, and we have plans right now to spend that money, and we're focusing within the group with BIT Director Ross and myself.
With all the stuff going on in cybersecurity, I could find a lot of ways that we could spend the money to protect the Virgin Islands, but that's a year or no. 1 year and no monies are spent, and now we're saying that we're in plans. We losing money because we are not pushing we got to spend every federal dollar allocated to the Virgin Islands. That's all I want. Every federal dollar, so that it doesn't come in a local budget. And those 10 positions, unless you have a funding source, you can't hire them.
Right.
Unless the governor send down an addendum and the committee say that they're going to fund those positions. So those positions literally don't exist. So they're just giving that as a warning. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. On that, the chair would like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Kenneth Gittins. Good afternoon, Senator. Welcome. Yes, it's very important that we, again, take night and make day, but we have to spend these federal monies. Otherwise, again, those big numbers, just like how they're glaring to us here in these reports, certainly they're glaring to the federal government, and those are the targets that they're looking at, unspent funds. I want to congratulate you on your achievement of text to 911. I think that that's a big achievement. Certainly it focuses on our disabled population being able to have access. So I want to congratulate you on that. In the emergency service calls, I know that we had some conversation about that. Are you seeing a decline in the amount available to you for the emergency service charges?
I know, Senator, you have a lot of background on this particular thing.
I got scars to show.
It goes up and down each month and each quarter. Mr. Simon keeps track of that, but right now it's staying pretty much consistent right now, but some quarters are better than others. And again, it's not audited, so it's a whole, and then area code based upon your mobile phone area code, you get it or not get it, 340, you get it. Other than 340, we don't receive it.
Okay. All right, let's move along. Senator Maurice James Esquire, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers.
The senator before me stole all my questions. That's all I have to say. Okay? So I'm going to try to dive a little deeper. I had a page all set out with the federal grants.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to ask this though, because we keep hearing that we need to spend it. Why aren't we able to spend the funds? Because those numbers are big numbers, and the deadlines are looming, and I do not like to hear that we're asking for extension. So tell me what the challenges are in terms of spending the federal grants.
So we have to remember that Department of Homeland Security grants are very strict. It's not to say that I can buy whatever I want. When we look at EMPG is emergency management, and it's driven by staff. The staff is the ones that's doing the work. We rarely purchase anything other, and because we do have savings and we do have needs in VITEMA, that grant is able to fulfill those needs that we have relative to if we're doing Alert VI or WebEOC. Because we do have savings, that's EMPG. Homeland Security, that is all about the national priority, emergent threats, cybersecurity. So when we do Homeland, when we put that grant together, they're telling us what the national priorities are and what we could do with their money. So it's not to say that I can just move from left to right. We have to go based on what the national priorities are.
Let me interrupt and ask you, when they give you a grant, is there then the expectation that you are able to execute on a grant? That's the question, really.
Yes.
So then why aren't you able to execute on the grant? That's really the question. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but for us, especially with Homeland Security, we do a lot of sub-recipients. VIPD is our sub-recipient. Fire is our sub-recipient. We have different organizations, nonprofit organizations, and things take time in the sense of if they're purchasing equipment, we have to do an EHP. We have to send it to FEMA. Some of our EHPs aren't coming back as fast as we would like them to come back, and they can't even do anything until they get that approval for the EHP. So it's different. It's different reasons why, but we always try to support them as best as we can so they can execute.
Does the fact that this is just a yes or no? Does the fact that you are not able to spend grant funding affect your ability to get future grants? Yes or no?
No.
It doesn't affect it at all?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, but in this current climate that we're in federally, there may, in fact, because it's all about efficiency, right? Government efficiency and removing fraud, waste, and abuse, those types of things, that may affect, maybe we're not on the radar, maybe that's good right now, but at some point, I think there's going to be an examination of money not spent. And what we're basically saying is we want to be viewed as a community that spends what it's given. And so that's where I'm going. But I want to ask before you, I know you feel strongly about these grants. I can tell. I can tell you feel strongly, but we feel strongly about spending the money. Right? So, okay, let's move on to page 3. This one comes from one of the young gentlemen behind me. Your testimony reflects that St. Croix has not received funds for St. Croix Rescue in 3 years. Why?
Senator Director Jaschen from VITEMA. So, like you mentioned, the rescue unit has to be considered in good standing. They're trying to figure out how to organize their group. I've talked to the acting president here. They understand that there's an opportunity, but they have to come up with their requirements to be in good standing as a rescue agency. In some cases, we've helped other rescue groups achieve that, but right now, they have not been able to demonstrate that they met the requirements to receive those funds. We'd love to provide it to them, but they're not meeting the requirements.
Do you know what some of those requirements are that they are not able to meet? Does it have to do, well, let me not speculate. Do you know why they're not able to meet the requirements?
Well, they have to be an organization in good standing. So that's the primary, Lieutenant Governor's office. You have to provide all the requirements for that.
Okay, usually it has to do with making sure that you're following your bylaws, your 30 seconds charter. your funds. So are you saying that they would simply have to submit a certificate of good standing in order to receive funding? Then I'm flipping that question right now.
I'm going to ask Mr. Simon to assist on that. That's one component of it.
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director of Admin and Finance. So as part of the requirements for getting your funding, like the director says, you have to be in good standing. So as part of the requirements, you have to submit certificate of good standing.
Okay,
You have
stop. I know that. Part. This is the thing, though.
Time.
What's Thank you, Mr. Chair. What is the effect on this community by the fact, let's get rid of the certificate of good standing. We don't have a, right? We don't have a synchro rescue. So what is the impact? Is there any impact? Or do they not need to exist?
Senator, we do have the St. Croix Rescue, and they're a very good organization, good group. We'd love to help them. I have my St. John Rescue helping other organizations. We have to work together.
Right.
And my St. John Rescue group is Steve Blasio. It's been great to work with, helping other of our groups. So it's a matter of just getting together and helping that out. We'd love to give the money to them, but they have to come together as organizations. They continue to respond, don't get me wrong.
No, I understand that, but their effectiveness is hampered by the lack of funds. You'd agree that when an organization gets funds, I don't know that much about St. Croix Rescue. This was a question posed by one of my students behind me. That's excellent, but now it has me really wondering if I can't get funds, it affects my ability to even get that certificate of good standing.
For supply, services, equipment, yes, it can improve, correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. And the issue of St. Croix Rescue is one that is known to us. I mean, I've been a former board member myself, and you know the concern is that, like the director have indicated, that I have to be in good standing, you know, which means that the charter need to be renewed and those type of issue. But that, again, they're able to come in under the St. Thomas Rescue as well, so that they could continue to operate in the meantime. But there is some logistical issues that need to be addressed in that area, and they're working towards hopefully making the amends as soon as possible. A point of information, Senator Gittins, you recognize. Oh, before I go there, also please, again, my recorder is indicating that she can only record one at a time. You know, so please allow you know, whoever is the speaker at the given time to complete their thought, you know, before we start to speak over each other, because then the record is not accurately reflected. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
I guess that means understand my question first before you respond. All right. Now, tell me your name and your title, please.
Floresita Brun, Deputy Director of Grants Management.
Deputy Director of Grants Management. You spoke to the EMPG, and I know this is VITEMA, and you're just like FEMA, you love acronyms. So
Emergency Management Performance Grant.
Performance grant.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
I was guessing, and I had programs grant, but it's performance. Thank you. Now, you spoke to that to the our Esquire amongst the group, and you mentioned cybersecurity under this funding. Have you been able to receive any funding for cybersecurity under this EMPG?
So cybersec, that's a whole separate grant. It's cybersecurity, state and local.
Speak directly into the mic.
Floresita Byrne, Deputy Director of Grants Management. State and local cybersecurity grant program. That's a whole different grant.
Did you receive monies for that grant?
We got, the grant award is, we have an amount for the grant award, but FEMA and CISA has to release the funding for us to be able to move forward.
So again, just digest my question. Have you received any funding specifically for this cybersecurity?
Yes, we have.
You have how much?
2022, we've received, they have released the full amount of $513,210, which means we can tap into that full $513,210.
And have you expended any of this money?
No, sir.
Have you been contacted, or have you reached out to, or have you assisted any of our GVI agencies who may have been hacked?
Senator Director Jaschen.
Such as the hospital, the lottery?
So the monies that are in the council has to have the approval through their plan in order to spend those dollars. So the council has to come together to do that, to spend those monies. That's by how it was set up in the grant.
That's understandable, but you ain't telling me nothing. So what we gonna do? We gonna just let the money sit there? We already had agencies hacked. How are we spending these monies? These monies, again, you just stated from 2022. We're in 2025. When are we going to spend these funds?
We'll spend those based upon the plan that's been approved. The council has to come together and allocate those funds. Right now, we have not spent any of those monies on Wanaflee Hospital, for lottery, or anybody else.
So they don't know you have the monies. You know you have the money. Have you reached out to them to see how you can assist?
In some cases, they're part of that commission, but that's not the purpose of those funds. The purpose of those funds are really for assessments and then putting measures in to prevent. Once you've been hacked, it's a whole different ballgame.
Okay, so have you assisted them since they have now cleared the systems from being hacked, going forward now to prevent any of this from occurring again?
No, we have not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
So while Rome burns, we continue to wait. Obviously, we have had, again, the hospitals, the lottery, we are awaiting a council, and yes, that's what the process requires. But, the conversation is, at what point do we pull the trigger on this particular issue, get the council together so that they could authorize protecting our cyber security at these entities? I think, where are we with that?
Right now, talking to Director Ross yesterday, I believe the next council meeting is being set up for mid-July right now.
Who are the members of the council?
Mr. Bruin, do you know all the members?
Yes, I do. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Dr. Blyden, we're coming to you shortly. Let's get who is the members of this council.
Director Ross is the chairperson of the council. His assistant director is part of the council. We have Director Jaschen, part of the council. WAPA legislature has someone on the council. The hospitals have someone on the council. VIGN also has someone on the council. That was the intent of the grant. The grant was very strict. The cybersecurity between FEMA and CISA, they made it so tight that we have to follow the requirements in order to execute.
And that's all well and good. Again, I love the strictness of it. However, we need to ensure, because again, the cyber attacks are there. There happen thousands and thousands of cyber attacks every single day. So at what point do we see the urgency in being able to do this? We had a lottery that was shut down. We had a hospital that was shut down, both of the hospitals. So at what point do we see the urgency in activating this council so that the necessary protections could be put in place? I recognize Senator Blyden for his point of information at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues. And I was going there in respect to the council because all what I'm hearing sounds okay, but at the end of the day, until and unless the council acts, we remain at the same point we're at. Nothing happens. So for the members of the council, they need to understand the importance and the urgency of the situation, whereas, as the chair said, we are being hacked on a regular basis. We have funds sitting for years, and nothing is being done. So it is critical that all of those individuals from the different agencies honestly get together and move forward and execute, because until we execute, we're wasting our time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. At this time, Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize your point for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to the testifiers and the management team of VITEMA. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening public. My question, sometimes you have to look back and forth and you look at the amount of money you're paying for rent. And how long are you in that building anyway?
We came out of Herman Hill, I think, in 2011. So since 2011, we've been down in that building.
And how much time that building been sold since VITEMA has been in there?
Well, we were jointly there with BIT for a while. Then BIT moved up to a separate building. Since then, we've been on our own in there.
No, I'm just saying, have the building been sold since you've been in the building?
Oh, yes, yes, it has. Excuse me. Yes.
Yeah, because my point is, with these different agencies you're paying, the type of rent that we're paying, and sometimes these buildings come available, I'm not saying if we think about purchasing it, then over time we might be able to, even if you don't stay, like if your building was fixed, our next government agency could have gone in that building presently. So I think going forward in the future, we got to look at the kind of money we're putting out for rent and decide what we're going to really do, even if we're moving on, because some other agency can move in. And my first question I have for you, you guys say you just did a union negotiation.
Correct.
So what's the salary right now for the start in 911? Or where they going to at this point?
Nadia Ferran, Deputy Director of Human Resources. The starting, similar to what PD does, we're gonna leave it as the 35,629. We're gonna leave that as the starting. What will happen is after they finish their probation, then they will move to the next step and then so forth.
The reason I asked this question is because I looked at the post-audit report, and on page 3, you have messenger receptionist at 46,635. So I'd like to know why the discrepancy between both.
The messenger receptionist is showing on the post-audit at 46,635. I believe that's the salary that the last person that held that position, she retired. So that's what she was paid. The starting is on a GS scale, a GS9. So we, like I said, we have somebody starting in that position come June 30th, and she'll be starting at 42.
Okay. Again, and the 42 is still more than the 30. The 911 receptionist. But the question as well, I had something. Okay, so that's not a mistake. I was just wondering if that was a mistake. You're saying that. So, okay. And when it comes to expenditure, I looked on the post-audit report on page 4, and I see that in 2024, your expenditures was $16,975. That's accurate?
Instead of which line referring to, please?
Page 4, professional service.
Okay.
2024, FY 2024.
That's 70,000?
No. It says 16,975.
Okay, under first group. General fund.
Is that accurate?
Here. Yep.
Hold my time.
Please hold the senator's time.
While they find this.
Yes, Senator, that's correct.
Okay, if that's accurate, so how much have you expended from your professional service here in 2025?
All right, so up to March, we've $14,775.
Okay, and it's proposed amount for 194. Is that sufficient?
Up here, 194.
For FY26, you have 194.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the breakdown of that is 19,400.
Use the mic. Get closer to the mic, please.
Yes, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. The breakdown of that is 19,400 for Omni Systems, and then there's another 175,000 included in that figure.
So that's for our website.
Okay, so and your utilities, your appropriation for 2025 is 404,000, right? What have you expended thus so far?
In utilities,
Yeah.
I think so far in utilities, this is up to me, $187,439.
Okay. Thank you for your answers, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on the line of questioning with the starting salaries for the 911 operators. You say start at 30.
Nadia Ferran, Deputy Director, HR and Labor Relations. 35,629.
And what's the next step after probation? What the salary goes to?
It wasn't fully approved, the list, but I do believe it's 40,000.
But you guys say you complete the negotiation.
When I last checked with OCB, they notified us that it was ratified. However, they wanted the actual pay chart to be approved. So that's going through approval before they release it to us. That's the final step.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Viola, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just took the liberty of pulling up the state and local cybersecurity grant program and just read literally the goals of the program. The goal of the state, of the SLCGP, is to assist state and local and tribal governments with managing and reducing systemic cyber risks. And if you continue to read the information, all it's saying is it's with all of this cyber attacks that's taking place, the goal is for these governments to utilize this money to reduce the risk. So knowing that Snyder had a big an attack in January, I think it was, or before, and Wang Louis had an attack 2 months ago, and Lottery had an attack like a month after Snyder, and the chair is actually the BIT director. Why haven't there been an emergency meeting of the council to be able to submit an application to utilize those funds to better protect the government of the Virgin Islands? Why haven't there been an emergency meeting and we're waiting until mid-June while Wang Louis still using paper? Snyder can't catch himself yet. And we have $500,000 we could use for cybersecurity, and nothing has been spent. Well, what's the rationale there? And I don't want to hear this trick anymore, because the grant is very clear. It's to deter cyber attacks. So why can't we get it together and submit to utilize those monies?
Senator Director Jaschen, deterrence is the first step, okay? After the cyber attack occurs, you're beyond deterrence.
Okay,
so
why are you not in deterrent mode? There are a number of other entities that could be attacked. Why are we not in deterrent mode and using those funds?
We are in deterrent mode. We had to develop a plan and to submit that plan to CISA. CISA has approved that plan, and part of that plan now, we need to hire an individual to basically help manage these activities. Like you're saying, how do we go forward to prevent activities? Now, there is monies that are available through CISA that does not require spending monies for this. That's available to anybody. You can do self-assessments, and CISA has those available. Right now, we're encouraging the agencies to do that. There's nothing preventing them to do that. But the plan we're looking forward is a step-by-step plan on how to look at this from a holistic perspective for our agencies. And I probably would like to invite you to one of the meetings if we can to have a chance. I will send you a copy of our current plan so you can look at that and see what the order, for example, moving agencies to .gov. A lot of agencies are not running GOB. That's one of our initiatives we have to do. And that's a preventive measure to track that for measures.
And I'll end with this, Mr. Jaschen. I understand all of that. But these monies have been available from August of 2024, and we have spent zero. So I'm hearing all of the justification as to what we're going to do moving forward or where we didn't spend anything, but we have spent zero. At some point, I need to see a dent in those monies, at some point. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. My follow-up question to that is whether or not these semi-autonomous agencies are included in the GNOCs. Are we mandating, is there a policy position being taken in respect to getting some of these semi-autonomous agencies, the hospital lottery, to be a part of the GNOCs?
The GNOCs referring to what, Senator?
GNOCs referring to the cyber attack network that has been created by BIT. You're not familiar with that?
Yeah, I know what that it is now. You mentioned it, but I've seen it with you, but I do not know the answer to that question, sir.
Very well. We'll ask, I guess, Director Ross whenever he gets here. Senator Fredericks, you got a point of information? You recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Real quick, Director Jaschen, what's your policy for overtime for the EMC, 911 operators? Can you tell me what does it take for an operator to qualify for overtime?
I'll ask Deputy Director Kelly from Operations.
Yes, good afternoon, Deputy Director Kelly, Operations. The current policy would be they would have to be off of probation to be able to work overtime.
Off of probation from the initial salary start
yes, sir.
Of the position?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Director Jaschen, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Senator Lewis.
Yes, as it pertains to the street addressing initiative that's currently going on, how is VITEMA preparing to integrate the street naming initiative into its CAD RMS system?
Senator, good question. We're working very close with Lieutenant Governor's Office, Chris George, and our 911 system. So as those addresses are released, they are brought into the CAD RMS system. They're basically listening to legacy addresses, and as well as the new addresses are coming to the system. They finished up the island of St. John at this point, and as far as I know, they're in our system now. I guess Deputy Kelly, can you address that?
Deputy Kelly, yes, they are.
So, before we go to Director, hold on. Before we go to Director Kelly, does the system need anything else to continue? When St. Thomas is completed, St. Croix is completed, St. John is completed, does the system need anything else to continue to accept this information?
Deputy Director Kelly, from the technical perspective, I cannot answer that question at this time. I'm not sure if our IT technical person is online.
Who's your IT technical person?
It would be Deputy Director Sim Fret, who should be over with you in St. Thomas Legislature, but he should be sitting in the gallery.
You're right to allow the Sergeant at Arms. But my next question would be, as we're going on, we talk about Cybersecurity Director Jaschen. Outside of the other agencies, have we secured VITEMA to protect VITEMA from cyber attacks? And how have we hardened the infrastructure, even for our 911 operators, so we know that if in case there's an issue or something, that we are well protected and safeguarded in our 911 operation?
Excellent question, sir. Mr. Fret can address that also, but from my perspective, we are tied into the BIT system with two-factor authentication right now. We are looking at the measures, and we can use some of our emergency services funds to put cybersecurity in based on the FCC guidance for us. So right now, as well as we are taking the courses that BIT has sent out to us as, in understanding the human threat of phishing aspect of that to recognize threats that may come in. So that's what we're doing overall as a group in VITEMA, but Mr. Fret can talk about that in more detail. Maybe have
Good afternoon, Mr. Fret.
Sorry, Deputy Director
afternoon.
of Grants Management, Florisita Brun, to further answer your question, Senator Lewis, under our Homeland Security grant, we put in funding under the cybersecurity section to do an assessment on VITEMA completely to include our 911. Deputy Director Frits, who is there, is in the process of putting our RFP together to submit that so we can get that underway. So we are taking care of VITEMA, sir.
I just need to know, but let the director answer here for me, please.
Good
Put
afternoon.
your name, please put your
Yes.
name and...
Asim Fred,
yes.
Deputy Director, Logistics, VITEMA. So VITEMA has a posture of making sure that our systems are backed up. So currently, our 911 systems, the most effective way on preventing or recovering from a 911 security or cybersecurity breach is to have current backups available. So VITEMA does have that in place in our 911 centers, and we are in the process of doing the assessments to tap into the cybersecurity funding to harden VITEMA further.
Thank you for your response, but Mr. Fred doesn't understand me. Just work with me here a little bit. I understand everything you just said. I'm just saying, based on, a breach could happen anytime, and it's just a matter of when. I'm just asking for continuity and the safety of the community. What have we put in place that I hear you about backup and so forth. Probably we have the cloud and all of that stuff.
1 minute.
What do we have in place that if something happens, we have a backup plan or we have something else in place for these young ladies or young men who's in your operation system to continue to work to protect the territory?
Yeah, well, that first begins, Deputy Director Asim Fred, Logistics VITEMA. That begins with education. So we make sure that our employees are going through all the necessary cybersecurity training so that they're well versed on what they need to do and do not need to do on the systems at 911. Based on historical events and cybersecurity
30
threats,
seconds.
it begins mostly with users.
Go ahead, you continue.
So what we try to do is do as much education as possible to make sure that our employees are well versed in cybersecurity and to make sure that they're not doing things that would be to the system on a whole.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up. Director Jaschen, some of your challenges, let me first say this on the record. I think and I know for a fact, those ladies in the operations center work very hard. Just like everything, we have one or two that, whatever. But I think for the most part, I give them credit and I'm going to congratulate them. They work very hard. For the most part, when you call there, I can't come for VIP, the response time of the other agencies, but they take enough information, they work with you, they do a good job. So I'm going to put it on the record. Thank you to your operators down there. So pass the water on in case they're listening to me. But I just want to say to Director Jaschen, I don't follow our DOP website a lot of times, and I know right internally we talk about retaining and retention and everything. It was just stated on the floor that an operator starts at $35,000 and then after probation, it's going to go to $40,000. But Heritage, you lose an operator internally because one went to be a receptionist for $42,000. So we got to do better when we come to negotiating and so forth with the unions and everything, because you're losing it internally and all. You're losing it externally to no other agency. You lose an operator from one end, right it to the front desk. I follow that. Nobody call and tell me that. So, look like I'm freezing up. No, attacking. See, cyber again.
No, I hear you, Senator. Thank you.
Yeah, I do assessment.
Thank you, Senator. The director will respond.
Thank you. Yes.
No, thank you, Senator. I understand your concern, but we just finished the negotiations. We went through a lot of discussions in those months, and where it is right now was acceptable from both the union side as well as from the management side. But I understand your point also about losing trained individuals.
Thank you very much. You had a
Deputy Director of Human Resources, sometimes we lose people not only for salaries. In some instances, like I mentioned, it might be childcare issues. It could also be that they are eager to move to a new position. They want to be moved to try something new within our organization. So it's important that we keep them in the organization. And also a lot of our 911 operators are attending school. So there are different factors.
Thank you for putting that out. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And good afternoon to the viewer and listeners. I want to go back a little bit about that cyber grant. For those agencies that was hacked, some of them utilized some of their funding to harden their system. Can they get a reimbursement on that with those funds that are sitting there right now?
I am not able to answer that question because it would have to go in front of the council and it'll be dependent on what's in the plan that's authorized to do with the funding.
Well, I think that's something you guys should really look into because all of those agencies, the hospital, lottery office, they already utilize their money right now, their funding, to harden their system after they was hacked. And if you have $500,000 sitting there, might as well we reimburse them so they could use their money to do other things. So I would appreciate if you guys could really look into the matter and see if that can be done.
Yes, Senator. Thank you for your recommendation.
And then I want to still stick with this grant because I saw that there was 8 grants that are going to expire in 2025. 3 of the 8 is going to expire in 2 months. And those 3 that I'm speaking about haven't been touched. One is 800, let me see. One is 800,000, one is 500,000, one is 264. And none of them have, one from the post that reported, not one dime have been touched. And in 2 months, they're going to be expired.
Can I answer, sir?
Please.
Deputy Director of Grants Management, Floresita Brown. Based on my information, it's not 8. We have nonprofit security grant that was at 106,211. We've spent 82,110, and they're in the process now of completing that project and submitting documentation. The next one is EMPG. It says we have encumbered funds to replace our 911 workstation and to purchase 2 vehicles. We've encumbered additional funding that's left. We should be sending back less than $1,000 for EMPG. The 2 we spoke about was BRIC, building resilience. As we mentioned, they pulled that. But in my mind, I'm hoping that something may change. But at this point, right now, that's what we've been informed. We're waiting for the documentation.
So the management performance grant for 800, you say it's not?
EMPG, it's 1,075,699. My document says we've spent 763. We have 268, and that's not up to date for me because we just paid 110 for 2 vehicles that we received. Things are happening as I'm speaking. We talked about the BRIC Homeland Security Grant. There's only one that's expiring this year, and right now they're moving to expend the funds. And after that, we have National Tsunami Hazard and Mitigation. And again, we're moving to spend the funds. Those are the only grants that we have right now that are expiring come August, between August to September. That's only 6 grants.
All right. Well, then we have some information that needs to be uploaded to POSAT.
Not a problem. I can leave a copy here with you, gentlemen, sir.
That would be highly appreciated. And Director, I see in your testimony nearly 90% of the general fund is allocated to personnel. How do you be flexible in a disastrous time?
So, Senator, in a state of emergency, additional funds become available. So,
well, we hope additional funds are going to be available based on listening to what our president is saying. Right now, you don't even know if you're going to get any federal funding for this year. Am I right to say that?
No, we have funding for responding to hurricanes for this entire season. So that is good. The state of emergency, though, will first start at the territory level, such as the Bavonia landfill fire we did a couple years ago. That was entirely state of emergency, not budgeted, but it happened. We had to pay for it.
All right, and then in your capital outlay, your line, it says 0, but in the 2025 budget, it was 818,000. How you cut the 0 in that?
Can you address this to which line, please?
That's page 5 and 6 for your F26 budget. It's down to 0, and in 2025, it was $818,000 for your capital outlays. It's right now 0.
30 seconds.
This is post audit?
Yeah.
Post audit page 6.
5 and 6, yeah.
Senator, we're having difficulty finding where that is in post audit. Please help us.
All right. Well, tell me what your outlays are for capital outlays. Tell me what your capital outlays are for the 2026 budget.
Well, the only capital outlays would be our two projects with hazard mitigation and public assistance.
And what's the total?
Time.
Oh, those are FEMA grants. Those are FEMA recovery projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
thank you then. My misunderstanding. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator Marvin Blyden, the Vice Chair. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, Director Jaschen, and your management team there with you, and thank you for your testimony. I'm going to start with 3 questions from your testimony before I go to the post-audit report. On page 4 of your testimony, you spoke to VITEMA. So you said that VITEMA can only use those funds. I'm talking about emergency service fund, okay? You said VITEMA can only use those funds to maintain and improve the 911 system to include cybersecurity measures and must account for 100% use of the funds annually, which is $1 million. Let me ask you in respect to that, how much of those funds have been expended to date thus far this year?
Okay, Mr. Simon.
What the balance?
Deputy Simon has those numbers, sir. Yeah, yeah. We can give you up to March.
Very well. And since he's taking some time, because my time is running, I have several questions. While he's doing that, I can always go back to him.
Okay.
Also on page... Excuse me?
You broke up, Senator.
Is he ready?
Senator Director Jaschen, you have a follow-on question, sir?
On page 5 of your testimony, you spoke to the Department of Homeland Security has done release of fiscal year 25 notice of funding opportunity in NOFA to states and territories. So with that being said, since you haven't received the 25, how much did you receive for fiscal year 24, and how much have you expended thus far to date?
Okay, I want to refer to Mrs. Bruin.
Sorry, for Homeland Security 2024?
Yes.
For 24, we received $1,051,545, and to date we've spent $49,037.98, and that grant expires August 31st of 2027.
You see, and that's my concern also because you have received $1 million in 24. You have not received the 25 thus far, but yet we have only spent $49,000. And I'm sure we have many, many, many needs in the territory. And all I'm saying, along with my colleague, we need to be honestly have an understanding of the need, see how we can utilize these funds, especially when it comes to federal funds, to assure that we use local funds for other purposes and needs. Okay, let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, page 6, and you spoke to grant challenges, right? You said you continue staffing of VITEMA personnel funded by federal grants if funding eligibility rules change to reduct or eliminate ability of fund personnel. So let me ask, to fund personnel, I'm sorry. So let me ask you in respect to that. How much of the federal grant goes to personnel and how much goes to programs in order to run the agency?
Which grant? You mean all the grants, sir?
You said on the grant challenges. And you can do that through the chair because I know you're going to take some time. So you can send that through the chair, okay?
So 16.3.
Because I need to get to the post-audit report.
Yeah. So the question is 16.3 people, how much that represents in our grants. Yeah, yes, we'll send that to the chair.
Yeah, you can send it through the chair. Also, let me go back to page 4, though. In respect to cybersecurity and the 911 system, let me ask Director Frits, in respect to the $1 million, I forgot to ask. The 911 system, what can be used for the 911 system, and how much have you expended toward the 911 system to exclude cybersecurity? Because it's an agency, and you can use those funds for both areas, correct?
Asim Fred, Deputy Director Logistics, VITEMA. Yes, that fund is not necessarily just for hardware, software. It is also available to be used for cybersecurity systems or whatever upgrades that we need.
So in respect to hardware, software, have you invested some of those funds toward that initiative?
Yes, the CAT RMS is just one piece of 911. We have other systems in place as well, and we also have maintenance agreements with different companies that maintain and monitor our system. So yes, we do utilize our funding to harden up our systems.
Okay, very well. Let's go to the post-audit report.
30 seconds.
Page 2 of the post-audit report. In respect to under page 2, under other services and charges, there's a 41% discrepancy, $238,000, right? The recommendation for 2026 budget season is fiscal year is $575,000 from $336,000. What the need for such a large discrepancy on our services and charge?
Good afternoon, Winston Simon, Deputy Director, Admin and Finance. So in the post-audit report under fiscal year 2025, there's $240,000 missing from that amount. Actually, $250,000. $10,000. There should be an additional $10,000 in the supplies area to bring that number to 89,056, and another $240,000 in the other services and charges.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. If I may wrap up, I'll appreciate it.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you so much. And page 6. Page 6. Let's do page 6. You know what? Let's go to page 7. I'm sorry. Let's go to page 7 because those questions were already asked. The tsunami warning siren repair system, it says no response. What does that mean, really? On the initiatives for 2025.
Yes,
the tsunami warning siren.
Yes, Senator Director Jaschen. So in my testimony, I talked about the future. We have $90,000 right now in EMPG funds to go ahead and repair the remaining 27 sirens on St. Thomas, Water Island, and St. John. So that's our way forward right now. I'm not sure why it said no update, but that's what we provide in our testimony, sir.
Okay, very well. Mr. Chair, thank you for your time and thank you for your responses. Thank you.
Follow up, sir, to answer his questions through the chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Hey, you may follow up. Yes.
For EMPG, is 90% of the grant goes towards salary, and under Homeland Security, 57% of the grant goes towards salary.
Very well. Thank you. Director Jaschen, your leadership team is comprised of 2 assistant commissioners and how many deputies?
I have 1 assistant commissioner.
And then there's 1 vacant.
No, I just have 1 assistant commissioner.
Just 1? Yes. Okay. Go ahead. What's 1 assistant commissioner? How many deputies?
I have 6? Yeah. I have ops, plans, logistics, grants, HR. That's 6. Yes.
So it's the director, assistant director, and 6 deputies.
Yes.
Okay. And you have the deputies in charge of the various areas. Identify those areas again.
Ops, plans, logistics, grants, human resources, and admin and finance.
Well, Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We see again where we have so many Indians, so many chiefs, rather. Everybody have a title of director. So where yours come in? If everybody carrying a title of director. It's the same thing that we're seeing in some of the departments where you have a commissioner, you got an assistant, you got 2 assistant commissioners, you got 3 deputy commissioners, you got all these special assistants to the commissioners. I mean, how many commissioners we need? We need to start getting some work done. And the more you give people big titles, the more they're going to want big pays. I'm looking at this, and I'm always discussing with my colleagues the classified employees versus unclassified, because I'm seeing a growing number every year with the amount of classified employees. Now tell me, your messenger receptionist, is that a classified or unclassified position?
Nadia Ferran, Deputy Director of HR and Labor Relations. That is a classified position.
It is classified?
Yes, sir.
Under what union?
Classified non-union.
And the emergency call center operators, are they under the same union?
They're, all the call center operators are under the USW.
So how is a messenger receptionist, and not that I don't want people to make the money, I want people to make the money, but how does a messenger receptionist make more than a 911 call center operator?
Just because the unionized position, I would suppose that was the discrepancy in that way, and the classified position is accordance to the messenger receptionist is accordance to DOP's classification.
See how we create morale issues and decrease in productivity? This is exactly how we do this, especially with all the exempt hires. Now, let me go back quick to this council that you spoke of earlier, because I'm a little baffled that we're not spending these monies with the grants for the cybersecurity. You made mention that this council is made up of persons from BIT, VITEMA, Legislature, WAPA, and where else?
Floresita Brun, Deputy Director of Grants Management. BIT, VITEMA, the Legislature, WAPA, Judicial Branch, Department of Health, Office of Health Information Technology, Port Authority.
Okay, you got a whole slew of them. When last they met? Who from VITEMA serves on this?
I do, Director Jaschen.
When was the last time they met?
Before Christmas, I would say.
Before Christmas? And since Christmas 2024, we're in 2025, how many government agencies you know of that was hacked?
I believe about 3.
And the council don't see it fit or an emergency to hold a meeting since Christmas of last year?
They have not done that, and I guess just for the group here, the purpose...
No, I don't want to know the purpose. They didn't see the emergency, they don't see the need?
They have not met for this purpose.
Who heads the council?
Director Ross from BIT.
All right. I'll check with Director Ross. This isn't making sense to me. We got to get these monies spent.
1 minute.
Now, is a budget request sufficient to fully implement your emergency preparedness?
Yes, sir, it is.
It is. Has VITEMA implemented any austerity measures or cost-saving strategies during fiscal year 25?
I think the key thing for us, competitive bids, we would go out and make sure we have competitive bids. That's the key thing to make sure in line.
Have you implemented any austerity measures?
30 seconds.
I would say no, based upon what your question.
Wow. Are there any ongoing contracts or leases under review for possible renegotiation at this time or cost reduction?
We have one contract with our rental here on St. Croix that has a 1-year extension on it.
One contract with what?
Our rental here on St. Croix, a lease.
What kind of rental?
A lease. The building my team is at, the lease. That's a contract that's coming up with 1-year renewal.
Now, you spoke earlier to, trying to find my notes
Time.
Here. May I, Mr. Chair? On page 9 of your submitted testimony, you mentioned the need to proceed with the Harmon Hill project on St. Croix to avoid cancellation of funding by FEMA. What specifically is stopping VITEMA from moving forward? And have you all met with FEMA officials?
We've met with FEMA officials several times, Senator, and we're anticipating the next 30 days to get the go-ahead from FEMA. They've had the project in review several times now. We answered the questions coming back, but we need to finish this review so I can move forward.
Have VITEMA submitted all necessary documentation to FEMA in order to make sure that this project moves forward smoothly?
Yes, Senator, we have. Again and again, yes.
And has your leadership team met with anyone from FEMA leadership regarding any federal funding that might be in jeopardy?
We've not had any official conversation. We've had a lot of behind this, but no.
Any conversation with the office of the Congresswoman?
Yes, we have. We've submitted information to her asking for help and support through some of her channels.
Do you have a plan B if these funding don't come through? Because I noticed that half of your ask is federal funding.
The only plan I had would have to go back to OMB, go back to Governor Bryan, and to approach the legislature and ask for additional funds to support the gap we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just let me note that it is a serious concern of mine that the council doesn't see the importance of meetings since December of last year, when we've had 3 or more government agencies hacked, and we have this set of monies sitting there. This is exactly why we lose federal funding. We can't be sitting on these monies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Vieira, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much. I'll go quickly. You said you have 2 approved collective bargaining agreements?
Nadia Ferran, Deputy Director of Human Resources. No, it's just one, the USW.
Okay, and did you include those numbers in your personnel budget that was submitted? Because I'm seeing the old salary.
Correct, it wasn't included.
Okay, so you're going to resubmit? Because we need to know exactly how much we funded under personnel and fringe.
Right, like I mentioned, when I made contact with OCB, the final pay scale has not been approved. So we once it's approved, then we'll have to resubmit, but it hasn't been approved.
Okay, so we have to wait a bit.
Right.
Okay, but it's going to be effective October 1st? That's in the contract?
Of 2025, correct.
Okay. Last question. In reference to the numbers you gave for budget, for personnel, you said that thus far you have spent $1,696,823. That would give you a period of 8 months.
Say that again. I'm sorry, sir.
Your actuals for personnel for FY25, $1,696,823.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, divided by 2, you get. Where is it? 848,411. So that's the average for 4 months. If you add those 2 together, I'm projecting that you're going to be spending $2,545,234 for FY25, which is below the amount that was allocated. It was $3.3 million. What are your projections to spend in personnel? It's way below what you were allocated. You only spent $1.7 million for 8 months.
Right. No,
and then the fringe. I'll go back out, but the fringe is also the same thing. The fringe, you spent $768,764. Half of that is $384, $382. So your projected fringe for the year would be $1,153,156, and you are appropriated $1.5 million. So even if you add in, Mr. Chair, 100,000 in each of those categories, they still have been allocated way more than they're going to spend. So we need to look at those monies and see how we could absorb now the raise for those 911, because it's already embedded in here because they haven't spent those monies. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Obviously, there'll be some cost savings that they could reconcile that amount. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I am not versed in federal grants, so I'm going to ask you to explain to me. I did a quick search regarding the cybersecurity grant program, and it specifically says that it is to provides funding to eligible state, local, and territorial governments to manage and reduce systemic cyber risk, thus improving the security of critical infrastructure and improving the resilience of the services territorial governments provide their community. And I know my colleague asked if those recent attacks in the government did not fall into this program, but it seems to me as if they would fall into this grant program.
Rosita Brun, Deputy Director of Grants Management. Yes, it does. But the way how CISA and FEMA formed this grant, there were different steps that needed to take place. Form a cybersecurity council, and then you come up with a cybersecurity plan. The plan has to be reviewed and vetted. In that plan details exactly what the council decided were their top things to complete. That plan is a live document, and any given time, they can go back and revise a plan to update it to include all the other things that CISA and FEMA approved to get done. And please keep in mind as well, that's not the Homeland Security Grant also has a section for cybersecurity where another agency took advantage of our funding. They were able to do the assessment. They still had money left over to fill the gaps that assessment identified. So it's possible.
It's possible because it seemed to me as if what my colleague was saying that now that these three agencies were attacked, that in fact the grant money can be used to mitigate or address or reduce the risk. Is that correct?
But we have to go back and look at the plan to ensure that it aligns with what their needs are.
But you said the plan is a living plan.
It's a living plan. It can be revised at any time, and it can. All they need to do is revise it. Council revise it, review it, revise it, submit it back to CISA, and CISA can approve it, and then we execute.
Thank you. One quick question. With respect, I saw a notice of funding opportunity, and for I had asked earlier if the non-use of grant funds affects future grants. And you said no, and I agree. But I did notice that the amounts decreased. And so I am just, for example, I looked up the 2023 Notice of Funding Opportunity, and for the VI, it was $1,046,957, but we only got $52,348.
For what grant, ma'am? Sorry.
2023 State and Local Cybersecurity Grant Program.
That's how much has been released, and that's why I was trying to. It's the money is on hold until CISA they have vetted the application that we submitted based on the projects that the council approved. So the money is there. The full money is there. We just have to work to get it released.
So the $1,046,000.
We haven't lost it. It's there. We just have to work with CISA to get the funding released. That's what they did automatically. They put the funding on hold until we got our plan approved. We got that approved until we get our application in. That's why I indicated that 2022, 513 full. All the funding is available to us. And now we're working on getting 2023. We submitted our application. They're reviewing it. And they already have work to release some of 2024 as well. So we're working. I know we're not working as fast as we would like, but we are trying to make some movement. We just have to wait for CISA, and as you've seen, they themselves are going through some changes. So, but we're going to continue to reach out to them to see how fast we can get this process completed.
Okay, I know that Director Jaschen and I were both in the military, and I remember one general saying the next day, "Did you go to sleep?" And if you said yes, that means he said you didn't do the work, right?
Yeah, correct.
Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, you follow? So, just saying. And Mr. Kelly also was in the military, so he understands what I'm saying. There are hours in the day that needs to be filled with the work for the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. And again, don't allow for the perfection to be the enemy of good. You know, while we continue to wait for the perfection, the stricter rules and these things, we continue to have cyber attack every single day, thousands at a time. So it's critical that we're able to, you know, navigate the process and be able to get the council to meet and do whatever is required for us to be able to activate what's required for us to be able to protect these agencies there. Because if you go back to the GNOCs, again, there's attacks that's happening every single day. And, you know, thank God for what they're doing over at BIT. You know, and we need to make sure that we're bringing some of these semi-autonomous agency into the fold as well. Senator Frederick, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much,
And
Mr.
let's be
Chair.
mindful as well that we have the next team waiting. So if you guys don't want to be here until midnight, use your time wisely.
Thank you very
Recognize.
much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate Director Jaschen. Just real quick, this stood out in your testimony for me for some reason. So I just wanted clarification. 143, line 143, talks about completion of furniture replacement for 911 ECC on St. Thomas. Over $100,000 have been obligated. That's a lot of money. Is it local fund? Is it federal funds? How many people does this impact?
Floresita Brown, Deputy Director of Grants Management. That is furniture for St. Thomas 911. We're replacing the whole setup and to make it more comfortable for the staff. So we have dedicated, and actually that's not even a contract. It was 150 initially, and then we were able to identify some additional, about 20-something thousand for the grant. And I think the local funds is absorbing some of the difference.
So this is mainly federal monies.
Yes, yes. The bulk of it is federal dollars.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Gittins, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I promise not to beat a dead horse on this cyber money. Just let the council meet, please. You're talking about adjusting this plan. Mr. Chair, you spoke about activation, and when you spoke about activation, that made me make me even know that my question to the director, I'm not comfortable with it, that his ask is sufficient to run the operations. I have been an emergency service coordinator locally and a FEMA federal investigator, and I know that if we were to have an emergency today or tomorrow, it's going to take you a lot more money than this. So I wish you were here asking for more monies. But what I wanted to specifically ask you is about this Harmon Hill project again. If it took you somewhere about 7 years to get 30% of the design phase for Harmon Hill, how much more years is it going to take you to get to 100% completed?
I'm hoping less than 2 years.
Hopefully less than
Yes.
2 years?
We are basically at the end of this approval from FEMA. Once it comes through, then we're going to go fast track.
Because you got to factor in all this, the amount of years it's taking you to get out from where you're renting now to go where you want to go.
Senator, in 2 years, we can get it done. It's this. Once these last hurdles are done, it's 30%, 60%, 90%. It start demolition, start construction, we do bids, we're done.
So by the end of this administration, we're going to have 100% completed design phase.
Well, yeah, for design, for sure. For sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Ms. Brown, how much FEMA funds do you have under your purview at this time?
$10,531,372, and that doesn't include the correct amount for cybersecurity. I include what funding I have access to. Since the grant, 2 of the grants are on hold, I only include what I can tap into.
So your current amount is about 10 million. How much?
10,531,372. And please note, we're a staff of 2, myself and my federal grants and program monitor. I'm short another federal grants and program monitor. I have one that does programmatic and one that does financial. They can't cross. I'm doing my
So you'll
duties.
make me ask how much vacancies do you have in
I
the
have
federal
one.
system?
That's what I'm saying.
That's just one?
I have one because they can't cross each other. You can't have programmatic doing financial. So I'm doing my duties plus the role of the financial federal grants and program monitor.
All I want to really end with is, again, we have all of this federal monies that's available to us, and it's so important. It cannot be understated or overstated, the need for us to make this, the urgency of expending these federal monies. Again, it's supposed to relieve the general fund. It's supposed to help in economic development. You know, there's so much use for this federal money. If we're not using it, we're going to lose it. It becomes a target because, again, the federal government is looking for every opportunity to draw back, claw back on these funds. So we need to make sure that there is some urgency in that. At this time, I think that rounds out the questioning in this period. I'd like to ask the director, what about this budget? What about VITEMA right now and your oversight responsibility that gives you reason for pause? What challenges are you experiencing? What keeps you up at night in regards to this budget process?
Budget process, Senator, and it's a great question to ask. I think we've been very straightforward about the federal impact upon this. A lot of unknowns are happening, but we are listening very closely to our federal partners to find out and anticipate and help support as fast as we can the unintended impact. Governor Bryan, OMB director, we're very much in together trying to find out the next steps forward. But that's the most serious thing. And then, of course, if emergency happens, we will go forward with the Stafford Act as we normally do. Assume a 75-25% cost share, and that's how we're going to go forward.
How was the morale at VITEMA?
I'd say based upon the feedback I've seen, my assistant director has just come on board. He's making some assessments. It's great to have him on board on St. Thomas, so I think we really are moving up. We were looking at hiring more individuals now, getting the staff in place. So to me, the morale is very, very good. Can always improve, and my assistant director has given one of the responsibilities to get the morale up a little higher than it is currently.
Is Mr. de Blasio still with you?
He is not. He's retired. He's still on the island of St. John. He's very much involved with St. John Rescue, very much involved with supporting the island of St. John.
Okay. I want to say I'm very impressed with Miss the HR person, Miss Farran. I think I agree with her that you're in a step in the right direction, especially as it pertains to the 911 operators, and I hope that she gets the support to deploy some of her initiatives, so that we could get those vacancies filled and get things moving. I'll give you 30 seconds for a closing remark.
Okay, Senator Bell Francis, committee members, it's been a great honor for the VITEMA team to present our fiscal year 2026 budget. I want to thank my entire staff for all the hard work in preparing for the section of this budget. It's been a real team effort. I want to also thank Director Julio Reimer and OMB staff for their help and support doing this, as well as Governor Bryan's policy team for their support in reviewing the testimony and providing the feedback. I also want to thank the legislature's own, behind the scenes, very hardworking Mr. Eustace Brown, the Director of Public Affairs, and the father of VITEMA's Deputy Director of Planning and Resources, Regina Brown. Mr. Brown has served the U.S. Virgin Islands legislature for 30 years and 7 months. At the end of August, he's going to have a well-deserved retirement. Thank you, Mr. Brown, for all the years of your support in the territory and the best of you in your retirement. I also want to thank the senators, remind you that this Saturday, the Amateur Radio Club is having their field day on Roebuck Center. Please come out and watch them make contact on the air over by Leatherback Brewery. So thank you very much. And if you need more information, you can see me afterwards. Thank you so much, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for recognizing the contribution made by Mr. Eustace Brown. Unfortunately, he decided to retire when I'm not Senate President. I would have denied it. But again, he has really contributed and done his time, and obviously he has things bigger and better things to move on to, and we respect that as well. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll bring it up. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 3.
Block 3, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Invited testifier, Mr. Antonio Stevens, Director. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Director Antonio Stevens seated along with his team. This time we'll go to the testifiers table to recognize those individuals. Director Stevens, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator. Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service.
Good afternoon, Clarence Stevenson, Assistant Director of Fire.
Good afternoon, Barbara Williams-Brown, Director of Human Resources and Payroll.
Chiefs.
Good afternoon, Robert Bryan, EMS Chief, St. Croix District.
Good afternoon, Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas St. John District.
Good afternoon, Lyle Evelyn Jr., Assistant Director for Emergency Medical Services.
Good afternoon, Charmaine Akers, Hewlett, CFO.
Let's try that again, Ms. Hewlett. Will you energize? Let me hear you.
Charmaine Akers, Hewlett, CFO.
Good afternoon, Kleber Titus, Fire Chief, St. Croix District.
Let's try that again.
Good afternoon, Kleber Titus, Fire Chief, St. Croix District.
Eustace Grant Jr., St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief.
Well, thank you. Welcome, each and every one of you. Are you prepared to defend the governor's proposed budget for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services and at the tune of $35,224,463? You recognize.
I am, Senator.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Novell Francis Jr., Chairperson of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, other distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Appearing with me are members of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service Executive Leadership Team, which include Assistant Director of EMS Lyle Evelyn, Assistant Director of Fire Clarence Stevenson, Chief Financial Officer Charmaine Akers Hewlett, Director of HR and Payroll Barbara Williams-Brown, Medical Director Dr. Robin Ellett, Territorial Training Coordinator Michael Lewis, St. Thomas St. John Fire Chief Eustace Grant Jr., St. Croix Fire Chief Kleber Titus, St. Thomas St. John District EMS Chief Victor Adams, St. Croix EMS Chief Robert Bryan, St. John Deputy Chief Magabi Calix, and St. Thomas Deputy Chief Craig Wade. We are before you today to present the proposed Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service budget for fiscal year 2026. The Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service is an all-hazards emergency response agency with the core mission of protecting life and property. The agency employs 285 personnel, 252 of which are first responders trained in various disciplines. Employees are organized into 4 units: the suppression unit, the EMS unit, the arson and prevention and investigation unit, and the administrative unit. Comprised of single and dual role firefighters, the suppression unit responds to fires, medical emergencies, technical rescue incidents, and emergencies involving hazardous materials. The Arson Investigation and Prevention Unit is responsible for conducting fire investigations, enforcing fire and life safety codes, and educating the public on fire prevention. This unit is staffed by inspectors and led by a fire marshal. The EMS unit provides pre-hospital emergency and non-emergent medical care, and its members are single role, nationally registered EMS practitioners. The unit is also assisted by dual role EMRs, EMTs, and paramedics. The administrative unit manages the agency's human resources functions and fiscal activities and is staffed by unsworn administrative personnel. VIA FEMS operates 10 fire stations, 2 EMS bases, and 3 administrative offices. Each fire station and EMS base is strategically located to ensure emergency responses are timely and efficient. Emergency response vehicles and other assets are assigned to each station based on operational needs. Agency operations are funded by general fund appropriations, non-appropriated funds, and federal grants. The requested general fund appropriated for the fiscal year 2026 was $35,224,463,000, which is an increase from the fiscal year 2025 appropriation of $31,058,050, with wages and fringe benefits projected to total $34,521,275. Personnel costs will account for 98% of this appropriation. To effectuate the transfer of fees billed and collected for ambulance services by the Department of Health on behalf of the Virgin Islands Family Emergency Medical Service, an additional $1.4 million will be appropriated to the agency with the body's approval. The primary source of local and non-appropriated funds for VIFEMS is monies collected by the agency for inspections, permits, and other services. These funds are deposited into the Fire Service Emergency Fund. Grant awards will continue to play a critical role in filling funding gaps in fiscal year 2026, allowing the agency to fund training and purchase critical equipment and supplies. Available federal awards are a total $859,663. Each award and their intended use are as follows. Grant, Department of Interior Technical Assistant Grant, available amount $441,043, intended use, purchase of 2 rescue vehicles. 2, Department of Interior Maintenance Assistant Program, available $185,891, intended use, purchase of a brush truck. Grant 3, FEMA Assistant to Firefighter Grant, available $21,942, intended use, driver's training. Grant 4, United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service, available amount $100,000, its intended use, wildland firefighting supplies and training. Grant 5, United States Department of Agriculture Forest Service, available amount $110,000, wildland firefighting supplies. Federal grant funding will not only fund critical equipment and supply purchases, but will also fund the replacement, repair, and strengthening of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service facilities. Disaster recovery grant awards are available for the following projects: the construction of Charles A. Seals Fire Station on St. Croix, the demolition and construction of the Rensselaer Gibbs Fire Station in Cotton Valley on St. Croix, repair and hardening of the Herbert L. Canegita Fire Station in Richmond, which is in St. Croix, repair and hardening of the Emil Henderson Senior Fire Station in Frederiksted, and the construction of a safe room. The demolition and construction of the George P. Scott Fire Station in Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, the demolition and construction of the Fortuna Fire Station in Fortuna, St. Thomas, and the demolition and construction of the Robert O'Connor Fire Station in Cruz Bay. In fiscal year 2025, as in 24, VIFEMS worked to build the capacity as an EMS organization. Since October 2024, VIFEMS has increased the number of nationally certified, nationally registered emergency medical technicians employed by the agency by 27, bringing the total number of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service EMTs to 65. 12 of the newest EMS providers are probationary firefighter EMTs who recently completed training. Their graduation marked the completion of the agency's first successful joint fire and EMS training academies. While contractors conducted previous EMT courses, VIFEMS recently received state certification to operate an emergency medical service education training center. This marks a historic milestone, as it is the first time in the territory's history that the agency will have its very own EMS training program. This accomplishment is more than just a symbolic achievement. It delivers tangible benefits to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Establishing its own training center allows VIFEMS to produce highly qualified instructors within its ranks, eliminating the need to rely on external institutions and saving significant costs previously spent on outsourcing EMS education and certification. Additionally, this initiative lays the foundation for a sustainable instructor lineage that will strengthen the department for years to come. By cultivating homegrown educators via FEMS ensures continuity, deepens the institutional knowledge, and raises the overall level of professionalism and the capability within its EMS services. It also creates new pathways for upward mobility and leadership development within the agency's training cadre, an investment in both its people and its future. Seeking to build capacity in other operational areas via FEMS also expanded its marine assets in this fiscal year, proudly placing the Antonio Hendricks fireboat in service in April. This is an accomplishment that the agency shares with this body as the 34th legislature appropriated funding for the vessel. The fiscal year 2026 via FEMS strategic priorities include increasing staffing, implementing a medical billing system, and expanding the ambulance fleet. Efforts to increase staffing for the suppression and EMS unit will continue in the upcoming fiscal year. 13 candidates have been selected for Recruit Training Academy in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and the academy is scheduled to begin June 30th. Having entered into a contract for medical billing services in FY25 via FEMS, will continue to work on implementing and maintaining a medical billing system for fiscal year 2026. Utilizing funds obtained through congressional community project funding via FEMS has procured 7 new ambulances. They're scheduled to ship to the territory in October 2025, and the agency will work on outfitting them with radios and placing them in service in the upcoming fiscal year. Before concluding, I would like to extend my gratitude to the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service for their dedicated service and commitment to protecting life and property in the territory. A special thank you to our Employees of the Year, Ms. Sherman Lawrence and Ms. Kayla Ventura, for their hard work and contributions to the agency over the last year. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on the proposed via FEMS budget for fiscal year 2026. We await your questions.
Thank you very much, Director Stevens, for the brevity in this report. I'm sure my colleagues could appreciate it as we, on our third agency for today's budget proceedings. So first of all, I want to thank you for recognizing the contribution by the 34th legislature in partnering with the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services for the purchase of that fireboat, as well as to congratulate you on the acquisition of the 13 new fully trained, dual-trained recruits in the recent graduation of a police class. So tell me, have you seen any reduction in your FY 2025 allotments so far?
There has been an adjustment. I won't call it a reduction. It's just an adjustment based on what we forecasted, Senator.
Okay, and how much was that adjustment?
For our 2025 budget.
Just please give your name first, Ms. Hewlett. So.
This is Charmaine Akers Hewlett. The only reduction that I saw was in the Health Revolving Fund, because we haven't gotten the whole allotment yet. And I spoke to OMB, and they should be putting that on.
So it's forthcoming?
Yes.
Okay. Also, you didn't see any cuts or anything like during the monthly allotments?
No major, no cuts.
What about overtime expenditures? How much have you expended in overtime to date?
Overtime to date is $3,524,314.
How is that in comparison to the previous year?
Previous year, this year it's about over by 1 point something million.
1 point something. And what do you attribute that to, Director?
I attribute that Director Antonio Stevens, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. Senator, it's no secret that with the Pafford, for example, pulling out of the territory, placed all of our paramedics and our EMS personnel into basically an overtime response. Currently, in St. Croix District, we have no paramedics. So my EMS chief and my EMS supervisor are the ones who are constantly doing those advanced calls, running paramedics calls. The same thing in the St. Thomas St. John District, where I have something like a total of 6 paramedics. In order for us to provide that support that's needed within the territory, we do need to run some overtime in order to make sure that those employees who are putting in that time are compensated appropriately.
So this additional overtime is mostly in the EMS area?
I would not say it's mostly in the EMS areas. For example, we just finished a class, like you mentioned. Those instructors are paid overtime because we don't have a cadre that just sits there and wait until a class comes up. So those employees who assist work overtime, and from when people go on leave and different things that happen throughout the year, we do incur overtime.
So do you have it broken down by fire versus EMS in terms of the overtime? It's all in one.
I think we have it all in one because I try not to separate the two, but we can break it up.
I think it's important for you to determine exactly where the overtime is accrued. Of course, with the EMS situation with the paramedics, that's critical. So you want to, section off that. But I think it'll be a good idea to at least be able to evaluate it, based on which side of the house this is occurring. Also, your fire service emergency fund. How much do you have in that fund currently?
We collected thus far Sharon Acres Hewlett, sorry. We collected so far 548,217. That's the collection for the year, and unobligated, we have 740 as of 5/9/2025 total. That includes what was left over from last year and the 548,217.
And how is that money expended? How do you then you pay that money through what? What do you do with that funding?
That money is paid for everything that's not everything else that's needed that's not covered in our regular budget, because we only have 2%, which only covers really rent and utilities. So anything else like auto parts or operational supplies or supplies is covered under that.
How much have been expended in this account to date?
In this account, through May 9th, 392,983.
And that left the balance of 740?
That's yes, that leaves a balance of 740.
That's 392?
392,983.
983. Okay. At this time, I'll open up the floor to questions from my colleagues, and I'll come back with some additional questions. Senator Volquez is not there. Senator Fonseca is not there. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Director, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I'd like to find out what your actuals are and tell me from what date they are up to for this year. Actuals in personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, and so forth.
Chairman Akers Hewlett, is that actual expenditure so far?
Correct.
Okay. So for
personnel
is 20,268,486.91 cents.
That is of what date?
That is as of. That's 2 days ago. Run this 2 days ago.
Okay, go ahead. Fringe?
For the fringe. I can get that back to you. The page got cut off. I'll get that back to you. But the other services is 34,194.
Say again, please. Other services?
Other services is 34,194.
Supplies?
We do not have supplies in our budget. It comes out of the emergency funds and the health revolving funds.
Okay, good. Any capital outlay?
No.
Utilities.
Utilities, so far is 247,144.35 cents. Well, that's water. The total, I mean, that's electricity. The total is 268,386.
386. Okay. You have any GS employees?
We do not.
Okay. How many individuals you have under 35,000?
I'm sorry, Senator. You asked a question?
Yes. Do you have any GS employees? You said no.
No, no.
Barbara Williams Brown. To answer your question.
How many employees do you have under 35,000?
1 second, Senator. She wanted to respond to your inquiry about the GS employees.
Okay, okay.
Good afternoon again, Barbara Williams Brown. Yes, we have 4 GS employees.
Okay, okay. Okay, 4 GS. How many employees do you have under 35,000?
We don't have any employees under 35,000.
Okay, good. How many vacancies do you have?
Oh, let me correct myself. We have probationary employees, our firefighter EMTs. The salary is 33,000, and once they complete probation, they will receive a salary increase to exceed 35,000.
How many people are there? Is that? How many of them?
We just graduated a class of 12 in St. Croix District.
Okay. Okay, and vacancies. How many vacancies do you currently have?
We have a total of 29 vacancies. We have 13 that we fill, and the class is starting with firefighter EMT, and the class is starting on Monday, June 30th.
Okay. Is anyone owed retro?
Retro in terms of?
From wage negotiations?
No, Senator.
No. Okay, so retro 0. I don't know if my time was called, Mr. Chair. If it was, let me know. Still going? Okay, and my final question is on the prevention unit hazardous pay.
1 minute.
How much is in the 26 budget for that? Or was that a one-time payment?
Chairman Akers, the hazardous duty pay is factored into their salary in the next fiscal year. It was lump sum this year because they were not included in the original budget.
Okay, okay, great. And the junior firefighters, same 50,000?
That's correct, Senator.
30 seconds.
Okay, is there any pending wage negotiations for anyone right now?
We don't have any pending right now. We have we scheduled to go into negotiations for in July next month.
And that would be for whom? For fire, civilian staff?
For SIU, that would be EMS.
Yes.
Time.
Okay, in July. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up on line of question my colleague just asked. And he asked about any employee making under 35. And in your personnel listings, you have one of them, and that's on page, I don't know what the V stands for, page 14. Making 27,095. What's that V stands for? The personnel listing.
On the personnel listing, V is vacant.
So what that position firefighter salary at 27?
That it has to be an old salary center. That we don't. The base salary for a starting firefighter is 33,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What's your starting salary now for firefighters? Firefighters, EMS.
Barbara Williams Brown, $33,000.
33,000, even.
Yes.
So, Director, how much you had budgeted in the FY 2024 for overtime?
I know it was.
Ms. Hewlett?
I think it was 1.7 something million. The exact 1.7. It was 1.7.
1.7 million.
Something, yeah.
Budgeted for overtime. You have expended so far to date 3.5 million. Possibly, when you look, if you add another 4 months, you're slated to spend $4.41 million for FY 2025. How do you, where are you getting that funding from?
Can't answer that question, Senator.
Sorry?
Can't answer that question, Senator.
Can't answer that question. I didn't think you would be able to. No, I didn't think you would be able to as well. So we'll have to talk some more about that.
So, Senator, I know you just did a projection, but do I understand with the graduating of this class of 12 dual role employees, that will help us to significantly at least add in 3 more persons per shift that can either run an ambulance or ride the fire apparatus, which will reduce the overtime.
You already have a situation of a doubling of overtime as it stands right now.
Right.
Yeah, so while there may be some projecting forward, you may have some reduction. I still think that you're going to run into a predicament where you're short into the fiscal year, and we'll have to probably consider a supplemental, once it can be justified. But I'm sure that OMB will be having a conversation with you in respect to that. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for.
Senator.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Senator Balkes. I didn't realize that you're back. You're recognized for your. You have a point of information, or are you ready to assume your time? You have 5 minutes.
I would like to assume my time. However, I believe Senator Blyden has a point of information germane to the discussion.
Very well. Senator Blyden, you recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And this is for the accounting person for VIFEMS. In respect to page 7 of the post-audit report, right? The post-auditor noted that according to the personnel information received from the Office of Management and Budget, the funding positions account for 327 general fund positions amounting to $21,228,704, resulting in a discrepancy of $3,362,566, for which no additional justification was provided to the post auditor. So, in addition to that, the recommended budget includes 22 vacant positions funded under the general fund, and the total funding allocated for these vacant positions amounts to $1,106,633. So can you explain to us what that discrepancy is about?
Okay, Senator. Shamin Akers-Hewlett. I went through the post-audit and I went through what we received from OMB. And the difference is the overtime on one is showing $3,130,000, and the overtime on the second one is showing $1,290,000.
So what's the accurate amount? What's the accurate amount?
The accurate amount, our budget is $35,244,000. The $36 million, I really don't know where that came from. But our actual amount is $35,244,000. Sorry, $3,244,000.
Okay, I'll continue to crunch the number. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I guess we'll drill down. Thank you.
Yes, so obviously, I guess the discrepancy there is in terms of your actual overtime compared to what was budgeted for your overtime, correct?
It seems that that they used what was budgeted and put in one document, and in the other document it has what was under our ceiling at the time.
Okay. All right, very well. Senator Bulk, as you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to central staff, and good afternoon to the leadership team from the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Services. Good afternoon, Director Stevens. And good afternoon to one of my favorite firefighters, Mr. Clarence Stevenson. Don't feel no way, Director Stevens. It's a long-standing one. Don't worry about it. I wanted to mention, Director Stevens, you mentioned that about 285 personnel, you have about 285 personnel with plans of increasing staffing in the suppression and EMS units. How many positions remain vacant, and what are the recruitment timelines? Because I know that that EMS component is a very important part of your operations. How many vacancies, and what is the timeline to hopefully fill those vacancies?
So right now in the St. Thomas and Antonio Stevens, Director for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service Center, right now for the St. Thomas and John District, we are in the process of hiring a class that's starting on the 13th of June. 30th of June, I'm sorry, which is basically next week, Monday. That class will probably be graduating sometime late October next year, October this year, once we finish everything in the curriculum.
Especially for recruitment on St. John, are we on par in the sense of having enough bodies on the island of St. John?
Senator, we do not look at St. John just as one district. It's a St. Thomas St. John district, so we do encourage personnel from the island of St. John to apply for these positions. Assistant Director Stevenson and Deputy Chief Magabi colleagues are always telling me that we need to do this, so I do support it. However, it's considered one district, and we can't just separate it as such.
Okay, very well, but I would agree that we could use a few more bodies, obviously, but you are the leader in that realm, and I respect your decisions. Concerning the fireboat, which was recently, we had a ribbon cutting for it. Let's talk about maintenance and staffing of that boat. Now that that boat has been erected, well, ribbon cutting into service, what are your plans for maintenance and staffing? I mean, where does it usually stay? Is there a fee associated with where it's docked up? You know, what are the annual operating costs for that fireboat? Just sort of wanting to get a gist of that.
I'll defer that question to my Assistant Director.
Good afternoon, Clarence Stevenson, Assistant Director. So recently, we've entered into an agreement with American Yacht Harbor. So after the St. John Festival, we will be relocating the vessel to Red Hook, so it could be an central point. As you know, we have 8 captains. The chiefs and I recently reassigned someone, so we could have 2 captains on every squad. So we've been doing internal training. As for the maintenance, the first service is coming up soon as festival finish. That's going to cost us about $3,500. We have a drawdown account set up with our Shore Marine to cover that cost currently. When the boat relocates to Red Hook, will be the personnel from Lima Company, a captain and a crew, will be the ones to take the vessel out for emergency purposes.
Okay, excellent, because this will likely be a new financial responsibility for VIFEMS. And of course, you know, speaking to the choir, we know how important having these vessels, these maritime vessels, available to save lives.
1 minute.
For the island of St. John. So if there's any way for you to calculate this newly formed financial obligation that VIFEMS will have to endeavor upon please, forward that information to the chair of this committee so that they can, take that recommendation seriously, because we know that individuals on the island of St. John in the past have lost their lives
30
due
seconds.
to the inaccessibility of a maritime vessel or even a helicopter for that fact, to be able to shuttle individuals off of the island in certain situations. So I want to also take my time before it expires to thank the Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Service for all of that they do on a regular basis. We appreciate all of the hard work and focus that you do to keep us safe in that area. Thank you for the time. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Director, in the FY 2025 budget, we line item the prevention unit hazardous duty pay of $172,795. Have the unit received as hazardous duty pay?
Yes, Senator, they have.
What about those firefighters that became EMTs? Have they been compensated for that additional duty?
I wouldn't say 100% have. I think there are a few of them, Ms. Brown.
We have one or two that we're pending to apply the salary increase and the incentive.
What's causing the delay in that?
We're waiting approval of the PRF.
Do you have a perspective of when that will occur?
We should anticipate to receive the approved PRF this week, and we could process the NOPAs immediately.
Well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, all. Director Stephen and your management team, thank you guys for coming out today. We appreciate you guys. Director, let's start talking with some general firefighting stuff. And I appreciate your service. The Bavoni landfill, there have been numerous incidents out there. What's the impact on your department? I know recently we just had another incident. How's that impacting your readiness?
It impacts the fire service, like I said in my opening testimony, we're all hazards response. But when we have a situation where we have to put resources out 8-9 hours just on this one, which I will call a preventable situation at the landfills, because it goes back to landfill management. And if we're not doing a very good job of separating our waste, for example, separating your metals from your vegetative waste and everything else, that's where the problem comes in, right? And doing proper rotation, it kills the response that we could be doing something else. Because again, I have to move personnel around, move stations around, because it's at least 2 stations that has to support whenever we have those kind of fires at the landfill.
Yeah, well, they've got some unique issues. There's a lot of methane gas there as well, and
that is true. But that, Senator, is manageable as well. There's a way to manage it.
All right, we just had the director of waste management with us, and of course they have a different perspective. I like that. But nonetheless, we collectively as a government need to come together and figure out how to resolve this issue.
Agreed.
We don't have the money to keep going back and forth to the landfill. You're not getting compensated any additional funds for this. And it's expensive on both ends. I know they don't want to fire the community in that area. They don't want to fire their environmental impacts from this. So we need to get to a point where we could help reduce the number of trips out there. Also, someone mentioned, isn't there some firefighting retardants that we could start using to reduce us just using?
And that's what I was alluding to, Senator, when I said that there are ways to reduce the amount of time that we have to go out there. There's a machine that Waste Management should be purchasing that allows the daily running over of the spreading of that same chemical to reduce the hazards of fire actually starting or coming to the surface.
To be fair, we have some issues on St. Croix as well.
I agree.
So this is something. Are you guys collaboratively meeting to try to mitigate this, though?
Yes, Senator, I am.
Yeah. Okay. So when will we start seeing some results from this collaboration?
I really can't answer that question. I think as long as we could get the machinery up on this in both districts, that machine that I just mentioned, I think it will go a long ways.
Is there something
there was
do?
a while where we didn't have anything, and that's when that machinery was up. It was doing very good until we had the stuff that happened, I think, last year in the Bavoni landfill. We've seldom had any issues here in the St. Croix landfill, but again, we have to make sure that that machinery on both landfills are up and running and they have the supplies that they need.
So is there something that we as a legislature could do to help mitigate or speed up this process? Because it has to be resolved. We can't keep doing this.
I agree.
Okay, so let's see what we could do to help out with this. In terms of, and I'm excited to see that we're getting more EMS and you guys are training, but I understand that you guys are utilizing the UVI simulation center now?
Yes, Senator. That's what we did for the last class of EMTs that we just trained. That's where we did the training at the UVI center.
And that's an excellent center for that.
It is.
So we could start seeing more graduates now, right?
We'll start seeing more graduates, but like the model that I just explained, where we having our own in-house instructors providing the EMS training, is where I would like to be going forward.
Okay, but that's more expensive.
No, it's not.
Okay, we'll talk about that. If you want to use those type of mannequins, it's going to be more expensive. Those things are very expensive.
Those things, but I'm referring to in-house. Yes, in-house is less expensive. Now, if there's a way, since UVI is UVI, if they could say, okay, you're a government agency, so we allow you to use this equipment, that would be great too.
They're not going to do that.
They're not going to do that.
No. Okay, great. Let's talk about rent, which is always a big question. What are you doing to move out of Orange Grove or find a substitute location that's more affordable?
Senator, the Orange Grove location, I think, is very affordable. If you look at the cost that we're paying there.
It's $108,000 a year.
108. That's correct.
That's
the space.
That's expensive.
For the space that we're using, we have 2 additional spaces. One of them we use as a response area for our EMS, and then we're leasing another place in Grove, while the station in Grove is currently being built out.
Okay. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Director Stevens, do you have any, how much do you owe in vendors payment?
In
vendors payment?
The total amount that's due is $209,000, but those are waiting checkpoint at finance.
How long has those been pending?
Repeat the question, please.
How long has that been pending payment?
Some of them are recent, some of them are a little older, waiting for checkpoint.
Over 90 days?
I think those over 90 days they took care of.
You have those? Okay, so 60 days perhaps?
Some of them may be that, yes.
Are you fully wrapped up with the Pafford at this time?
Yes.
Based on the agreement?
Based on the agreement, yes.
Moved?
Yes.
Do we still have any Pafford? You still have any Pafford on your roster?
No, Senator, we do not.
None whatsoever?
None.
Okay, good. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my favorite people. We still have work to do ahead, though, yes, as we both know. I wanted to ask, what's the difference between a fire station and an EMS base? Because I see you have 10 fire stations and 2 EMS bases.
Good afternoon, Senators and Director Stevens. The EMS base, it's just an EMS unit that's there. 2 ambulances, sometimes 1 ambulance that's there, not a fire apparatus.
Oh, but it's not a building.
It's a building.
A building
with an EMS response.
Only.
Only.
Okay, and where are those located?
There's the one in Cottage and one in Cruz Bay.
One in Cottage?
I stay Cottage here in St. Croix and one in Cruz Bay.
Okay.
St. John.
I actually was pleased to see that you had your first successful joint fire and EMS training academy, and that you're now, of course, a training center. That's very important. How do you, well, let me ask this. Do you feel that you have sufficient EMTs to cover the Virgin Islands?
Senator, no. Bluntly, no, I do not.
You don't?
I do not.
And do you think that the requirement of the, I mean, I was part of the merger. And so sometimes though you look at the outcome, do you think that going forward we still should have the EMT firefighter, or because I noticed that you have EMTs, paramedics, firefighters separate. Is that part of the design or plan of the organization?
It is not the design nor the plan for the organization center. Remember, when we did the integration, not the merger, when we did the integration, whoever was already an EMT, advanced or paramedic, we allowed you to come over, no changes. But as we move forward, we're not hiring any EMT or advanced EMTs. You would have to come through the dual role process. Because there's such a big, high need for paramedics, however, we are hiring paramedics without having to go through that particular program.
Without having to go through the firefighting side of it.
Right. We do have one dual role paramedic within the territory, though, that came through the ranks.
Would you say, though, that the integration was in fact successful?
I would say to date the integration was successful, though slow, based on hiring and stuff like that, and the need that we currently have, but it was successful, Senator.
Okay. Let's go to no. It's always good to be a part of something that works, right? I'm enjoying this one, as you can tell. The one piece, though, the medical billing system. Tell me about that. What's holding that up? Because you're saying having entered into a contract for medical billing services, is that still with the Department of Health, or is that now a separate entity?
Larry Leveling, Assistant Director of EMS. So we have contracted with Zoll Billing to assist us with doing our own in-house billing. However, the hold up right now, which we will probably need your assistance, is for us to get our own EIN. So that has been the thorn in our side to get this process moving forward.
To get your own EIN?
Yes, VIFEMS.
Is that an obstacle?
Yes.
Okay, we can talk about that after. That's interesting, because that's an important part of being productive and right, not only productive but lucrative. Let's just use that word. The ambulance fleet, the 7 new ambulances that are coming to the Virgin Islands. How are you dividing them up between the 3 islands?
Larry Leveling, Assistant Director of EMS. 4 for the St. Thomas, St. John District, because we have 2 islands, and 3 for the St. Croix District.
No, I know you said we have 2 islands, but we have 2 island districts. But are you putting an ambulance on St. John, and then that's what you meant?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted exactly where the wheels will be. Okay. Is that my time has been called? Mm-hmm. Well, I'm good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, team. Good to see every one of you, even the governor's brother. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. Senator James, I know there was no doubt that the integration had worked, because, you know, I almost got thrown out to the Senate for that. So that was my legislation. So, yeah. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. Former
Good afternoon.
Fire Director.
Yes. Good afternoon to my, what to say, farmer colleagues.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, every one of them that are looking at that and a couple of EMTs I worked along with before. But I worked a little bit before I retired, so I got a chance to work with Brian for a little bit before I left. First, I want to commend you and the team, the whole fire service, because I know how it works. For the 13 joint, that's I know, a big help to the community. When they get completed in St. Thomas, they're going to be the same. St. Thomas, St. John, they're going to be a lift in the direction that the department is going, and I will agree with you guys. I think it's been a little slow, but it's a lot more moving parts than people would know. And I know that for myself. It's a lot more moving parts than most people will understand. You know, and then you still got behaviors to deal with, plus. Anyway, I like to know, because I like fairness within, what am I doing? So when it comes to the construction, what's going on? I noticed Grove kind of stopped. You mentioned about the different stations starting, and I will take my hats, because I know the conditions at the station don't get much better until some kind of construction go on. So, for the man and woman of Virgin Island Fire Service, or EMS Fire Service, put together, kudos for showing up. And again, I like to know what's the status on the construction before I ask other questions.
Thank you, Senator. That Antonio Stevens, Director for the Violence Fire and Emergency Medical Service. That's a very good question. And one of the things that once I took over as a director was wanting to make and improve the quality of life living in the stations for the employees. You've been there where, you know, some of the stations are like, if you bring a civilian through, I remember Senator Maurice James walked through and she was like, you guys live, sleep? Yes, right? And so it's one of the things that we as a team have strived to upkeep and maintain these stations. Just about all the stations, Senator, are up for some kind of renovation. Of course, 2 on St. Croix are being completely torn down and rebuilt. The one in Grove is the one that I think you're referring to, where the construction had started, but it stopped because of the situations that occurred within FEMA. We're working on getting that stuff back up within the next 2 weeks. However, once we get the green light to go again through FEMA, it would take the contractor at least another 2 weeks to bring back their personnel in and start the construction phase again.
Okay, good. As far as it comes to vehicle, I mean the smaller vehicle, what's the year to date? What's the cost you guys have for fuel that you got already extended? Why should you look for that? Do you have any plans that maybe using some electrical vehicles for the guys in prevention?
Senator, I do not. It did not cross my mind. It did not.
No, I just saying, because again, it's all about cost, because we could continue to see we got costs for over time, we got costs, so we got to start to look at what we could shape. Everybody know me as I cut in. I mean, I ain't afraid I come in with my knife and I cut in.
Right.
But at this point now that you're doing medical, I ain't coming here screaming about cutting, because our hospital ain't in the best condition, and then you guys still got to go and do what we have to do. So I would lay off at the cutting on that behalf. But overall, looking at this, I see you got $17,000. Is it for supplies?
1 minute.
Where is $17,000?
Chairman Akers-Hewlett, that $17,000 is under the junior firefighter account.
Okay.
That is for their supplies. We don't have a supply. We didn't get a supplies line item.
Okay. So as far as on page 6 of the post-audit report, the FY24, you had actual expense for capital outlay for 900,000, 900. 900. And I noticed for FY 2026, there is nothing.
904, that was part of the expense for the boat.
That's
fire boat.
Okay.
But this year
Time.
we have nothing.
No, I just questioned him because I noticed in like I said, FY 2024, it was you had an expense, and to look at today, you have nothing. So if you say it was just for the boat, then that's a one-time
unless you want
payment.
to give us another boat for St. Croix.
Question quick. Could I ask one more question? This one is for Stevens. I listened to the senator ask you about the boat. Is it going to serve a greater need at Red Hook than if you have an issue in St. John?
So, Clarence Stevenson, Assistant Director. We strategically want to place the boat in Red Hook so Red Hook is kind of central between downtown and Cruise Bay. Okay. So for fire emergencies, however, we do have some repairs coming up for the ambulance boat. And then the fire boat will be the backup. So
that's why I asked the question. Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for the answer.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I really want to stick on this subject with these stations. You have 11 fire stations between 5 demolition out of the 11, and the rest of them is repair, but only 1 have started thus far. What's the status on the other 4 for demolition? What's the status on them? Where are they?
Senator, for example, the one in Cotton Valley, we're still in the A&E phase of that. We've recently approved the plans for it. And then after that, with that particular station, though, there won't be any, while that station is being built, the new station, the old station is where the employees will be staying. So it won't be like the Grove Place situation where we have to find a place for them to go. There's no other building for them to go to in that area. And then, go ahead.
St. John, you got St. John Cruise Bay.
St. John Cruise Bay.
That's in bad condition.
They're both, all our stations are not in the best conditions. But again, I take my hat off to the men and women for like bearing with us in dealing with this stuff, right? So they are next on the ball. And I think the one in Cotton Valley will be up sooner than the ones in St. John and St. Thomas.
But what I would like to do to the chair, if you could send us the list and the status of especially those that need to be those for demolition and total repair, because I think I'll take the whole day trying to get this, because there's a lot of information that needs to be had, and we would like to know where they are, because I know I went through a couple of them, and one in Cruise Bay in St. John is they know that's really out of whack, and then even the Henderson station in Frederickstead keep continuously doing repair there, but things always coming up. It's old.
It's old. Yes.
So what I would like for you to do through the chair, submit a report as a standing of where all of them stand, when they're going to start, and a completion date. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Marvin Blyden, I wanted to ask you, Director, what's the status on the contract negotiations for the firefighters and EMS? Where are we with that?
Ms. Brown?
We don't have any upcoming dates. The OCB, once OCB reach out to the local 2125 union, then we will know, we have a date then. Right now, we don't have any date.
You don't have any dates available right now. Okay. And I see you had some promotions since the last time you've been here. Can you speak to those?
What was the last time I was here? Yes, Senator. So we recently had four promotions throughout the territory. Five promotions throughout the territory since the last time. I don't know when the last time was, but as recently as a month ago. 4 this month, and then another one in April.
So who are the promotees? Who got promoted?
Nicole Christian got promoted from corporal to sergeant. Chasma Miller got promoted from lieutenant to captain in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Alberto Davis in the St. Croix District, fighter to corporal. Lenny Fredericks, firefighter to corporal, and
Kenneth Steele.
Kenneth Steele, firefighter corporal to sergeant.
All right, my media public affairs is indicating that we need to take a 5 minutes break. So at this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess. Director, right before you left, you started to talk about those individuals that have been promoted recently or the last time you've been here.
Good afternoon, Senator. Yes, Antonio Stevens, Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. So our last visit, you are correct. I have a new Assistant Director of Fire, which is Clarence Stevenson, sitting to my right. I have a new Deputy Chief in the St. Thomas St. John District, which is Craig Wade, and a new Chief, Eustace Grant, in the St. Thomas St. John District.
Very well. So congratulations to all the promotees. I wish you well in your new assignments. Make us proud. All right, you have an opportunity. This is your time to shine, so make us proud in those new assignments. That includes you, Chief Grant. Daryl, you ready to go? Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes at this time. Vice Chair, Senator Blyden.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Again, EMS Director Stevens, Assistant Director Stevenson, and all the other professionals there in the conference room with you, and thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for your service. Before I go to the post-audit report, since it's a budget hearing, let me ask a couple of questions from the testimony. Director Stevens, you spoke to VIFEMS operation in terms of 10 fire stations, 2 EMS base, and 3 administrative offices. How many stations do you have in the St. Croix district, and how many stations do you have in St. Thomas district and St. John?
Good afternoon, Senator. Antonio Stevens, Director of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service. We have 4 fire stations in the St. Thomas, the St. Croix district, 4 in the 6 in the St. Thomas St. John district, sir.
Okay, very well. And I heard you speak to the EMS bases, and you said they are located one in St. Croix and one in St. John?
That's correct, Senator.
What happened to St. Thomas? Why is there any why isn't there any St. Thomas? What's the reason for that?
It's based on a need, Senator, and right now there's no specific need in the St. Thomas district for an additional EMS response unit.
Okay, very well. But let me ask you though, because I know earlier you stated when my colleague from Savannah asked you in respect to capital outlays, there in a budget book in the post-audit report there's 0 for capital outlay for a couple of years well now. So I have a question for you in respect to safety when it comes to the fire station. And I know at the Tutu station, when it's one of the largest stations, it's an open station because I know many times folks just walk in, you find homeless individuals taking showers, etc. there. What can be done in terms of capital outlay to assist in that respect to assure that the station is closed and is safe for the workers? What can be done?
Senator Antonio Stevens, Director of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical. That is, when I spoke earlier, that's one of the challenges that we've been having as a team, is trying to get a vendor to come out and do an assessment to replace those doors. Again, initially we were trying to wait on the FEMA projects to hit because that's one of the things that FEMA is supposed to be doing. As a matter of fact, that station is due for total reconstruction from the ground up. So we are trying to hold off on doing those kind of major type of repairs, but for the health and safety of the men and women in the fire service, I think we would be spending money twice, but for the health and safety, I think is the best thing to do at this stage, since we don't have a timeline as to when those projects are going to be completed or even started. So right now, the challenge is finding a vendor to come out, do the assessment, and do either the repairs or replacement of those bay doors.
Well, my ask honestly is for you to try and do that expeditiously because you're correct. Our lives are very important, and those young men and women lives are priceless. So
agreed.
You need to work on that. Thank you for that. Let me ask you though, in respect to the post-audit report, I'm going to start on page 7 under the Emergency Services Special Fund. For honor supplies, there were $200,000 for fiscal year 24, $320,000 for fiscal year 25, and nothing recommended for 26. which is a $320,000 variance. What's the reason for that? No funding for supplies. Did it go to a different category? What's the reason for that?
Thank you for that question, Mr.
Charmaine Akers Hewlett. There is, it's not included here, but there is an estimated amount. It's going to be, I think it's around 400, a little less than $400,000, but that is from the 911 fund.
So you do have a funding source to assist in that respect when it comes to supplies?
Yes. The 911 fund and the collections, which is the fire service emergency funds. But I guess somehow it was inadvertently left off.
Okay. Very well. Thank you for the explanation. Go to page 8, I'm sorry. Again, on the professional services. Again, there's nothing I'm recommending for the 2026 fiscal year. Last year of 2025 fiscal year was $125,000. And fiscal year 24, $1.2 million. What the reason for that on the professional services?
The 1.1 million, that included the payment for PAFOD. The 125 we had in our budget last year. This year we don't have it in our budget, so we'll have to use the Health Revolving Fund, EMS, Fire Emergency Fund, and emergency funds.
30 seconds.
So you have enough funds in that? Do you have enough in that fund to cover the difference?
Yes, we do.
Okay, very well. On page 9, on the professional services contract, you guys did not provide any listing for the post audit department. Why is that?
Right now, we are on a month-to-month because we did not get janitorial service or any of the other professional services, but they're in progress for this year, process for this fiscal year, upcoming fiscal year, but we haven't gone to bidding yet.
It's a month-to-month, and which fund are those payments coming from?
That's coming from line item professional service, but from the Health Revolving Fund.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may, I just want to close on with the federal grants analyst because I have some questions and concerns with this chart here, page 9. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Go to the federal grants analyst when it comes to the chart. DOI map 2023. That grant was from July of 23 and it expired 9 of 27. 185,891. Not a penny have been spent from that grant. Why is that? And it's for a brush truck, which we know is very critical in the territory.
Charmaine Akers Hewlett, at the time when we got the quote for the brush truck, that was the price, but now it's almost double. So we have to get we'll have to get funding to make up the balance. The quotes that we are getting is in the $200,000 and almost $300,000 for the brush truck now.
See, this is our frustration. We've been hearing this with most departments. We're talking about 2023, we're in 2025. I mean, we need to be more aggressive and urgent when it comes to these funds because at the end of the day, we are left hanging with a bag and we have to find local funds to basically make up the difference. And it's very difficult and frustrating for us here in the territory when it comes to these funds. And most of them are going to be lost, to be honest with you. You also have the corporate fire program, which was in 23 again. It expired in September of this year. Not a dime have been spent, $100,000. Another grant for USDA Forest Services in 24. It expired in 26, $110,000, nothing have been spent. And finally, the Office of Federal Assistant Management, Health Resources and Services Administration expired in 26, it started in 23. $1.9 million for ambulances. Can you explain to us, please, what's going on in that space, what needs to be done, what we can do to help you to assure that we don't have to ask for extensions, and we need to just move on these things and get it done. What needs to be done? What can be done? And what can we do to assist you? I just need to know the answers to those questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Through the chair, if I may.
May respond. Yes.
Director Antonio Stevens, to respond to your question, sir. So everything you just said, totally understood. For the ambulances, Senator, are already on order. These ambulances are built basically from the ground up. A chassis is brought from one place to the next to meet up with the body and then constructed the way it needs to be constructed. That's one of the things that I said in my opening testimony, that those ambulances should be here October this year. For the initial question that you asked about the 185,000, okay, that was the initial price that was given to us. By the time we started doing construction and all the stuff back in late 2023, there was a price change. We had to go back out for bidding and all that stuff. We will not lose any of our grants because of a timeline. We've never done it and we won't do it, Senator.
Can I make a statement?
You may proceed.
Okay, Shaminakas Hewlett. Even though the grant says 2023, these fundings are not released until many times until like a year later. So actually, even though I said 2023, that's the year we applied for it, and that's the way that it's going to be stated. So even though we applied for the grant says 2023 to 2025, we still it's not available to us until the year 6 months after, most of the time. And as far as the one for the 1.9 million, that money is already spent and we have expended all of it. The remaining amount is zero.
Thank you very much for that response. Any follow-up to that, Senator Blyden, you clear? Very well. Senator Kurt Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's just go back quickly to the grant. The expiration is 9/30/2025, but you're saying that you have an extension?
No, we don't have an extension, but we have quotes that's going to be in the system. We're just waiting for justification letter, and those are going to be gone. That's going to be gone before.
Okay. Caution you, this is a different administration we're dealing with in Washington.
Oh, we verified that the funds are still available.
Yeah, everything.
And you verify that the funds are still available after 9/30/2025? After 9/30/2025.
Yes.
So let me ask a different question. You know how you're going to spend that $200,000?
Yes,
100
we do.
and 110?
Yes, we already have quotes and stuff in for them. We just needed one. We are just waiting on one more quote so that we can use the best.
So you expect to submit everything before 9/30/2025?
Definitely.
As soon as budget is over with.
So what's your target date?
To
submit everything for these two grants?
Before the month is out.
Before this month is up?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't get the numbers for personnel. I was driving. Can you give it again? Actuals for personnel, it was 20 million what?
The 20 million that I gave was the total amount. I had to break it down because part of it cut off. We spent 14,629,729. That's personnel, and fringe is 5,638,757.23.
14 million, say it again, 14 million.
14,629,729.
And that is up until when?
That is up until 3 days ago.
3 days ago? Okay, end of June. So you're going to be pretty close in terms of what was allotted to you, and be very, very close.
Very close, yeah.
Might be a little bit over, looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, in reference to your emergency services fund, VITEMA gets 40%, how much you get?
We're still getting 33.
33 or 30?
0.33, sorry.
0.33?
Yeah.
And who's getting the rest?
I'm not sure.
Is the Department of Health still receiving monies from this fund?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. And they're getting 0.27?
I don't know what they get. I'm not sure what they get.
I'm asking the question because they used to get a fund before because the ambulances and the EMT, et cetera, was under them. So I'm trying to find out what is the justification now for them to be getting the same amount as fire service. Those monies should have been turned over or reverted to fire service because what are they? Well, we'll ask them when they come, but colleagues, we need to look at that. The monies were there before because they had the ambulance service. They don't have the ambulance service, there's no reason for them to be getting that amount of monies at all. Now, in reference to billing, I heard something with a private company for billing, ambulance service billing.
Yes.
The private company is directly working with fire service?
Larry Levin, Assistant Director of EMS. Yes, We have contracted with Zoll Billing, which is a medical specialty, EMS specialty billing service.
Okay, so who was doing it for Department of Health when they had the ambulance service?
They had their own internal billing experts.
They had their own internal billing experts? Okay. Why won't they just transfer to fire service and continue to bill? Why are we going with a private company? We had individuals in government that was doing it. So what are those individuals in government doing now when they were billing before and they no longer have to bill? So you need to look at that. Pharmaceuticals, you have an answer?
Senator
Yes.
Robert Bryan, EMS Chief, if I may. I just wanted to point out, we went to electronic billing. Number one priority here is to turn around on bills. So we can't wait 8 months for an ambulance bill to be processed. This is all inclusive. It's all tied in with
So
our EMS.
what's the
charts.
turnaround?
The turnaround is something like 5 days to 2 weeks.
What's the cost of the contract?
The cost of the contract is the same as we were paying Department of Health agreed to by law, 7%.
That don't tell me the cost. What's the cost?
I don't have the actual number.
Is it a percentage of what is
It's a
billed?
percentage of the collections.
Percentage of collections?
Yes.
What's the percentage?
7%.
7%?
Yes, sir.
Pharmaceuticals, you have the licensure to be able to store pharmaceuticals?
Yes, sir. We have our own DA license, and we have Schedule 1, Schedule 2 narcotics.
So congratulations on that. That's very good. Now, in reference to paramedic, and I really wanted to have this discussion because I had it recently with some individuals in the community. And they asked me, what are you doing about paramedics? And my answer was, as long as Virgin Islanders don't want to move into those fields, we're going to continue to have a shortage, and we're going to continue to have individuals expire because a paramedic is not on the ambulance. And I don't know if individuals understand how important that is. How much paramedics do we have in St. Croix? 2.
Robert Bryan, we have 1 employed paramedic at this time.
1. That's you?
Negative. That's a staff member.
You're a paramedic.
Chief. I am a paramedic.
Give me the number.
Okay, then it's 3.
When you become a
We have
supervisor,
3.
you don't lose your skills. When you become a supervisor, you still retain the skills that you have.
It is a budget, but
Don't you still serve as a paramedic?
Absolutely. Up until last night.
Okay, so then don't leave yourself out.
Right, we got 2.
But we have 2 paramedics, colleagues, 2 for St. Croix, 24 hours a day. So I mean, each of them have to be on 12-hour call every single day of the week for us to have coverage every single day of the week. That's a very dangerous situation. Okay, when we have individuals that are calling out, you need a paramedic on the ambulance. And we're going to lose individuals if we don't have paramedics. So as we continue to complain in this community about positions, there are positions that are there waiting to be filled. But our Virgin Islanders must seek those positions. There were more paramedics from PAFA than we had on the island. That's a shame. So when we cut that contract, we lost all of the paramedics. And we don't have Virgin Islanders that are transitioning into those positions. How much on St. Croix we have ready to move in that's being trained?
Robert Bryan, EMS Chief. I just want to say hats off to the staff because a lot of the recent graduates from other EMT programs are all now like fully involved and want to move to the paramedic level. We just had a meeting 2 weeks ago about them seeking their own paramedic program online and how we can support them. So that is happening.
So hold on. How many individuals we have, St. Croix, St. Thomas, that would like to be paramedics?
5.
5.
St. Croix.
How much on St. Thomas?
St. Thomas, we currently have 1 who completed, Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas, St. John. We have 1 who's actually in the process of completing his paramedic training. He's doing his interns right now in the hospital. And we have about 2 or 3 more who are interested.
Okay. How long does it take?
9 months to a year, depending on where you start.
9 months to a year. And what's the cost of the program?
Programs run upwards of $10,000.
Right now, it's the paramedic's responsibility, or those who want to become a paramedic, to find that 10,000?
We've sent Antonio Stevens, Ms. Brown, speak on that.
Within the past, 2 years, we've sent employees between both districts to paramedic training.
Paid for by fire service?
Paid for by fire service. We had 2 about 3 years ago that were sent, and they were successful, paid for by
Howard County.
Oh, paid for by Love City Strong.
Did they sign a contract to come back and serve in the Virgin Islands, and are they presently serving in the Virgin Islands?
Yes, they did, and they're presently serving.
Do you have monies available to send this next group of individuals who want to become a paramedic? Do we have sufficient funds to pay for them to go?
I would say after tap, Senator, we do not. But here's the challenge with that.
I asking you so we could fund it. We need paramedics. I'm asking you directly so that you could tell us what is the cost.
We don't have the money for it. But here's the challenge with that, Senator. It's finding the employee that wants to go away for 9 months, away from their family, away from the territory, away from their support system to complete that training. 9 months, 9 to 12 months. That's different, right?
I know, but we have to be able to set up the opportunity. If they say no, that they can't because of X, Y, and Z, then that's fine. But if we get 2 to go, it is 2 more than we have.
And we'll support it.
And what is your salary for EMTs?
For EMTs, the starting salary for the EMT?
47,000.
And what's your salary for paramedic?
60,000.
Then incentive to go? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We have a point of information here by Senator Frederick, and then we'll come to you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Stephen, if you would, Director Stephen, if you could educate me. We got a organizational chart that I am trying to understand because I see 2 chiefs on both sides of me, right? But that's not reflected in the organizational chart. So if you would please educate me. Is this just for fire? Is it supposed to be the combination of both?
I'm sorry, Senator. You don't have an updated org chart.
This is not
that's
current.
not the updated.
Okay, can you please, through the chair, submit us a current, accurate?
Right. Every year we do send it. I don't know why that one is the one that gets printed out that they keep putting in there, but that's not the updated org chart.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right, let's get back to the paramedic issue. What would you say is the adequate number of paramedics for each of the district? Don't all answer at once.
Currently on St. Croix, Chief Brian. Currently on St. Croix, we're shooting for 8 paramedics. We have 1, so we need 7 more. I'm just going to say that we want to expand. We want to cover East End. We want to cover Fortuna. We want to do these things. But currently, based on what we're doing, it's 7 more for St. Croix.
Victor Adams, EMS Chief, St. Thomas, St. John. We need at least another 6 more to cover both districts.
How many do you have in St. Thomas currently?
Including management, we have a total of 7.
Without management?
Without management is 4.
And you need a total of 7.
Correct.
That's 7 more or 7 total?
7 more.
How many paramedics do you have on St. John?
So it's 1 district, so they move back and forth.
Understood. So you don't have none that's actually stationed or lives on St. John?
No.
Okay. Very well. All right, we just wanted to get some clarity on that.
So, Senator, if I may, just to add one more thing about the paramedic issue. So you do recognize that it's 2 paramedics that we have here in St. Croix, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention when these guys go on leave or when they start to get to that point where they're tired, the St. Thomas, St. John District paramedics, Chief Adams, Assistant Director Evelyn, my training officer, they do come over to support and pick up that slack so these guys can get a break as well.
Of course, of course.
So I wanted that to go on record as well.
Thank you for that, but that's what leadership does, right? I mean, they support the subordinates and step up. A point of information, Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on that questioning in regards to the ambulance services, because you guys said that you have a contract with someone to bill. How much money is in that fund right now?
Lyle Levin, Assistant Director of EMS. We haven't paid for that contract yet because we have a kind of a stalemate until we can get our own EIN. So it's on pause, but no money has changed hands, so to speak, with that contract.
So you have a complete contract then?
It's a signed contract, but no money has changed hands because two can get.
So it's a signed contract. The company is working right now and being paid?
They're not, Senator, they're not being paid right now. Everything is signed and ready to go until we can get an EIN, because that's the only way that they can collect money on our behalf using our EIN. We do not have our own EIN for Virgin Islands Fire Emergency Medical Service.
So then the hospital is still collecting the money for ambulance services?
The Department of Health is still
Department of
collecting.
Health.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize for your point of information, and we'll come to you, Senator Viola.
Director Stevens, the question I have is, what about in the reverse? No, not you. Let me ask Chief Brand, because since he's the paramedic, the training in the reverse, like we're looking to send 7 to 8 people out. What's the cost in the reverse if somebody willing to come to the board now for 9 months? To train, yeah.
To train?
Yeah.
We haven't been unable really to satisfy that contract, specifically because the amount of calls and the amount of runs and where they need to go to get the training is not done here. It's done in the States. So the organization that we've contacted, they're saying, okay, we need them to be here so that our instructors can be beside them. So it's not like you're bringing 1 or 2 instructors here for 9 months. The hybrid programs are much better, whereas you do all your didactic work here, but you still have to travel away to do your skills assessment and rotations.
And what's that span then? What's that span? If you did most of the work here, what's the span? You still 9 months?
Well, we invested in eight individuals to do that program, and it took about 9 months to get to the final stage, and then, we were unsuccessful in the end. But we have put money towards that.
Well, I mean, you're here in finance right now. You're sitting with the finance chair, so I'm saying to you, as far as, so you say it's not feasible for it to work that way.
Well, there's one other factor that we need to mention, which my director will tell you. We want our employees to have some skin in the game. We don't just want to say, here's a bunch of money and go train. We want our employees to have some skin in the game. We want them to be doing it because they want to do it, not just as a route to a higher paying salary.
That's important, but I'm just saying I still questioning the revert instead of folks leaving here, somebody actually setting up camp here, maybe through UVI or whatever the case may be, to get going. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying because the paramedics are needed.
We have made some inroads with the SIM Center to do that, but again, there's a certification process even for the program, much less the students that are coming into it. And they did the certification process for EMT. Now they have to do the certification process for advanced EMT and paramedic. And working with Ms. Navarro very much in the SIM Center, she's on that course.
Okay. Thanks for your answer.
So Chief Byrne, before we had paramedics, that was done in-house. It wasn't always outsourced, correct? Back when you had the Sweeneys and the Greg Richards and those individuals back in the day, that was done in-house, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Right.
But the requirements have changed.
But yeah, the times have changed. So, for example, I can be an instructor for a paramedic, but I already have a full-time job being chief. So it's to say, okay, how much time can I take away from my regular job to do this, which I have done for the EMT programs as well.
Thank you. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much. The money is collected by DOH. Are they transferred to fire service? The money is a billing. You getting those monies?
Chairman Akers-Hewlett, it goes into the health revolving fund, which we share.
What percentage you get?
I think we get half because they got 1.7 and we got 1.7 this year. So it looks like
and those are monies collected from ambulance billing?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the rationale for them getting 50% when you provided all of the service? Who said the 50%?
I can answer that question.
I think when the integration occurred, the agreement was that the employees will remain at Department of Health until such time as the VIFEMS were able to establish the necessary criteria to make the collections and stuff like that. So that's the reason why there's a cost share, because the employees still sit at Department of Health and provided with the resources. Is that correct or not?
That's partially correct. And the other part of it, Senator, was because they were using some of that money to fund some other programs, and they didn't want to just be without funding those programs, fund the ambulance fund.
Right, so that was the initial agreement. Obviously, there's some path forward once that EIN number is achieved, and there is some forward movement. We're able to address that, and then I guess they'll get it 100%.
The positions are still funded under DOH?
Yes.
They are?
Yes.
Yes.
Not the EMT positions, but those positions that we talk
The
about.
clerical, the staffing that does the collections.
No, but the EMS, everything else has been transferred over to fire service.
Yes, Senator.
Okay,
Yes.
so what is the why is it so hard to get EIN number? It sounds like it's Greek or Chinese. What's so hard to get an EIN number?
Shaminakas Hewlett. When I called Finance and IRB, I was told that because we are under the Office of the Governor, we have to use their EIN number. And using their EIN number, it does not allow us to collect fees because the EIN number that we gave them does not match VIFEMS.
So how are you dealing with that, Director?
So that's one of the reasons why we're here, is to ask you, the Senate to allow legislation for us to have our own EIN number, so we can do this medical billing process.
You need legislation. You need us to say yes for you to get your own EIN number?
It has to be an act, because right now, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services is housed under the Office of the Governor, and that is where that our EIN number lies. For us to have our own EIN number, such as the Department of Health, who has their own EIN number. We have the crafter of the bill and the person who sent the bill down from Government House in the Senate right now. So I think the two of them could work out to come up with a solution, because I'm not understanding this convoluted process and why we need to.
Yeah, this EIN issue this is the first time that has surfaced here at the legislature, so we'll certainly query it. Senator James, you recognize. You finished, Senator Field? You finished?
After she done, because I want to hear.
Senator James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of my knowledge of what was supposed to happen, was the Department of Health was entering into a billing agreement with you, charging the same 7% that the company now is going to charge. That was my understanding. I guess it diverted into their programs, because they would be acting as a collection agency, just like the entity that you said you're going to enter. But I have a question. Did you ever go online and apply for an EIN number? Did you ever go and just put your information in and get an EIN number?
Shaminakas Hewlett, no, because when I called IRB and Finance, they told me that I could not do it. I asked them if we can go ahead and do that. They said we could not do that because we are under the Office of the Governor. We will have to have a legislature. We'll have to go to the legislature to get our own, for them to put and stipulate that we have our own EIN number.
We will find out about that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Viale.
Yeah, I'm going back to this EIN number, because hearing the last senator saying that they were assuming that DOH would become the billing agent for fire EMS, and now you want to move in a different direction. Have you had the conversation in an executive level meeting where the Commissioner of Health is there, the Governor is there, to find out what is the solution for this, or what is the recommendation?
We've had the discussion with Department of Health.
And what has been their position?
And they understand, but until that happens, until we get our own billing, they will continue to collect. I personally think that fire service should be getting 100% of the funding. Reason why? We're doing 100% of the work.
Yeah, but we need to work out the EIN. Because if it is that they need a legislative act, nobody here, you know. So why haven't we been approached to say this is a direction that we want to pursue? This is a direction that the executive branch is recommending. We have a session on Friday. We could put an amendment in, colleagues, to get this done, because you can't bill because you don't have an EIN number and because Internal Revenue said no.
Chairman Akers Hewlett, we only found this out last week.
I give up.
Let's move forward. We'll certainly take this offline and have some further discussion on how we could support this move. And obviously, we need to bring DOH in the discussion as well. At this time, Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I want to start off with your business license collection for inspections. What's the total amount of businesses that you guys have in your book that should be doing inspection?
Total amount of businesses, right?
Yeah.
Give you the number. Sorry, Chairman Akers Hewlett, I can get the number of inspections. I'm not sure if that's the total number.
I saw the numbers of inspection, but that doesn't tell me what your total collection will be. You just only told me what you have collected or what you have inspected thus far.
Right.
But what's the total amount of business in the territory by district?
That would be from the licensed and consumer.
Yeah, licensed and consumer.
But you guys have to go to these businesses regularly to inspect. So you guys don't know how much business is out there to inspect?
No, it turns out there are businesses within our community that do not have business license, and they don't have a fire safety inspection.
Oh.
Because people do stuff without coming through the process.
I'm interested in what you have based on they having a license. Okay. Because you go out and you do the inspection. So and this ain't just today you're doing this, so you should have had some figures to know, well, every year we have on St. Croix, we got 3,000 business, and it increases monthly. And same thing in St. Thomas and St. John. But as people open a business, these numbers increasing. So you should have at least, for last year, you should be able to tell me what it was last year, your total.
I can tell you the total we inspected.
The total inspected doesn't give me much because you should be inspecting all that are licensed. Is it correct for me to say that?
Well, I have some numbers for you, Senator, right? For, from October 2024 till May 2025, new businesses, 664. Existing businesses for that period of time is 2,335 businesses.
So the 600 adds on to what?
So the 2,335 businesses. And this is for within the territory.
That's what you inspected, though.
That's what was inspected.
Yeah, but my question is, how many businesses are there? Because every year you're losing money if you don't know how much business have license, because you're going to your same number. Yet you know that you had 600 new businesses.
So right, unless they come into the office and say, I'm here to apply for a new business license or renewing my business license, we don't have a track of it. You're correct.
Yeah, but for a business to open, tell me if I'm wrong, and get a license, the fire department have to do an inspection.
They have to do an inspection.
So that don't go down on your list as a next business?
Right, so like I just said, they will have to come to us, because I don't know you opening a business.
But they can't get a business license without...
They're not supposed to get a business license without a fire safety inspection. You're absolutely correct.
So are you alluding to me that their business are getting a license without coming to you? Because you use the word suppose.
Also businesses that close and we don't know.
Well, the closed one is all right, but the new one that's just opening and not being inspected, we're putting our family, our
you're putting your community at risk when you don't do the fire safety inspection.
The next business that next to it, the next resident that next to it, because you don't know if they're meeting
the code.
All the conditions to having a business license. Because I think there's a lot of money being left on the table, and that's why I'm drilling into this. Every dollar left on the table makes it a dollar shot for your agency to function, to buy equipment, to buy material, to replace material that is used.
Buy tires.
Buy tires. Give Dundee a raise. I also want to ask, since you're doing your in-house training for your EMS, what kind of saving have you seen? Because
30
you
seconds.
should see some savings from that, right?
Yes, we will see some savings from it. For example, to train, when we use the UVI Skill Center for training, each EMT chief brand, if I remember, is $6,000 to go through that training. That's a cost saving to us now because in the St. Thomas St. John district, which we're about to
Anybody
start.
have any figures of what the cost was then and what it's costing you now?
I just told you, Senator.
You ain't give me a number.
$6,000 for one EMT.
When you were doing it or when?
When we just did it through UVI Cell.
Okay.
That's a cost that we don't have to deal with because now it's an in-house training.
Okay.
So you multiply 6,000 times 13 employees, for example.
That's your last group.
That's the group that's coming in now. That's coming in now, right? We spent that money in the St. Croix district through UVI Cell, but with the new program that we just started with in-house instructors, we don't have. That's
Don't
a
have to
cost.
spend that
we don't- we don't have to-
$6,000 per person.
Right.
That's fair enough. And I think someone asked this question, what's your timeline for filling the 22 listed vacancy? You said that you have a class coming in St. Thomas.
Right. The St. Thomas St. John district. There's about 6 paramedics that's on there that we're trying to fill. We just did paramedic interviews, Ms. Brown.
Barbara Williams Brown, next week, Monday, June 30th, we will be starting a class of 13 firefighters EMTs. And yesterday, we had interviews for paramedics, and we should be extending an offer to one of them.
So hopefully this year you should have.
We hope so.
All right. Send your phone number. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Yeah, Director Stevens, what's the status on the fire marshal for St. Croix?
We do not have a fire marshal for St. Croix right now, Senator.
So no expedition, lieutenant?
If I would rather be short a fire marshal than be short on the floor right now based on what's going on as in those 2 ranks, the lieutenant and the captain.
When I said that, it's like, okay, so in prevention, you're using the marshal out of St. Thomas. What's the...
Right. The marshal out of St. Thomas, he does support, but a physical, according to the code, we're supposed to have 1 fire marshal in both districts.
So, I mean, so when we start to register about businesses, you'd have had somebody here to sit down and tell us 40 business, 60 business. So important to get them back in place because when you don't have them in place, you're losing your resources as far as collection.
Right.
Because at some point, employees gonna be employees. They're gonna do their part and they'll leave the rest. But if you got somebody really watching, supervising, and doing what they're supposed to be doing,
right,
your collection could be a lot more. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And the fire marshal is actually listed in the Virgin Islands Code as well.
That's what I just said. 1 in each district.
1 in each district. All right. So you don't have an acting, you don't have no one that can assume that responsibility, you're saying?
Not right now. We're about to do promotions. We just started the process for testing, not promotion, testing. Once we get back those results for testing, then we'll be able to move some movement upward to captains and probably fill that position in St. Croix District.
All right. Senator Gittins, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm about what? The 13th to 14th, Senator? Everything done ask? How are you doing, Director?
Doing good, Senator. Thank you for asking.
So I'm going to just rehash a couple of things then. So you said 10 fire stations that you operate. 4, how many on St. Croix?
4, Senator.
How many on St. Thomas?
4, Senator.
And St. John?
2.
2. And Senator from St. Thomas asked about the third EMS base, because you only mentioned one in St. Croix at Cottage, one in St. John at Cruz Bay. Where did you say the third one was, if you have a third one, or where do they operate from on St. Thomas?
I didn't say there was a third one, Senator.
Okay, so you don't have a base on St. Thomas?
Not a strictly EMS base.
So where the EMTs are at all the stations?
We have EMT in a 22 fire station, the hotel fire station, and the hospitals.
So why isn't that the case on St. Croix? Because we don't have sufficient EMTs?
Why isn't what the case that we have?
That we have EMTs spread across the 4 stations.
So in St. Thomas, we don't have EMTs spread across the 4 stations.
So tell me where they are, because on St. Croix, one second. On St. Croix and St. John, they're operating from one EMS base, correct?
No, Senator.
Well, then explain to us again what the base is. 1 second. You have to understand the question before you start. That's why we keep going. So I heard this question asked by the female senator here earlier. So tell me what this EMS base is and who operates from there then.
The EMS base, Senator, is a base that is just EMS. There's no fire apparatus, there's just an EMS base.
Right.
Right now, on the island of St. Croix, that's at Cottage. Right? It's the middle of the island, and that EMS base supports basically a radius that Frederick said covers, or threshold of Frederick said covers, and Christian said covers.
So
we also, go ahead.
So all your EMTs operate from that base?
All the EMTs do not operate from that base.
Okay.
You also have EMTs in the C Company, which is in the Richmond area, and we also have EMTs in Frederickstead. We have ambulances in both of those districts, both of those areas as well. We just have that the language, I guess, is convoluted because it's still one EMS base, but fire stations, we have 2 fire stations in St. Croix that have EMS responses out of them.
Okay, we're going to move on. When we come into the committee of jurisdiction, we're going to go there. Please get us a proper breakdown as to what an EMS base is. Just like how we know what a fire station is. How many of these properties, these 10 fire stations, are actually owned by the government? Are any of the 10 rented facilities?
Yes, Senator. The Cottage station is rented.
You have a Cottage station or
Cottage base? Cottage base, the EMS response base in Cottage.
So again, Director, tell me about the fire stations. Forget the base right now.
None of the fire stations are being leased or rented out. They all belong to the government.
They're all government owned?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. That's why I want to see the same thing with the police stations too.
Right.
Okay, we renting. Now, on page 4, you spoke about federal grants.
1 minute.
How much of these grants are expended? You have about 5 listed there. Or tell me, any in jeopardy?
Not in jeopardy.
Because I'm sure you didn't spend all. Yes? No?
Charmaine Acres-Hewlett, no, they're not in jeopardy.
All right. Have we at least expended half of that?
Yes, because that's the remaining balance of what we originally had. That's what's left to spend.
Oh, what you showed us there on page 4 is the remaining balance? Or that's what you had for each?
30 seconds.
No, man. I need more than that.
The 800 and something thousand that you see there?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's remaining.
So
our original grants were more than that. We have spent them.
Listen, man, I really can't do this. Let me go to this paramedic conversation again, because time and time again, I keep telling you all, Mr. Chair, if I may, during this merger, that this paramedic thing is what's going to give us a hardship with the merger. I'm happy that it happened, but we have the answer. The legislature already met. Have anyone of you engaged the Department of Education to assist them with Act 8506? We passed Act 8506 to amend the VI code to establish a EMS course in our high schools. If we get these high school students to now go through this EMS course, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade, the 4 years, and they're at the age of 18, they could take the national certification exam and graduate from high school, not only with a high school diploma, but with also a national certification. These individuals could be hired right out of high school into your department. When they get into your department, then they could go through another year or however much longer to go up to the advanced EMT and then go into the paramedic schools. And I'm not understanding why we're not utilizing the simulation center at UVI so that we can not have the individuals leave out of the territory for 9 months to a year. Are we having conversations with our sister agencies?
So, Senator, very good question. We just graduated 12 students in the fire service that went through the UVI Skill Center. So I would say that we are using the skill center. But the skill center does come at a cost.
Yeah, but I was talking specifically to paramedics.
2, Chief Brand, when he spoke, he mentioned that they have just gotten their licensure of being able to do an EMT. The next step is to do advanced EMT and then paramedic. Keep in mind that we had to supplement the instructors for this particular course as well, because you need, with the course, you do need paramedic instructors to be able to facilitate that program. With the situations in the high schools, according to the Act, we and the fire service don't know what that curriculum looks like. Nobody has presented it to us to say, okay, we can support you in whether it's just to assist you in providing instructors or any type of guidance in that program.
So 2 other members here asked you about the fire inspection. So I wouldn't ask you directly to that again, but what I will ask you is if there is any connectivity between your agency and Department of Licensing and Consumer and DPNR, et cetera, as it pertains to the business license process.
During the business license
just tell me, is there any connectivity?
Yes.
Is there a database that you could go in and see if a license was pulled from DLCA from one of the businesses, et cetera?
There was a database.
No, Director. Is there one? Is there one? I'm not aware that there is one. And
there was a database. I'm telling you that there was a database.
Is there one that you can go to right now and see whether or not a business license was pulled?
When the database was up and running, yes. That database does not exist and is not
so
running.
So the answer is no, Director. Well, this is what I would be telling people. I don't ask direct questions. I just want to know if there's one now. Whether there was one, that could have been back in Director Joseph days. I don't know when it was. But as of today, obviously the question couldn't be answered by my colleague from Frederiksted when he asked about the number of inspections and whether or not some of these businesses were still active, etc. That's why I'm asking if there's any connectivity at this time. So it doesn't appear to be any. And lastly, I didn't hear anything about austerity measures. Are there any austerity measures taken within the agency?
As it applies to overtime, Senator?
Anything for austerity?
Yes, so with the class that we just graduated, we're able to reduce some of the overtime that we've been incurring. Again, having dual role providers, that mean that they can either work on an ambulance or be assigned on a fire apparatus, which helps us cut down on overtime significantly.
Good.
We also have a number of employees that were deployed from the military. They're back. They should be back on shift in August. which helps us on the overtime side as well.
Good, and congratulations on that. Now, with those grants, any of them used for, because I see you talk about getting a couple of brand new ambulance coming. Anything on evac training?
There's evac training going on right now, Senator. Currently, we have a class of 12 people going through our evac training right now. We just did that training 2 months ago in the St. Thomas St. John district.
And that's with the ambulance or fire trucks?
That's with the fire truck, Senator.
Fire trucks. Any with the ambulance that's coming on board?
With all the employees go through the evac training, but refer it to Chief Brian and that.
Like Living Assistant Director of EMS, that's a requirement every 2 years when they recertify to do the CVO training, which is Emergency Vehicle Operators course.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. I want to bring to your attention in under Section 551B. Are you familiar with that? And Title 23, which establishes the emergency ambulance service fees, which allows for, in accordance with the ambulance service pricing guidelines from the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services or successor organization, the director may establish fees to be charged for services provided by the emergency ambulance service of the VIFEMS in such amount as may be reasonable in consideration of the interests of the public and the persons required to pay the fees and in consideration of the approximate cost of furnishing. So again, there is already a built-in mechanism by which you're able to assess fees. All we have to do now is address the EIN situation that's developing there. So I'd love to have that further discussion of how do we make that happen. Have there been any consideration of paramedic reciprocity as a means of backfilling while an individual may have to go off island for the 9 months? I will totally agree that in-house or having them on island would be the best way, but in the absence of that, have you considered a paramedic reciprocity?
Well, Living Assistant Director of EMS. So we have explored some possibilities of maybe developing contracts with individuals or some entities, but you know, there's a cost involved with that as well. And to be fair, there is a nationwide shortage of paramedics. As a matter of fact, one of our paramedics supposed to interview with us got a contract for 2 months, so he canceled the interview. So that's what we're dealing with right now. So everybody's competing for paramedics nationwide. We've been having interviews every few months, and we just haven't been able to fill these positions.
Very well. Again, we have to be creative and innovative in order to address this concern, and obviously being able to have our own trained will allow for longevity and being able to have those to come back. I mean, they'll be absent for 9 months, but you know, the longevity of having them there beyond that is greater. So that's something that could be considered moving forward. Point of information, Senator Gittins, and then we'll go to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director, are you budgeted for uniforms? I didn't directly see how much you're budgeted for uniforms, and are all your uniform personnel from, I guess, fire chief down receiving uniform allowance?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The fire chiefs do not receive uniform allowance, but it's not budgeted. It's part of the fringe for the. It's a contract item.
That's for the uniform allowance.
For the uniform allowance. That's it.
How much are we budgeting for uniforms, though?
184,000.
One what?
184.
184.
I didn't hear you.
184,000.
And that outfits how many firefighters with how many pairs?
How many firefighters we have? Firefighter and EMTs.
You got 252 which are first responders, so I assume that those are your firefighter EMTs.
Right.
So that's 252 territorial wide. And how much uniforms each of the 252 will get?
They get a check for.
Okay, so I should ask this then. So
Right.
upon graduation, how much uniforms they get, and then thereafter, I guess they will be required to buy their own uniform through the uniform allowance.
To the uniform allowance. So we issue them the uniform
So the 12 that just graduated, how many uniforms did they get?
We got them three bottoms, 3 tops, and 3 t-shirts.
All right, thank you. And don't forget the national certification patches for those that went the
Let's say
extra
Barnett,
mile.
Senator.
Say that?
Let's say Barnett, because I do want to address it, but on a sidebar.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Just real quickly, in respect to the single-payer utility, how much have you expended for utility to date, actuals?
$247,144 and 30. Oh, sorry. Keep giving electricity. I'm sorry. $268,386.
268,386.
Yes, and 60 cents.
And who's tasked with the responsibility of reviewing these?
I am.
You are. You've been doing that. And whenever there's discrepancy, obviously you question those things to make sure that you're paying for what you get.
Yes.
Correct. Yeah, the monthly bills will go. They go to the various agencies. Yeah, comes to them. Any alibis, colleagues? Director, thank you. We have had a very robust discussion this afternoon, and certainly there is some homework on both of our part in respect to moving forward. Again, let's sidebar in respect to the EIN and what needs to be done. Whether there's legislation that needs to be created, we're available to support that endeavor. But certainly, there is a mechanism that have already been established so that you could be able to collect. And we just need to address those nuances. We want to continue to implore the use of federal monies, where you have access to those, that there should be some level of urgency in expenditures of those funds, because then they're subjected to clawback by the federal government as it stands right now. What about this budget that gives you reason for pause or concern? What keeps you up at night in regards to your overall responsibility for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services?
There are a couple of things that keep me up at night, Senator. We have an aging fleet of ambulances. Any given time, on a response, one of those ambulances could go down. The 7 ambulances cannot arrive fast enough. Hurricane season is here again within the territory. Our stations are not in the best shape. As a matter of fact, if we have an impending storm and it's projected to be a Category 2 or higher, I have to close those stations to protect the men and women who are in those stations. Those are the kind of things that keep me up, not having enough paramedics here in the St. Croix district. But I thank the men and women who, day in, day out, I see them every day and say, when they say that they're tired, and I say, okay, go ahead, go put it down, because the mental health is very important, and that's another concern of mine, not just to them, but to all the employees, some of the issues that and the responses that they've been having to go to of late, GSWs, etc. Those are my concerns. When the phone rings at night and you look at that phone and you see Chief Bryan or you see Ms. Jeffers, you just don't know what they're going to be saying to you. So again, it's almost like you're always having that your heart in your chest, feeling a pounding, because you don't know what the next call is going to be or who's going to be coming from.
Very well. Again, we want to thank you, and on behalf of this committee, we want to also commend the rank and file, firefighters, emergency medical service workers, our paramedics, 2 and 5. Our supervisory leadership responsibility are those as well that continue to put their self in harm's way, again, to protect this community is not left without notice. We certainly thank them for their contribution, and we know that we rely on them every single day. We have a lot of questions, but nonetheless, and concerns about overtime and everything else, but we know that it's money well spent, and we appreciate the work that they continue to do on our behalf. All right, so we extend thanks, and we just continue to ask that they continue to put forward their best effort to be able to, again, provide service to this community. All right, I'll give you 30 seconds to close off at this point, and then we'll call this a wrap.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, all senators, for the opportunity to provide testimony to you today. Thank you for your kind words, Senator. And lastly, to the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, from my position as the director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, I want to personally thank you for everything that you do day in, day out for this community. It goes without saying, you are truly, you're truly needed, and we will do everything we can in our power to continue to support you. To the team that's here, the executive team, thank you for everything that you've done to support this process, and not to be remiss, the team behind me as well. So again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, we had before us today the Virgin Islands Energy Office, we had VITEMA, as well as VIFEMS. I want to thank all my colleagues for their participation today. I want to thank central staff and apologize to our media and public affairs. They have been working a little bit late, with these meetings, but nonetheless, we'll make it up to them at some point. But really just thank you for your contribution. I want to end by saying that we continue to pray for the Iran-Israel conflict that's going on there, and we continue to pray for peace. Peace in this community, because we know when things happen, this conflict can really spiral out of control, and that present a whole level of other complications in our community. We want to continue to pray for our service members from the Virgin Islands that may be deployed to this conflict and poised to be sent off to this conflict. So we want to continue to pray for those individuals. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. God bless.